Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X Regional 2 for North America, brought to you by Verizon. I am Alif, alongside me, Gibbs, Turtle, and Jorby. We got a lot of action to talk about. Again, we've had so much Rocket League over the past few weeks, and we're now partway through this first fall split. Gibbs, it has been a wild ride for North America specifically here over the past few weeks with Grid, with the regionals, everything.
Yeah, it seems weird because North America is behind Europe right now, where they've only had one regional so far. So yeah, we know Space Station, they are the top dogs now. But now we got regional too, and anything can happen. We saw with Europe, the same team won both and got a huge lead, but you never know with like the top 4 to 8 teams from North America.
Well, we got a lot to talk about here, so we're going to just start rolling into things. Let's take a bit of a recap moment here, just to look back at the bracket from last regional. Of course, we have 3 regionals in the split for North America. We're about to start regional number 2 here with 32 teams, and of course, it always whittles down to 8. So this is the 8 that we got going into those playoffs for stage number 3 of regional 1 there, Jorby.
Yeah, and the biggest surprise, I think, for most people was the Peeps. Certainly surprising me. They've been on a rising trend now for more than a couple of weeks, and that performance in the quarterfinals that they had against G2 really helped kickstart to an incredible series against Space Station in the semifinal. Corelli and I had the pleasure of commentating this series, and the Peeps, they were just able to find holes against Space Station where no other high-pressure shots on net, and really forced Space Station to mix things up to try to take them down. Eventually in Game 7, Space Station did pull the victory, but the Peeps, I mean, this upward trend has continued for this team. They've looked really solid. Obviously, Space Station going to play NRG, a match that I thought was going to be a lot closer, ended up being Space Station just wiping the floor with NRG, and it really helped establish their foothold on North America.
Yeah, I think that NRG, a lot of us had questions going into this regional. You know, how were they going to perform? They had been relatively inconsistent prior to this regional event, and they were coming in 7-0 before hitting the grand finals. Everybody thought this series was going to be super close, but then, like you said, Jorby, SSG, they were warmed up. That Peeps, series, all the way to Game 7, it was a crazy one, and SSG were dominant against NRG. Even Justin was 77% goal participation. He was popping off in the one game that they won. It wasn't enough, though. NRG, unfortunately, if you're a fan of them, do fall. But SSG, that's the big takeaway. They were just unbeatable.
And that's why it's so hard to predict like any of these games, because NRG looked so hot on the day.
Yeah.
Space Station looked a little bit iffy, but they showed up in the finals and they finally got that big win that has kind of like eluded them for a really long time. So I'm really happy for Space Station. They were the top team, and they finally proved it on the big stage.
Yeah, there were a lot of questions for some of these teams coming in, especially even with NRG, you know, of course, pulling Squishy on. Is this going to be a superstar team right away? Is it going to take some time? Getting that position, I think, was really good, but it has really been the story of SSG the past few weeks. Let's take a look at what these teams landed in points-wise, because, Gibbs, this is what they're fighting for right now. This is what all these regionals are leading to. You get points to go to majors, and you got more points than eventually to a world championship at the end of it.
Yeah, so if the major was happening today, these would be your teams. But there's still 2 more regionals that need to be played. And then, of course, the World Championship. 10 months from now, these points will still matter. These points will still add up throughout these 10 months. And right now, Space Station has a sizable lead. But again, that's 1 regional with 8 more to go and 3 majors on top of that. So still a lot to play for.
Jorby, looking at these points right now, do you feel like this is an accurate power ranking listing for going into this next regional?
I don't know if I'd say it's completely accurate. I'd say it's about 90% there. I think your top 4 teams are still Space Station, NRG, Team Envy, and G2. Not in any particular order there, but everyone else is kind of filling in the gaps underneath. I think the Peeps on the rise, I think you can actually put them in that number 5 spot above Rogue, who might even fall down a few more spots with how they've been trending. But I do feel for the most part that this does represent how North America looks at the moment.
Well, of course, we got to move on and talk about what's coming up here. But in case you guys, again, have missed out on a lot of great Rocket League, you might be a little still confused on how everything works here. So for the next 5 minutes or so, I'm going to give it to Gibbs. Jorby, Turtle, pick up your coffees. It's Gibbs' time to talk about the format of RLCS X and, of course, this regional.
5 minutes is a long time, but there's a lot to talk about with this format. We'll start with how everything plays out. There is 3 regional tournaments per split, then a major. You need points in that split to make the major. Then you get double the points when you go to that major, and a lot more prize money as well. So we're going to do that throughout. It was supposed to be like an international major, but obviously because of what's going on in the world, we cannot do that right now. So all the first majors will just be regional. So NA will bring their top 16 and they will go and play once again for double the points. That's a lot on the line. But all those points add up. Split 1, Split 2, and Split 3. There'll be different formats. Split 2, 24 teams. Split 3, only 20 teams for each of those tournaments. So we're going to narrow down the field until the World Championship. Top 16, top 6 from North America will go to that. So that's where you want to be for that $1 million tournament all the way at the end of the season. But every regional, $100,000 on the line. We're throwing money at these kids everywhere.
Yeah.
We're just gonna you win one series, here's $300.
Long shot from the very first season, Gibbs.
Yeah, just throw money. We're like Oprah. We're just throwing money out. Who cares? But that's what we're doing for the whole season. But for Split 1, we're talking about Swiss. So that's where it gets a little bit more interesting. We wanted to play a lot of different games versus a lot of different teams to see where everyone kind of will be when Split 1 ends. So this is how the entirety of Swiss works. You get top 16 teams, or 16 where we split from 32, and they play each other. Then whoever wins, like all those 1-0s, they play each other. Whoever wins there, the 2-0s, they play one another. But what this all boils down to, 3 wins and you move on to the next stage. 3 losses and you are out. There is some randomized matchups going on that are a little bit based on seed, based on where you came from before. But for the casual fan, it's like all you need to know, if your team's 1-1, you're playing some other team that is 1-1. If you're 2-1, you're playing some other team 2-1. But the magic number is 3 for each day.
Yeah, this is just such a cool format too, because it gives us so many games, Turtle. Like, it is just a mind-blowing how many Rocket League matches have been played.
It's amazing. And we were even talking about the splits, and for it to go from August all the way into May is the best thing ever, because it proves who can be super consistent, stay hungry for the game, and to keep winning series. And that's what I love about the new format. There is so much time for these players to develop. Even the underdogs can get all this experience against SSG, against NRG, and prove themselves amongst the best.
Well, Turtle, I think, part of having so many of these matches, it helps actually have, a talk about consistency.
Yeah.
Where in previous seasons, we talk about a team being consistent, but over the course of maybe 15 matches, if you make it that far to the World Championship, in just 2 regionals, plus maybe some grid weeks, you could play 30 plus matches, and we're not even really halfway through the first split yet. And to me, that's incredible, because now you can actually talk about teams' consistency, like Space Station, when they put up incredible numbers like they have, or you can talk about the downward trends. The trends are so much more obvious when you look at the teams, because you have so many more matches to look at.
Well, speaking of looking at teams, we got to look at the teams we're going to be looking at. Well, today, of course, we have 32 teams over the weekend. 16 will be playing today, and only 8 make it out of the group today. So here's Group A, and the teams will be playing. I got to say right off the bat, I love that there is a team called Austin, and Austin is not on the team, and Zol and Hato are on there, and they're back. Like that, to me, that's amazing.
Poor Austin, man. He'll make it in here. Austin, if you're out there, I know you'll make it into this top 32, or you'll make it.
But that's the type of BM we like, right? It's just very small, and you don't really notice it. It's not like a vulgar team name or something like that. So that's what we like to see.
Oh, yeah. But of all these 16 teams, the crazy thing for me is that, there's 16 teams also in the grid. 10 of those teams now have made it into Group A, which means only 8 of the 10 teams that make it into the grid can make it here. It's going to be crazy, and that means the competition is that much closer. Group A is not where you want to be.
One of those teams that I think, sorry, Leaf, not to cut you off, but Xset was the biggest question mark for me heading into today, because they made the change from Alraz and they brought in T. Carell, another bubble player who he's made waves and splashes in the past, but hasn't been on a consistent roster. And so he's on Xset. He's got a real chance, but they lost their very first match against Kansas City Pioneers. So round 2 is going to be pretty big for them. Not the result I expected out the gate.
At the same time, I think they've placed better in their grid this week than they had in previous ones. So there's signs of life there, but we'll talk about grid in a bit. For now, we got to play a little bit of a game. We're going to play better or worse, a game that Gibbs came up with, and I'm saying that because if it's bad and you guys don't like it, blame it on him. But I'm gonna run it here. Basically, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a bunch of teams here, and we're gonna look at their placements from the last regional, how they did. And I'm gonna point to one of these guys here and have them give either a thumbs up, a thumbs down, or just a flat line if they think they're going to do better, worse, or the same as the regional placement last time. So we're going to start off with the one we have to talk about. Let's just get it out of the way. SSG, and since you came up with this, I'm going to go with you first, Gibbs. Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, or the same. They got first. How are they going to do here?
I'm going to go thumbs down on this. And this isn't because I don't think Space Station are the favorites, because I think they are the favorites. But when you look at this mathematically, we talked about this last week when you're like, what are the chances BDS wins? And like at the time I gave them 35%. Well, I'm giving Space Station a 40%. I don't know who's going to win, but that's still less than a 50% chance.
Wait,
so I can't go Space Station.
Whoa. You can't wait a minute. You can't go thumbs down with Space Station and then not have a team that you think is going to take them down. They won. They won the last regional, Gibbs. And you don't have a pick. You can't just say, well, mathematically, there's
I'm just saying the field is stronger than Space Station. You know what? All right, fine,
You know what? No, because you're going to be
G2.
like, well, it was a 40% chance that they won, so am I wrong? No, my name's Gibbs.
Yeah, you're right. I think Trophy's right here. We got to, he's going for the.
I'm just trying to go mathematical here, all right? I'm saying they have a 40% chance to win. That's not 50, so I'm going thumbs down.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, we got more teams, so let's get through them here. I'm going to go to you, Jorby, next, because now that you're all fired up. G2, give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, or a flat on the count of 3 here. 1, 2,
it's too late.
3. Okay,
it's too late. My thumb's already in the air. It was that's a no contest for me. G2 has been trending upwards. They are one of those teams that I think have really started to refine themselves, and the offseason clearly was a blip to them. And especially in these last couple of weeks, they've looked nigh unbeatable at times. And I'm scared for any team that has to play G2 after they just came off of a grid victory. So it's I don't know if many people other than Space Station are going to beat G2. Those two teams seem to only be able to beat each other most of the time. So
I think everyone is quiet. I think we're all in agreement on that one. So let's move on. Yeah, let's get to the next one. Let's talk about Peeps. Turtle, I'm gonna get you to this one. I'm just giving up on the counting. So give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, or flat line.
I'm going for the thumbs up. I believe in these boys. Okay, we had watched the highlights from the other matchup against SSG. And Jorby, you didn't even mention them to be in the top 4. You don't think they're gonna make top 4? I don't understand that.
You're right.
You're
I'm
big
sorry,
fans
Turtle.
of them.
No, you see this? You see the thumb went sideways. All right.
Okay,
it's called better or worse, but I say
I can respect that.
All right.
Wait, so the Peeps are going to the grand finals?
Yes,
they are.
They're making top 2 right now. I believe in them. Okay, Gyro has been popping off. I feel like whenever he got his back against the wall, he has started to show up in major ways for this team in every aspect of the field, and I just believe in these guys.
Okay, that's out there. Grand finals for Peeps. I wonder how you think the Rogue's going to do that. I'm going to go right back to you on this one then, Turtle. Rogue got 9th last time.
You know
better,
what?
worse, or the same?
I'm feeling positive today. I think these guys are going to go above 9th.
Everybody's in the grand finals.
Everybody's making it. Everybody's going to the finals top 4. No, but I can see them making quarters. I don't think they're going to go past 8th, but I can see them getting to that spot.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Okay. Well, we got more to get through. I want the fight, so we got more to get through. So I'm going to go to one that we maybe would expect better here. Jorby, this is you again here. United 17th last time.
Yeah. See, this is one of those placements where
don't do it, Jorby. Don't do it.
What do you mean don't do it, Turtle? You don't even know what I'm gonna say here. You don't even know.
I know what you're gonna say, man.
What am I gonna say? It's a big.
I don't know what anybody's saying.
Look, I just haven't seen it from E United.
Ooh, worse,
bro. That's what I didn't want you to do. That's tough.
Look, you got 17th in the last regional. None of your grid weeks have gone great at all, and it's really hard to feel excited about E United right now. They've been consistently below average. So I think 17th is about where they might end up, but I actually think they might even perform lower this time. There's too many other teams on the rise right now for me to say E United are on it. They are not. Other teams are.
Now, to be fair, like if they did come in 17th again, I would give them a thumbs down anyway, because no one wants to finish 17th. Yeah. And we talked about it earlier. There's 10 grid teams in this group. So E United, it's going to be tough for them to come out of here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. United fans, you got to get on there and at Jorby on Twitter right now. But let's get to the next one here. We're saving Gibbs for last. We'll get him on the last ones here. Back to Turtle quick. KCP, the Kansas City Pioneers, they had 9th last time. Are they going to replicate?
You got to hear me out here. I'm going for a thumbs up again. Okay. I'm positive with these underdogs. I don't think that they're going to make grand finals like the Peeps, but I was watching a lot of the grid performances from Kansas City Pioneers. They have mechanics that are on another level. I love what I'm seeing from these guys on offense, especially Rapid. I've noticed that they do really well in the corners, and I think that offense is going to get them to quarterfinals. This is probably the regional event that's going to make us notice them. They're going to start improving, and I have a lot of faith in these guys.
All right, so here's my problem.
That regional it's already done. North America doesn't do this crazy underdog stuff.
Yes, they do. Man. You got to believe, bro. You got to believe.
No, Turtle. But the playoff bracket can only have 8 teams. You can't have 14 teams in there.
What are you talking about?
You're going to right now. You're thumbsing up everybody.
I have 3 underdogs, all right, that are going to become beasts. We got Rogue, Kansas City, and the Peeps, all right? Those are the 3 you got to watch out for.
Okay. Well, let's try to get some reason here. We know Gibbs will bring it back to earth. So let's get him on the final ones here. Charlotte Phoenix is our next one, 12th placing in regional number 1.
They have to go lower. They have.
Wow.
They have Pete at 12th place, I think. For the grid, they are dead last in points. They have not made top 8 in any of the grids. Sure, they beat Space Station.
They beat SSG, yeah.
Yeah. And then what do? They get swept 2 games in a row. This is what Charlotte Phoenix is. They don't finish higher than 12th. I think this is an easy one, and I have them finishing worse.
They also got reverse swept by Zookeepers in round 1 today. So, I mean, I don't know if I disagree with you, Gibbs. I think I went on a Charlotte Phoenix rant during the last regional, and so I'll leave that in your hands this time, Gibbs. But I think I'm with you on that prediction.
I want to see them do well, but
yeah. All right.
Yeah, definitely.
Final team. We got to get to this because we got to move on and talk about some other stuff here. So give me your final thumbs up, thumbs down, or samesies here on version 1, Gibbs. They had 12th last time.
I'm going to go flatline here at 12th again. I feel like version 1 is one of those weird teams where I don't know where they're going to place, but I do think they're just outside that playoff bracket still, and I think they still have a lot more to work on.
I see head nods across the board, so we're going to end on that one. Version 1, sure, we don't know yet. So show us what you got this week. Let's take a look back. Of course, the past few weeks, the grid is running alongside the RLCS Season X fall split here, where teams are just fighting out for 10,000 weekly. Also for grid points, first place gets a major spot guaranteed there. So obviously, it's in favor of SSG right now, so it's not really going to matter. But let's talk about how teams have been performing, because it is an extra chance for us to see these teams and for them to get extra practice here. Gibbs, just overall, what's the story look like in the last few weeks of the grid?
So to me, what it has been showing is that we have one regional, right? And we talked about that the power rankings don't necessarily match up to where they landed because that's just one tournament. Well, that's where the grid comes in, and we're really starting to see these teams fit into certain spots. And the top 4, I think, is pretty clear at this point. You got G2, you have Envy, you have Energy, and of course, Space Station Gaming. Every single grid finals has these teams in it for the last 3 weeks. Yeah. It's always been 2 of those teams, and usually they're all in the top 4, unless they get an unlucky quarterfinal matchups. These teams are clearly better than everyone else in North America right now. We'll see if that continues, but that's what we're seeing in the grid. Consistent tournaments, and what we get is consistent teams. And right now there's 4 of them for North America.
Yeah, and of those top 4 teams, Gibbs, you mentioned G2, who I wanted to highlight for and their performance throughout their grid. I mean, they're fresh off their second win here in week 6 of the grid. By far their best performance, in my opinion. They won, I believe, in week 2 it was. And they've made playoffs every single time. They haven't been knocked out in quarterfinals, or they've only been knocked out, in quarterfinals once. And that is so consistent. The fact that they can keep making it to the playoffs. And if you're watching the grid, you know how tough it is, because every single team, as the weeks have progressed, have gotten so much better. The underdogs, I've been watching Alpine specifically, and they've grown a lot as a team. And they've been starting to take more and more games off of teams like SSG, NRG, and the top dogs. So the competition is getting that much closer, and G2 is still out here being dominant.
Yeah, and I mean, one of these teams, the Peeps, part of their rise has been in the grid in the last few weeks of the grid. Since stage 2 of the first regional, including the grid, the Peeps they are 2-4 against the top 4 teams, the ones that you mentioned, Gibbs, but they're 10-1 against every other team. In the last 2 weeks of the grid, in week 5, they played Envy in the quarterfinal. They lost 1-4. And then in week 6, they had to play Space Station, who went on to go to the grand finals, and they lost 1-4. So, like, for me, I look at that and I look at where the Peeps were previously, and they were not winning against teams that you would say are equal in the field to them, nearly as good as 10-1. It was much more close to 50-50, but like the Peeps they went on that run in the last regional, and then these last 2 weeks of the grid have been excellent to solidify themselves as that next level above the pack that might be able to challenge the top 4.
Well, this is why Turtle thinks they're going to the grand finals,
baby. Thank you.
Exactly.
You're back
but
versus
they haven't done it. But that's the thing, is like, I'm not going to say that because they're 2-4 against top 4 teams. The only 2 teams that they've beaten out of the top 4 are G2 and NRG. And G2 they trade against. They don't beat them every single time. NRG, I don't know. The boat's still out for me on NRG. I don't know what's going on with them. But yeah.
Well, we gotta talk about what's actually been happening here. So let's take a look at these morning's results. They have been playing already. Round 1 is done. We've had matches already going on behind the scenes. We're gonna jump in, of course, watch round 2. So let's take a look at the standings. What's been happening here? A lot of 3-0s. I think there's some pretty, obvious wins here for certain teams. I specifically, Gibbs, was looking at plot twist just through the grid and through this, and having a 3-0 loss to Continuum, honestly, I feel like I'm really worried about that plot twist team because it feels like they should be performing better.
Yeah, we've been saying that for about 2 months, though. It's like they are always so close to making like a playoff bracket for the grid or something like that, but they always wind up just barely missing out. So not a good result there. But then version 1 versus E United was a big matchup. 3-1 win for version 1. So it looks like they're on the right foot so far.
And Turd, it's kind of good that I guess we don't have James Bond on this pre-show because I know all he would be talking about is Zookeepers right now with their win over Child Fame is J-Bot. That's all he's about, J-Bot, right?
What a beast. Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking at this bracket, though, and I'm seeing E United down there. They're taking 2 L's today. They got Jorby thinking, that they're not even going to place top 17 again. They're going to be worse. And then on top of that, they take an L early on here as well as Charlotte Phoenix. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Well, of course, we got to make some predictions here now. Of course, what's going to happen in stage number 2. So let's jump onto that. We do this every single week. We're going to do it again this week. You thought we wouldn't? Well, we are. We're going to pick our team that we think is going to go 3-0. And due to this Swiss style, a team can also make it through 3-1 and 3-2. But I'm interested in those extremes. Which teams we think are going to go 3-0, end their day early, or have a nice long day of Rocket League and go 3-2. Turtle, I'm going to start with you. Give me your 3-0 and your 3-2s.
Well, especially after reflecting on the grid and G2's performance in the grid, I think they're an obvious 3-0 candidate.
Okay,
I think it's going to be light work for them, and that's not really anything crazy. But then for 3-2, I'm going for KC Pioneers. I told you that these guys, I think, have potential to make top 8. 3-2, while it might not be the best record, the fact is they're just going to make it. Like we talked about earlier, Gibbs, there's 10 teams here that are from the grid. Only 8 of them can make it. So KC Pioneers, it's going to be tough for them, but I see them.
I mean, I hope so. Didn't you give him a thumbs up before? So
that's right.
I'm hoping you have him going through. Jorby, who do you have going?
So my 3-0 is the Peeps. I just sang their praises the whole time.
Grand finals.
When you look at the group, the toughest match that they're going to have, it will probably come in round 3, and that's going to be against G2 or Rogue most likely. If they get the bad draw against Space Station, then maybe they get in 3-1. But I do think the Peeps go 3-0 here. They have a winning record right now against Rogue, and G2, like I said, it's been a trade back and forth. And I think the Peeps are the type of team to be able to take down a Titan like G2. But my 3-2 team, if I remembered who it was, because I was going back and forth between 2 teams.
I have it written here.
I got to scroll down. I wrote it down. Who was it?
You got Rogue written down here.
It is Rogue.
Unless you changed it.
Yeah,
you can change it, Jorby.
I didn't change it. No.
You can come to the dark side of Kansas City.
No, that's fine. I don't think Rogue are going to make grand finals with 5 other teams to next weekend. But I do think that Rogue get out of stage 1 3-2. I think that it's going to be tough for Rogue to beat some of the teams in this group, especially in the, the space stations, the G2s, the Peeps. Rogue have not been able to contend with the top 4 or even the Peeps lately. They haven't looked like we all expected them to. We expected Rogue to be. We started this whole thing out calling it the Big Five or whatever Gibbs likes to say.
The Jackson Five.
They just cut Rogue out of there, threw him down the river, and we don't know where they are now. I don't know what's going on with Rogue, but I do expect them to get out 3-2.
Yeah, I can feel that. You're right. I think you nailed it on the head there. So we're gonna go to Gibbs' predictions next.
All right.
He always picks the easy ones, and I guarantee he's gonna do it again.
So Jorby clearly didn't do his homework with my 5 hours of videos of how these matchups happen in Swiss. Well, the Peeps, they're gonna have to play either G2 or Space Station in that 2-0 round because
I thought I knew,
because those two teams are gonna go 2-0, right? We already know that at this point. And they're going to play Space Station, and Space Station's just going to clap them. And it's going to be a 3-0, so I'm picking Space Station easy because no one else had 3-0 for Space Station, so someone's got to do it.
I'm sorry. I'm going to jump in and argue for Jorby here that Reynolds themselves has said that Peeps is their kryptonite.
Yeah.
Sure.
So,
but Jorby also argued against Peeps making the grand finals because they can't beat teams like Space Station.
See, that's why I'm confused.
So, hey,
that's why I believe in the Peeps to take that win.
All I'm saying is their cumulative record against top 4 teams is 2-4. They're not winless against them, but they don't have a winning record. So how could I pick the Peeps in a grand final situation over any of those teams? I can't.
Because that's what this format is good for.
No,
then they get practice against them. Let's go.
Space Station,
all right. We got them.
All right, I don't know. I don't know what Reynolds is thinking, but I like that he's on my side here. So whatever.
We got to move Ron. Give me your 3-2 here, Gibbs.
3-2 version 1 really quick. I think I had version 1 3-2 last time as well. I just think this team is too up and down, so I think they'll barely make it, but just barely.
Okay, well, now it's time to look at the matches that will be coming up. We have a lot of Rocket League to look forward to. Round 1 is done. We're heading into round 2 here and mentioning version 1. Version 1 versus G2 is going to be one of the matchups you have here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. And over on the E-League stream, you have twitch.tv/eLeague TV. Make sure you hit that squad button so you can watch both the streams at the same time. We have Continuum versus the Peeps and Rogue versus the Zookeepers over on the other side there. And on this stream, we have another match. The first one up will be KCP versus SSG. Now, this is going to be a fun match to talk about here because Turtle thinks KCP is really going to step up.
I knew you were going to do
you think they're going to step up against SSG?
I was looking at this matchup and I'm like, okay, he's obviously going to think that I'm going to go for Kansas City here. There's no way. I said they're going to make top 8. They're my team to go 3-2 on the day. SSG are too good. I can't see a world where KCP will win against SSG no matter how they're performing. It just seems like they're stacked against each other.
I mean, yeah, there's
yeah.
like I think about it. All I've been doing this past week is talking about how good Space Station are, and dude, Space Station are so good. It's actually stupid how good Space Station is, because the thing about Space Station that blows me away is that they can beat you 30 different ways. They don't play one specific play style. They don't get caught into a rhythm of like whatever play style. Some teams operate like that. Space Station don't. Space Station do whatever they can to possess the ball, keep the ball away from you, and they'll do whatever they have to do that in any sort of way. And they do it consistently. That's what makes them so deadly and why they are 33-5 in their last 38 matches. That's the grid and the regionals all together. They're 33-5, 121 game wins. 121. The next closest is Envy with 101. It's not even close.
Okay, well, we're going to find out if it's close with chat because it's time for our Verizon fan vote. You guys get to have your say here, hashtag SSG or hashtag KCP. Now, chat's been pretty tame and I haven't seen many above even 70%. I'm wondering if this is one of those ones we're going to see that happen with, because again, people know what SSG can do. People know what's going to happen. But again, KCP does have fans behind them and they have been getting some decent results too. So it's going to be interesting. Chat, get your stuff out there. In the meantime, we're going to get our predictions out there and see how we think this one's going to go. I just harped on chat that it should be one-sided. So let's see how Desk is here. Gibbs, you're going to start us off, KCP or SSG?
All right, so I'm going to predict what the Twitch chat percentage is going to be because we all know that Space Station will win this matchup. I'm going to go 85% for Space Station for Twitch chat because Space Station is clearly the best team right now for North America. But Kansas City Pioneers have been flirting with that top 8. So this could be a very good matchup, but still, Space Station, absolutely.
And Turtle. I'm assuming it's the same.
Unfortunately, I still believe in the boys from Kansas City. All right, Kansas City Pioneers. they have my respect, but after listening to Jorby and his speech, how can you not go for SSG in this matchup? I have them taking it.
So we got SSG. I'm assuming it's SSG, Turtle, or sorry, Jorby.
Kansas City are going to lose. Yes.
Okay, and for me, it's SSG. So now I want to see, chat, were you guys on the right track? Did Gibbs get his prediction right, or is he guessing? I'm curious to see what we got here. It's 80%.
Oh,
you're close.
Wow.
It was off by one.
I'm done. I'm
Absolute
done with.
trash.
I don't.
You guys, I think it's still live. Make Gibbs right. Make Gibbs right, guys.
I know. Come on, let's get some more space stations up.
Oh my
How
goodness,
do you
that
get
was
so close. How do you get
I
that
can't
close?
believe it's that close
Gibbs is
there.
a legend.
But anyways, guys, you made it right. It's there. It's there. He's right. We're
Thank
gonna end
you,
it at that, and we're gonna get you guys on Twitter to talk about how great Gibbs is, or how much collusion and how much he's paying you guys in chat to make those numbers right. On Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS X. But it's now time for round 2. We're gonna head to the Verizon Skybox with Johnny and Shogun.
Thank you very much there, Leaf. And yes, let's get ourselves ready to go. Last week, Team BDS were able to set down the gauntlet. They managed to get 2 regional wins in a row. For Space Station Gaming, this is all about setting up now to try and perform off the exact same feat. Now, Johnny, the whole desk has absolutely no hope for the Pioneers. Are we going to join them here? Are we just going to make this a 6-0 prediction?
Oh yeah, for sure. It really is just a question of how quickly will Space Station win. That being said, there is a chance that Kansas City Pioneers can make this interesting. I don't think that they've got much of a chance of winning the matchup, but they've put up good enough results in odd tournaments here and there. On every other maybe tournament they play, they'll get one result that you see and you think, wait, that's impressive. Then they'll just have another one that's completely in the other direction. So yeah, this could be a really interesting matchup. And Space Station, they will be taking Kansas City Pioneers seriously, but I don't think Space Station are going to make a mistake this early.
Well, you do mention that, and this is actually a rematch of the round 2 match that we got during the first regional in stage 1, where Kansas City were able to take Space Station to game 5, but they weren't able to get the full result against them. And I do have to agree with you that Kansas City have had a lot of issues where it feels like they are so close to getting that big result for themselves, but they do keep falling short this season so far. 0-2 against Space Station, that's not necessarily a bad result to have, but for them to try and pull this one off would be quite the feat.
Yeah, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Like you said, losing to Space Station is kind of what everybody's been doing recently. So no surprise there for a team like Kansas City Pioneers. But yeah, I'm still pretty hopeful for them. I think the Turtle might be overestimating them just slightly, but they've got a pretty good chance of making another deep run here. What do you reckon? Top 8 Kansas City Pioneers? Is that possible?
I mean, they were a game off last time.
Yeah.
All they need is that one result to go for them. So the question for me, in terms of ability, Johnny, I think they're up there. I think in terms maybe of their ability to hold their nerve, there are question marks, because we do get them to the point where they do up to get to that game 7. It's not even necessarily of we're close and then we drop it. They get to that game 7, they get to that game 5, and they don't turn up to that game. There's a lot of 1-0s in their record that have gone against them in those tiebreaker games. So that will be the major question for Kansas City Pioneers. I don't think there's much new that we can learn about them here outside of them somehow blowing Space Station Gaming and all of our predictions out of the water. But for the most part, their fights, their battles are going to be elsewhere in this tournament against teams like Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, let's see if they can make something happen here. Let's see if they can go to game 5 with Space Station again. You never know what's going to happen if it does end up going the distance. Keep an eye out for the new player in the team, Beast Mode, or at least the new player at the top level of the scene. Beast Mode is a monster mechanically. I'm excited to see him play at this level again. You know, he's the one who's gaining the most from this new format. The amount of experience he's getting competitively is, it's really quite something compared to everybody else in this lobby who didn't get anywhere near the amount of games played in their debut seasons.
No, absolutely not. This is very much a season where we have gone above and beyond what these teams and players were even close to in previous seasons. What was it? I think Dignitas played 18 in one of their seasons where they were undefeated up to the very end.
Yeah.
They are well above that already, and this is just these teams entering for regional number 2.
Nice mind game there by Arsenal. Oh, he's passed everybody as well. Beast Mode couldn't keep him under wraps on that one. But really, the problem is that challenge from Rapid. You've got to make some kind of contact on the ball. You can't give Arsenal the space to pull out a dribbling play like that. 1-0 SSG.
Yeah, they are always a team that if the first touch is uncontested, which that one very much was, they will make you pay for it. Space Station Gaming, as always, are going to be very clinical in terms of their offense, as Rettles takes a bit too much time that time. Arsenal down, has got the midfield option. Again, another huge mistake. Kansas City can't afford for these right now, not just to try and take a result against Space Station, but further on in the tournament as well. You've got to start looking clean quite early.
Yeah, they need to sharpen up. This is, you know, a great start for Space Station. They've clearly come in today with a plan to win as quickly as possible to get into the second stage of this regional event without any blips along the way. Kansas City Pioneers, definitely messy. You know, we've seen a couple of whiffs now, one from Rapid, one from Beast Mode, and the dribbling plays of Space Station continue to impress. This is typical now, looking threatening, but he's gone wide of target.
Kansas City will like to start being able to just launch somebody into the ball. So far, they've been forced to shadow it, play with their back turned to the dribble. That does offer a lot more space for Space Station to work with. Booming clear.
Wow.
It's not going to be on target. Rettles again takes a lot of time. That is the second time now that Space Station have watched Rettles be a little bit late on the draw.
Yeah, that's a really crazy challenge there by Rettles. He's, you know, hiding behind the ball, maybe expecting a fake challenge to be coming in from his opponent, but you've got to see the challenge coming there. There's never going to be a fake when you've got backup from both of your teammates. You're obviously going to charge in as a Kansas City Pioneers player. That's, again, Rettles off the goal line. He's looking dodgy, and Shogun, Kansas City Pioneers have equalized. That is some dodgy defending out of Rettles.
I don't know what is going on right now with Rettles. He is sloppy, slow, one of these lethargic maybe. He's got to sort this out now. It's gone from being a bit of a joke to something that has now cost them a goal. And given Kansas City Pioneers a way back into this, considering they weren't looking great at the start of this either, now they've started to clean it up significantly more. Here is Arsenal. So good at, you know, we talked earlier on about how maybe Kansas City were giving them a little bit too much space to have that first touch, but Arsenal can put that ball anywhere from the first touch and still recover it.
Yeah, he's done well. It's been solid from Arsenal and typical. Just Rettles looking questionable defense. At least he's able to put something together at the offensive end of the field, though. Beautiful positioning by Rettles on the far post side. Typical with the ceiling shot pass. And Space Station are back in front. They've looked threatening in offense. As long as they can avoid those defensive blunders, I think they're going to be okay.
2-1. Kansas City again have their back turned when the offense is coming towards them. Have not managed to figure that out yet. What a pass from Rettles. I think if they could have got the timing right between him and Arsenal, that would have been a fantastic way to try and put the third one in. Beast Mode for Rapid. Rapid. Oh, he's taking a little bit too much time. He did have memory dropping behind him as well, so potential there for a drop-down pass. They keep going for it, but every single time Space Station Gaming have got players around. Very difficult to find a way through once they've got everyone set up. But speaking about being set up, the whole team has got annihilated. Typical is denied a wonder goal by the woodwork.
Arsenal was doing work on the goal line, demoed one, bumped another, left it open. It was a tight angle open net, so even Typical couldn't put it on target. That would have been beautiful to see again on a replay. Love to see that from Arsenal when he's confident enough to start dominating off the ball. Now that might be on target. It's saved by Rapid, so KCP will keep this within one for now. Rapid actually counter-attacking now. Double touch on the center ball. Wow, he almost scored that. Space Station did not give him enough respect from that angle.
This has been good to see from Pioneers. So far, they have not been hesitant to try and pull the trigger on offense. Instead, they have now sent everybody. It was Arsenal by himself. He had 3 sharks around him. But he did manage to get away with it. And Typical takes his time. There's a little bit more time off that clock. Arsenal also delays the challenge. Beast Mode has got a passing option in front of him. It was covered quite well. Beast Mode's going to continue it. Off the backboard, the ball does go. They're looking for the double tap. Here comes Rapid.
Whoa.
Both players missed. Beast Mode now in. Off the backboard, nobody for Space Station around. Memory had to half rotate, and he just didn't have the angle to follow up with a shot. Might have been the best opportunity gone. It is. Space Station Gaming, 2 goals to the better.
Okay, eventually Space Station get that 2-goal lead that we've been kind of expecting for a while now, especially after their hot start in this game. Not gonna lie to you though, their defense looks pretty weak at the moment. We're under pressure for a long period of time there before getting the counter-attack started, and it wasn't because KCP were firing in fast shots and threading passes together. It was simply because Space Station were positioned quite awkwardly, a bit flat-footed, or flat-tired, I should say, around the goal area. So I don't know if KCP are the team who are going to be able to punish that, but you will need to do better than that, Space Station, if you're going to keep clean sheets, if you're going to keep low scores against the best teams in North America.
Yeah, I think for Pioneers, despite the fact that they did lose that, there's quite a bit in terms of enthusiasm to be gained from the way that you did see Space Station Gaming play. And we actually saw that towards the latter half. Yes, Pioneers had to move forward. They had to try and get that goal back. But they were attacking in a way that we don't typically see teams attack against Space Station. They were happy to send all 3 forward, even sometimes with all 3 being there without really anything to do. But if Space Station Gaming do not defend solidly, they will lose the respect from the other teams. And you'll be always surprised just how much the amount of respect teams give to you on defense lets you away with certain situations.
Yeah, this is going to be the key game, really, if KCP are going to make this a close series. I think they're going to need a Game 2 win. They can't allow Space Station to go 2-0 in front. Beating them is one thing. Reverse sweeping them is a whole other ball game. I don't think they're ready to play that one.
A reminder, as always, these teams do need to either win 3 to move on, or they will lose 3 to go out. This isn't the worst result ever for Pioneers if they do end up losing this. As a matter of fact, last time this happened, they ended up losing the one immediately afterwards before finding their way back to win the next 2 and qualify for the top 16. Oh my goodness, Arsenal clatters into the defender. Not a chance to keep it out.
What a predator Arsenal is. Spies beast mode about to take off and he just snipes them, leaves the net wide open. Reciprocal. Beautiful. Again, that's the same player off the ball making plays for Space Station. Historically, he has been the most physical member on the team. With the addition of Rettles, it was a bit more of a 1-2 punching combination between them. But yeah, Arsenal still, I think, the one to watch with his off-the-ball moves, making huge plays.
Rettles was trying to figure out how to get the wheels back under him there. As Rettles pre-jumps and Rettles goes sailing past the ball. Typical's double tap buys the team a little bit of time. Almost not enough. Beast mode finds his shot blocked. Rapid wants to find the tight angle shot. Space Station now have got everybody back. They've got every option covered. Backboard, far corner. Whatever Pioneers want to go for, they're going to have to do it contested. So Rapid would like to just try and find something. He dances past one. Memory's going to be moved in now. Trying to get the drop down pass. Instead calls in another teammate. There's a lot of ball touching happening here, but very little of it is actually getting the Pioneers any closer to their target of a goal, and now it is finally cleared.
Yeah, they weren't really getting anywhere in that corner, and we're right back to that same corner again. Space Station are quite happy to sit in this position all day when they've got a goal advantage. Some teams panic and they, rush out into the corner, get out of position. Not Space Station. They will always leave one player back to defend the goal. That's actually a free rebound. Typical off the bar. The Kansas City Pioneers also leaving some gaps in defense for Space Station to exploit. It's been a bit awkward at both sides of the field, but credit to both teams for making it. Oh my goodness, that's an insane mid-air passing play. Arsenal just off target with the rebound. Maybe goal of the tournament already if that had gone in.
That would be a goal of the season contender very early in the season.
Definitely.
We have indeed been robbed of it. Definitely like to see them, and you do know for a fact that they will go for it yet again, as there is a demo on the goal line. Rettles moves in to try and buy his team a little bit more time and to give a receipt as he goes chasing down for beast mode. A lot of territory now gained for Space Station. Flick over the top. And it's in for Typical.
The precision of Typical in this play. absolutely perfect first touch to keep the ball nice and close to himself, but also to hit it past the first challenging player, Beast Mode, and the flick as well. Just grazing the crossbar on the way in. That is placement.
2 to the better now, and it might be 3 very quickly if this man has anything to say about it. And unfortunately for the Pioneers, he does.
Yeah, it's a full team of Space Station really combining well in offense now. That's the easiest goal of the day that Rettles is going to score. Maybe the easiest goal of the day for anybody. Even with about half the game to go, you just don't see any way back in for the Pioneers. They're getting completely outclassed here. The defensive weaknesses that were quite apparent in the last game for SSG, they are now a distant memory. They are starting to solidify and improve. And I'm sure they're going to try and continue to do that. These guys are perfectionists. They're not happy with 3-0. They're going to want 4. They're going to want 5. They're going to want 6, if possible.
Speaking of which, and speaking of perfection, it is the one thing Space Station has been unable to do in their 2 matches against Kansas City Pioneers this season. One match went 2-3 in the first regional, and in week 5 of the grid, it was a 4-1 victory for Space Station Gaming, but not to this point have they managed to sweep KCP. You know they want to try and do it this time around, and given how this match has gone so far, you'd bet on it actually happening.
Oh yeah, it's an expectation at this point. Space Station have played well enough, and Kansas City Pioneers, unfortunately, have been relatively uninspiring. This is not anywhere near the best I've seen from this team this season. They have shown a lot of promise, like I mentioned earlier, in several grid tournaments and in several other matchups, even against SSG, taking them to Game 5. But this isn't the kind of Kansas City Pioneers that are going to take Space Station to Game 5. They need to be popping off a lot more. They need to play with more confidence. They need to play with a lot more speed. And then maybe, just maybe, they'll get a chance at beating them.
Typical will continue the ball onwards. It's another great challenge. They set the rules for you as they come in for them and win almost every single time. But Rapid's had a few occasions in the midfield where he's come out on top. Like for the same result from some of his teammates. There's a 0 boost for Beast Mode. Can't keep that one going. You just look at it. Space Station Gaming, realize they got the time.
Oh.
Wait for the perfect bounce shot, and then just power the ball to the other side of the field.
Yeah, they've just done everything that they've had to do in this game. A very clean performance from all their players. Very creative performance as well from Space Station. And much improved defense compared to the last game. I said after Game 1 that if that Space Station defense that we saw in Game 1 appears again and again, they might actually struggle to go 3-0 in series on today, on the day. But if they can produce what we saw from this second game, I wouldn't be surprised to see them sweep this bracket once again.
No, it certainly isn't. And you made a mention of that because last regional, it was Space Station Gaming that weren't beat a single time on their way to that win. And we have made a lot of comparisons between what BDS did during the previous few weeks compared to what Space Station Gaming are going to try to do over these next few weeks. And we said, all right, well, Space Station Gaming, the gauntlet's been thrown down to you. All you can really do is match them. But that's not necessarily true, because if Space Station Gaming can do what they did last time and not drop a single matchup, they would have somehow, some way managed to outdo even Team BDS.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for. They want that perfect record. This is a bit of a change as well for Space Station. They're coming off a grid loss this last week to G2, and that wasn't a series where Space Station just threw away a series that they should be winning. G2 just completely outplayed them. So, there was obviously the weird start to that series where all of Space Station were playing in the Dominus, and they won the first game, lost the second game, all switched back to the regular cars and started losing. But yeah, apart from that little strange beginning, it was just G2 being brilliant. And I think G2 have stepped up a lot, but maybe Space Station have hit a mini plateau. I don't think they've plateaued for good. I don't think they've plateaued for an extended period of time. But maybe a mini one, and there we go. KCP will get a goal after just 4 seconds. Rettles and Arsenal both leaving the ball there. Definitely somebody's job to challenge that, somebody else's job to cover the goal, I would say.
Certainly is. Arsenal, he did have a look at it and suddenly decided that he didn't really want to go for it, which Memory is more than happy to take advantage of, and they might get another one here. Memory on 0 boost. Couldn't go through with it with the bumper, which you'd much prefer do. KCP now, this is all about just not letting it get all the way with a 3-0. And then from there, you can try and work your way out, but this would be quite the reversal in fortune, and this is where they've been at their worst. KCP, when they've had offensive pressure, the powerful hits that they have been seeing from Space Station Gaming keeps catching them out, and the ball keeps floating over the top of their heads.
Yeah, we'll have to look out for those hard clears from Space Station Gaming. Are they going to try to exploit the backboard again? We have seen a couple of whiffs out of KCP earlier this series. For now, that's not really an option. Rapid's shot is too slow to test typical as well. But no panic yet for Space Station. They play the clock very well. They aren't going to push too aggressively now with so much time left in the game. They're going to probably just wait for some opportunities to arise naturally from the regular playstyle. I think that if we get to 1 minute 30 left, 1 minute left, then we'll see Space Station really start to up the ante, up the aggression.
Typical does see one of those whiffs. He had a second one out from Rapid. He would have got it, but instead it's 2-0. Rapid ends up just being the assist king here. Blasts it over to beast mode.
Well, once again, it's a weird play from Rentals and Arsenal. Nobody covered in the goal for the second time this game. Nobody able to challenge beast mode in the middle. That's disconnection from those two players. We usually don't see. We would expect them to take turns going for boost, not go and grab boost at two different corners at the same time, leave the ball uncontested. But as is, KCP are picking up their by far the best start to a game that we've seen so far in this series. And, there's been elements of Space Station mispositioning in defense, but still good shooting by, oh my goodness, beast mode again. This is outrageous. They're just banging in goal after goal.
And it's such a good read to get the ball over to beast mode. Typical wanted to be tricky. And instead it was the hard read that got the pass over, 3 to the better. And now we've hit a scoreline where you would actually be expecting KCP to go on and get the win in this and maintain that, unswept record against the strongest team in North America.
It's definitely a very winnable game now, of course. A strange one. Space Station giving away possession, not pressuring the ball as often as they usually do. That's a complete whiff. Typical's got an open net. He puts it in off the top corner post just to add some flair to the open net. Oh dear, Memory. Bit too much respect for Arsenal's aerial play and not enough contact on the ball.
This feels like the sort of inconsistency that you get across an entire series that I would have expected out of round 1, maybe. This does not feel like we are watching players that have already been in the servers for a good hour and a half, maybe 2 hours if we include warm-up time. I think both teams will want to see a little bit better from themselves across the minute-to-minute ratio of mistakes. So there's been quite a few of them so far. Big Demo on the goal line does bring Typical in. He's asking a lot of himself here, and even Typical can't do much with that one.
Yeah, his takeoff was a bit too aggressive. He flew under the ball initially. He had to lean really far back just to reach it, and that makes it almost impossible to set himself up for the double touch. But Space Station are still pressing forward now. We are getting towards that time in the game where I think they will just start to throw everybody forward and create as many chances as possible. KCP have dialed it back at just a touch. They're defending with quite a deep rotation as Memory runs all the way back to his half again. They don't want to get caught off on the counter-attack, caught off guard in the counter-attack, I should say, by this SSG lineup.
I can't say I disagree with the strategy right now, given how they've looked on their way back. Had the view of Memory on at least my side, so awful lot of wall, but it was a well-saved shot. Typical again pops. He's unchallenged. He might go for the demo, and he got it. But Rapid recovers just in time, sweeps up the mess, and it's still a 2-goal advantage. From Space Station Gaming keep play like this, that might not last too much longer. Beast mode for the hat trick. Couldn't find the double tap. And we'll go straight to a transition. It's an air dribble challenge between both of these teams. And you got to say, if it does turn into that, Space Station Gaming be wasting a lot of time on it as Rapid's going to take his turn and does get the furthest so far of any of the 4 players.
Yeah, Rapid really saving the team on that last defensive play from Space Station. It was a successful air dribble bump attempt by Typical, but Rapid's recovery was fast enough to get back and get the save on the goal line. Now, this is the last few chances, I think, that Space Station are going to get in this game. Let's see if they can make anything off it. Rettles misses his redirect attempt. Now it's Arsenal into the middle for Typical. He's got to fly very high up for this one. Oh, he was close, wasn't he, with a reset rebound? Very impressive stuff by Typical. That's such a difficult shot to pull off at that kind of speed. And he was oh so close.
Now 20 seconds on the clock. Just got to keep the ball away for a little bit longer. Typical now on. That's probably the last player they wanted to see. And you can tell it because Rapid was not wasting any time. Straight in, beast mode. Again for the hat trick. Couldn't go any further. And that is going to do it. KCP have got themselves a game. And now they can try and work on this one as they look to try and get back into this series.
That's more like it from KCP. Very impressive stuff. They took their chances. I think Rapid had a great game. He's at the back there. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard. But really, he had a couple of really clutch plays to passing and also that goal line save to prevent Space Station from getting within one goal as we approach the final minute there. That was, for me, the key moment of the match. Typical was clean through. That recovery was saved KCP's lead and kept it at a 2-goal cushion.
And we did see earlier on the beast mode shot after the pass straight down the middle. It's actually something that KCP went to 2 more times in that game. So I think that they've got something there that they want to make work, something that they can now use as a bread and butter as they look to try and get 2 more game wins. That would put them up 2-0 in our Swiss bracket.
Yeah, they're going to be looking out for those open nets again, should there be any. Now, I don't think that there will be. It's a bit of a disappointing defensive performance for Space Station in Game 3. Just not really timing their rotations properly so that they can constantly have one player challenging every single ball. Let's see if they can stay in sync in the 4th game. Because overall, I would say this series has been a very hit or miss defensive performance from SSG. In offense, they look pretty scary as usual, but they need to try and solidify now. They need to try and get a good defensive foundation because they're going to need it later on. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue against KCP here. Let's find out. Game 5 is only 1 game away. If KCP can steal another one here, that would be interesting.
Certainly would do, and it bears reminding that a lot of the goals that we have seen KCP concede have been either directly or indirectly off their own whiffs. Last one from memory especially does spring to mind. So they'll also be looking at this right now and saying, well, as long as we can keep our own mistakes down, we might have a better shot at this one. Rettles blast the challenge. In comes Arsenal, and a shot right down the middle. Definitely a shot that was more aimed at being on target than truly testing the keeper. Is this going to bounce out? In comes Rapid.
Wow.
Boom, a shot right into the left-hand side of the goal.
Showing Space Station how it's done. It was such a tame shot from Arsenal at the other side of the field. Rapid, not so much. He makes sure to air roll through the ball, get as much power as possible, and they've got another lead. Suddenly, we've got a series, and this is not at all the order of proceedings that I expected if we were going to be going to a Game 5. If I saw a Game 5 on the script for today, I would assume that KCP would have started off stronger and maybe Space Station would be the team coming back. But that's the opposite of what's happening right now.
There'll be 14% of our Twitch chat today that will be saying we told you so if they can come through and do this. I'll tell you what, bragging rights would be more than justified if Pioneers can actually make the reverse sweep happen, but maybe we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Typical. I don't think he actually got the boost. That was hugely important by the Pioneers to keep that away from the Talisman.
That was a proper bronze aerial moment out of Rapid where he's just flying. I don't even think he was off the ground. I'm pretty sure his boost was subterranean there. That's a good save by Beast Mode, keeping Rettles at bay. Let's see if KCP can dilute all this pressure that they're under. Space Station are going to keep on knocking at the door. Arsenal's making drive-by after drive-by to try and demo as many people as possible, but KCP are hanging on. And Memory's Dominus is looking for a second goal. He doesn't get it, but double commit from SSG. They had another opening in the defense, but this time KCP couldn't take it. Overall though, Shogun, Space Station's defense has had so many better days this season. It's not even remotely close to this point.
I think Space Station will be looking at this and being very thankful of the 3 stages that we expect to see them in. That this is objectively the easiest one. So Arsenal already up. And he's not going to get too much more for it. Beast Mode blasts it. And he didn't get it on target. Second shot, much better. And that is a let-off for Beast Mode. He needed to nail this one.
Yeah, just a wide open net miss, but Typical did not have enough boost after respawning to get to the ball before Beast Mode on the rebound. This is bizarre. Space Station have just given another open net shot to Kansas City Pioneers, and Kansas City Pioneers have scored without even taking it. They've actually got a 2-goal lead here with, I think, a lot of help from Space Station, which is something we really didn't anticipate. I was fully expecting if KCP go close to SSG today, that it would all be to do with them popping off. They would need to step up, but overall, Space Station just don't look that deadly anymore. That's off target. Rettles on the rebound, not able to hit the back of the net. Time once again is running out for Space Station.
It certainly is. 2 goals to the better, and they might have given away another one, as the Rapid was moving in to take the shot. It's very strange right now from Space Station Gaming. They just can't seem to figure out the order, and it's another one for KCP.
KCP are just straight up outplaying Space Station at this point. Where's the challenge? Nowhere to be seen. Where's the goalkeeper? Awkwardly positioned on the crossbar. Brilliant shooting on defended nets. I will not give KCP the overall compliment for their shooting in general, but when the nets are defended, they've done well. Their placement has been on point. That's got to be something Beast Mode's thinking about after the open net miss. Or is he? Maybe the fact that he got the rebound in himself will mean that he doesn't really have that plaguing in the back of his mind. I mean, given the fact that they're just 3 goals up on Space Station again, gotta feel pretty good, even if you did miss an open net this game.
Typical wants to keep this going. They're gonna have to score off this if they want to make anything of this game. I said earlier on, Johnny, that, you know, I wanted to see how the Pioneers could do when we get to the tiebreaker matches. I didn't think it was gonna be this series. It very much is gonna be this series hat trick for Rapids.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, that was a bit unfortunate for Space Station, to be fair. The challenge came in, just plastered into the sidewall and came into the middle for Rapid to score. But still, that is just a bouncing ball where either team can read that. Either team can be the first to it and make the next hit on it. Right now, KCP are reading the flow of the game a lot better. They're predicting where the ball is going to be going. Once again, Rapid just is an uncontested aerial. It's saved by Typical, but Space Station have to start intercepting these plays. What is going on in the Space Station defense? I'm pretty worried for them, Shogun, as we go into Game 5, because KCP can actually play better than this. They can step it up significantly. This is not even close to the best we've seen from them this year. Space Station have just completely capitulated in defense.
I don't think I've ever seen Space Station Gaming playing so reactive.
True.
They are not setting the ground rules for this. They usually get into a game and they just say to their opponents, all right, well, here's how we're playing this. You don't really get much of a say in the matter. By the way, here's Typical. This one, very much not the same way. We're going to Game 5, and for KC Pioneers, a chance for a monumental upset.
This is crazy. The way that this is going down is completely opposite to what you would expect. You know, going into this, we talked up KCP as a threatening team, a team that SSG need to take seriously. But that's not Space Station's problem right now. Their main problem isn't how dangerous of an opponent they've got. Their main problem is what is going on in defense. Why do we have so many free shots from KCP? Why are Space Station, like you said earlier, reacting to everything that's happening? We're so used to seeing them being the ones dictating the flow of the game and deciding how things are gonna proceed. They're the hosts. The KCP have been invited over. You get told, okay, leave your shoes at the door, hang your jacket up there, sit at the table. Not tonight. KCP have just broken through the window, and Space Station Gaming have left off their house alarm. They're completely defenseless. Are they going to lose Game 5? And in a reverse sweep fashion, this is a huge opportunity for KCP.
Certainly will, and it's an opportunity that it looked like they weren't even going to get close to having the chance for. Rettles off the flip reset. Just try to get his team off and running in good fashion. They've been dropping that first goal quite a lot recently, Space Station. They want to set the pace early. Have done a good job of that so far, but Memory pinch shot. Shot was a little bit off target. Sipical moves in. Flip reset lets it drop, and it's not going to go anywhere further than a trickle towards Rapid.
Yeah, it was a cheeky shot, though. That's the big demo by Rettles now, but Arsenal's taking a sweet time to center the ball as Beast Mode collects it. Yeah, it's, you know, a cute play out of Sipical there, but nowhere near powerful enough to be a threat against KCP. This is a chance for Rapid. He's got more space to work with at the edge of the box. It's defended this time by Space Station. But for once, they look uncomfortable. They do not look anywhere near their usual dominant selves as they swat away shots and passes like they're nobody's business. Right now, KCP have got them on the back foot, and it's a good challenge from SSG to break out of their half. Huge bump by Rettles as well. He's really up the aggression in this Game 5 up until this point. But back and forth, end-to-end stuff. Neither team yet able to assert their authority in the ace match.
And you just got to take a look at how far up the KC Pioneers' third man has been whenever they've had the offense. Very happy to go for the half rotation. Memory, he waits, and it was the good decision, but doesn't have any boost, so instead he just pops it over for Rapid, who's going to try and follow. Beast Mode moving in. He's scored so many times lately. Not going to get another one, but he might get the dunk.
Oh!
And it has ricocheted away from the net. But a warning shot from the Pioneers.
That was the brutal, brutal position to have a dodge in your back pocket. Great reset from Beast Mode. And really, Space Station will be just glad to see it just rifling wide of the net for once. That's another good opportunity. Rapids unchallenged. That's in! 1-0 KCP in Game 5. They are on a roll.
There was nothing left in the boost tanks for Space Station Gaming. KCP consistently nabbing them away, and they get the reward for it. Step 1 done. Step 2 is on a time limit, and that time limit is 2 minutes and 40 seconds away.
This is absolute madness. KCP have taken their chances so well. They've been clinical. They've shot with accuracy, just getting the ball past Space Station goalkeepers with ease, spotting the holes in the defense that they can shoot through. But now it's up to Space Station to respond, because they've got a lot of questions that they need to start answering quickly. That was another chance that just went wide, or just bounced across the box, I guess. And these things are so unusual to see in Space Station games these days. Today we're seeing all kinds of opportunities. Big shot from Rettles. That is the kind of power that's been missing from Space Station's efforts as he arrows through the ball, leaving nothing to be questioned in that play. Rapid, not fast enough.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Memory. We could put 5 of you in that goal. None of them are making it to that shot. That was a phenomenal hit from Rettles. And they are back into it. And you did point out earlier on, Johnny, that it was Rettles that was aiming for more demos as well. Seems like he is now the pacemaker, but that pace has not been quick enough. They're back on defense.
Oh!
Back down.
KCP are popping off. They've stepped it up, Shogun. I told you, this team weren't even playing at their best. In those 2 previous games where they beat Space Station, games 3, 4, they got the wins. They did not have to pop off to do it. They just picked up the wins off the ground. But now, we're seeing some extremely on-point Predator gameplay. This is just perfect timing for the finishing touches to come in. Space Station do not have a response to that. Once again, are they going to have one from Rettles? Oh, it's off the post. It was so close, but Space Station's accuracy letting them down.
Oh, there's another one off the crossbar. In comes Rapid. You say
Beast Mode!
They can't do it. Brace for Beast Mode.
Space Station are in shambles. Arsenal and Rettles both committing for that. That leaves nobody in net for Beast Mode's follow-up shot. And KCP, what a time to play the best game of the series. I think Space Station overall haven't looked as weak in this last game. It doesn't matter though when you're defending shots at this caliber. What a clear bat is by Rapid. My goodness, that went far. And Beast Mode scored it. What? This is outrageous.
A star-making performance from Beast Mode. And that is the greatest goal of his career in what is going to be the biggest win of his career outside of a monumental collapse. KCP are gonna make 14% of our Twitch chat, Johnny. Very, very smart people.
I cannot believe it. I mean, this is what we're talking about with KCP. They are a very dangerous team. They're very mechanical. They're very fast. They're not consistent, however. But what does consistency matter when you're winning 4-1 in a game 5 against Space Station Gaming? All you got to do is hit the ball for the rest of the game. You're probably fine. Space Station with, I think, overall this series, one of their worst performances we've seen all year. But game 5, they played pretty well. They just got slaughtered by players who were better in the clutch. They got to the, the balls that are bouncing out into the middle faster than SSG did, and they absolutely leathered them on target. That could have easily been 5.
And it has to be said that there was only really 2 clean-cut opportunities for Space Station Gaming this game. One of them they scored. The other one is going to get kept out by beast mode. That is a confident young man right there. 10 seconds away. Space Station Gaming came into this with a 9-0 perfect regional record.
Wow.
Double digits will elude this time around as the winners and moving to 2-0, Kansas City Pioneers.
This just doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make sense. That's a reverse sweep where Space Station Gaming were so quiet in games 3 and 4. KCP didn't really, I don't think I'd play anywhere near their best in games 1 through 4 of this series, but neither did SSG. It was just a very sloppy series from both teams where, occasionally we'd see a good shot hits on target and think, okay, yeah, that's something at least to write home about. And then out of nowhere, KCP bring their best for the last game in the series. That's the KCP that have got, analysts like Turtle excited. And that's the KCP that have got the whole North American scene worried to play against them. If they can pop off like this, my word, what a game for Beast Mode with one of the best reads we've seen all year. But honestly, we're talking about how one of the goals earlier on in the game, in the series, it didn't happen, could have been one of the goals of the season. That one, I think, might be top of the list at the end of the day.
Well, for those of you out there that have tuned in for this very start, congratulations to you, because I know some people have been saying, oh, well, why should I tune in early? It's always the stomps. Definitely not the case this time around. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, it's G2 Esports against version 1.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney+, Hulu, and ESPN+, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
welcome back to the Rocket League Championship season, Series X. Oh, I've got that all completely wrong. But do you know who else got that very wrong there, Johnny? Space Station Gaming got it very wrong as they got reverse swept by the Kansas City Pioneers.
Just absolutely crazy. This entire series did not make sense. You know, hearing the fact that Space Station have been reverse swept by anybody already should start to set off the alarm bells, and you start thinking, I must be dreaming. This can't be happening in Season X. But actually, they have been reverse swept by Kansas City Pioneers of all teams, and it was just a brilliant Game 5 from KCP. When it got right down to the wire and the pressure was on, they played their best Rocket League that they played the entire series. A well-deserved win to them. They go 2-0 after 2 rounds. Space Station Gaming in the middle of the table, 1-1. That's going to leave their opponents in the next round a little bit confused and probably a little bit scared as well.
So coming up next here is version 1 against G2 Esports. G2 came into this season with a lot of questions behind them. It seems though, Johnny, like they are starting to put them behind them off a fantastic grid performance this previous week. Yeah.
G2 played, well, they completely outplayed Space Station. They did outplay everybody for sure. But I think the biggest win was actually in the semifinals where they did take down SSG, because SSG have been the team to beat in all of the grid matches up until now. Now, before this week, Space Station had lost 2 matches in the grid, and both of those matches involved them throwing the series pretty hard with own goals. You know, not playing seriously or not focusing when it's 0 seconds, and they've got a 1-goal lead. But in this week's grid tournament, G2 just simply outclassed them. They have improved defensively by a huge margin, and that's really the thing to look out for today. G2's offense has never been a problem. It's always been impressive, but their defense was lacking. Significantly lacking actually in the weeks running up to Regional 1 and immediately afterwards. But I think this week is the one that they've actually turned this around. I'm expecting to see a sweep here, to be honest, even though version 1 have got some real talent on their roster and some real experienced players as well.
Yeah, version 1 do definitely have, you know, they've got former world champions on their roster, but what they don't have lately is very good results. They've only in the grid managed to reach top 8 once. That was in week 1. Ever since then, they have been dropping out in the group stage, and they now come in against one team that, especially after the loss for Space Station Gaming, might consider themselves the hot hand, as that is a great play to keep the ball out.
Yeah, I really expected that to just be the immediate 1-0. It looked unsavable, but great scramble by Gimmick to defend the net. Are they going to get that as well? Yes, they will. Torment deflects Chicago's shot wide, but already G2 are setting up shop in the midfield line and attacking non-stop. It's all about just trying to hang on for version 1. They need to settle into this series, need to try and get with G2's pace, try and control them as much as possible.
Yeah, I feel like if you ever want to figure out just how good the rhythm is for G2, you just watch Rizzo's rotation, because he's the one that typically has to adapt to what's going on around him. So the other two will try and keep the offensive flow going, but when the offensive flow is very good for them, he doesn't have to worry about it too much. It's very much just keep swinging it around in circles, keep hitting the ball into the other side of the field. There's a few demos already moving through. Rizzo downfield. Couldn't find any extra boost. Instead, Chicago's now under a bit of pressure. Torment just not there quick enough. He's still on the backboard, sets it up, and Gimmick comes in late, and it's the softest shot I think he could have taken.
Yeah, there's no killer instinct on that play, but it's definitely a creative setup. G2 did not see that one coming. Now AXB's taking out Chicago, and version 1 will continue to attack here. Torment denied by Rizzo, who's floated in a very useful position there to block a lot of shots that could have been coming his way. G2 don't have a lot of boost to play with. The counterattacks are being slowed down before they can even get started. Big back wall clear by Rizzo should buy them enough time to get back into a full rotation. Now here come G2. It's a free aerial for Rizzo. Decides to go for the backboard. I'm not sure if he read that one properly, but JNaps will, and he will put G2 1 goal ahead just before halftime.
Well, you got to say, if version 1 are so determined to leave players on the ground, then you might as well make use of the backboard. Nobody around for either of those 2 backboard hits. And G2 have got themselves their first goal.
And we're looking out for any Rizzo goals today. I believe I saw him tweet out that he's used to seeing nice pass Rizzo and nice demo Rizzo and never nice shot Rizzo. So everybody be on your looking out for any Rizzo goals, and then remember to clip it, send it to him on Twitter, and give him a nice shot. You know, he's feeling really down recently about the lack of compliments coming his way with his shooting ability.
That we get a very annoyed follow-up tweet of him just taking a shot of his inbox and just going, well, this is just not very good, lads.
Yeah, you already know that Twitch chat is going to explode with a nice shot Rizzo if he hits even the worst shot imaginable, the worst goal of the day. Still going to be nice shot Rizzo, you can guarantee.
This might be his opportunity, and there's a great save from XB, who might very well now be the enemy of the people.
Oh, I was so ready to witness all of the Twitch chat spam in unison, but Rizzo has been denied. And version 1 have had some really impressive saves this game. I think there's been 3 that looked pretty unstoppable. 3 shots from G2 that have all been kept out somehow, some way. Now they've got a chance to put one in, but it's off the bar. And will they get one past him? No, Rizzo with a nice save. Still no nice shot though, unfortunately for him.
No, maybe some point in the future. We're going to get to a point where he just gets upset of it. We're going to get the last Vitality game of last season where he is so determined to not let anyone else score except for himself. As Chicago looks for the top corner. Starts instantly throwing the ball all over the place as he does get the 1-2 back. Fortunately, he is shut down. 1 minute and 10 now left on the clock. Far side shot, double save. And it still is just finally cleared. It's over the top of Rizzo.
Oh, no.
And unfortunately, he is going to get Chicago back. Oh, dearie me. Well, that wouldn't have been a nice touch, Rizzo.
That would have been a nice save, Rizzo, for sure. If he'd let that one go in, but he was saved by his teammate. G2 are overall looking like the more threatening team, but this is far from the confident and consistent performance I expected. There's a good save from Rizzo.
He's done it twice.
A couple of floaters just coming in his way. V1 are threatening Shogun. This is more than expected from them, to be honest. They've really brought it to G2 in this game.
Rizzo needs to use his ability to predict the future like he can in defense to transition the ball to the other side and get himself a goal then, I reckon. As I do believe he's now just been removed from the field. Can't catch a break, unfortunately. Here comes Rizzo. Shot should be saved by Gimmick. Follow-up is coming in from JNaps as Rizzo was considering the demo. Instead, they're just going to keep outpacing the other team, get rid of all of the defenders, and score off the open net.
And it's JNaps once again. He stuck around. Rizzo left to grab boost at midfield. JNaps, he thought, hold on a second, there might be more happening here than meets the eye. And he's right, that's the goal scorer historically for G2. Once again, putting up a fantastic brace. Chicago with both the assists, and all around an impressive performance from G2, but they really had to work for this one. Great saves from V1. Their goal line defense was phenomenal. They'll be sad that they haven't put one on target. They haven't put one into the back of the net though. At least, well, not yet. Maybe they'll still manage to do so. Chicago doesn't have a lot of boost, but he does have enough to get the save and send G2 into game 2 with the clean sheet after the game 1.
Yeah, for version 1, my question has always been, especially when Torment and Gimmick were teaming up with Squishy, just how desynchronized that rotation seemed to look last season. This time around, definitely a lot better. I don't think there was a single time I saw someone going for a ball that they shouldn't, but there also wasn't that gaping hole in the rotation where you're looking at it just going, how is nobody here right now? They were able to keep up, but they need that big shot, and you get the feeling that that earlier play for Gimmick needed to be that big shot.
Oh, 100%. Well, if we look at just the game 1 of this series, G2 versus V1, and then we look at the game 1 between Space Station and Kansas City Pioneers, I would say version 1 and G2 played a much better game than either Space Station or KCP did. But it's, you know, the business end of the series that really matters. Are G2 going to be able to keep this pressure up? Are V1 going to be able to keep pulling out goal line saves, or will they get blown out in the next game? Are they going to be able to keep this close and respectable? I don't think I'm too worried about version 1 not making it through this stage of the tournament. even if they do get swept here, G2 are just playing that well right now. I think they've really found their form again. I think they're right back to their best, and possibly even the favorites for this tournament, ahead of SSG, who have looked shaky, not just today, but also in the middle of the week during the grid.
Have they refound their form, or did they just refine the keys to the gaming house?
They found the plug next to the AC unit, probably.
Do you think Jarzo turns off the internet at a certain time?
It wouldn't matter. These boys, they've all got backup modems, and if Jarzo runs off with the internet, tells them all to go to bed, they just wait until he falls asleep and come back out again. They're unleashable. You can't control this G2 team.
You can get rid of all of that. They've all got backup Game Boys. Ready
the ones with the wee lights on them, yeah.
Yes.
Those were the days where you needed a little light lamp that attached onto your Game Boy, so you couldn't actually see the screen without it. Twitch chat probably doesn't remember that for the most part.
No, I used to not think 25 was all that old, but I'm starting to think 25 is actually quite old. Either way.
Here's me feeling really, really bad about almost being 30 now, Shogun.
Well, either way, we'll get over it eventually, but can V1 get over what was a difficult first game? As AXB can't quite get anything more for that. Chicago to JNABS. He's going to keep this one going, is he? Almost gets it for the double tap off the backboard. Quick update for you all as well, that if you haven't got enough Rocket League in your life right now, and quite frankly, I don't think there is such a thing as too much Rocket League in your life, you can go over to twitch.tv/eLeagueTV and catch up with Rogue against Zookeepers in what is right now, Johnny, a little bit of a difficult one for Rogue. 1-1 in that series.
You know, that's not going to be surprising to many people. Rogue have struggled recently to put up consistent results against most of the teams that they should be beating quite easily. And, you know, no disrespect to Zookeepers, but Rogue should be beating them quite easily. That's Johnny, exactly the kind of team that you should be beating, but they don't really do that. Rogue don't do what they're supposed to. They don't do what it says in the Rogue tin.
Well, a little bit of an update as well on other results, and we'll see if any of these ones do surprise you. In the upper bracket, Peeps did take down Continuum, which is very much expected. That was in a 3-2. In fact, every single result I'm about to say to you is a 3-2. Xset in the lower matches managed to take down their opponents, along with Plot Twist. United able to take down their opponents as well, but Charlotte Phoenix dropping 2-3 up against 8-Bit.
Oh, wow.
So they are now 0-2 on the day, and have got to win 3 matches in a row. Oh! And there is the perfect time to score for Torment. Version 1 up by 1.
Brilliant passing play. AXB has actually landed in the perfect position to bump JNABS into the goal after passing off the back wall as well. So great setup by AXB. Torment passed to him. He passes back, takes out the goalkeeper. Really an all-around brilliant play from V1. G2 have been pretty quiet up until now, but Rizzo's got a chance. It's not a nice enough shot, though. It's saved by Gimmick. Once more, Rizzo forever denied.
Anyone else, Gimmick's not saving that one, but because it's Rizzo, he's going to get there. Torment's got his second. Oh, dearie me. A heart-ripping shot. And XB just drops it for Torment. My goodness, G2, that has got to hurt.
That's the second time this game that AXB has centered the ball and then just driven repeatedly into the goalkeeper to deny them any follow-up on the play. Muscle of the team really showing up here now. That's a good bump from behind as well into JNABS. G2 are struggling to create realistic chances. You know, they probably want to help Rizzo in his quest to score a nice shot, but at some point, do they just send JNABS up as the target man as usual? Since he seems to have more success in the final third than anybody else.
Oh, here comes Chicago. That is a great shot, but just drop straight down. Here's JNABS off the backboard. Gimmick already up there and waiting. This has been a great defensive performance from Gimmick so far. And not necessarily a sentence that we've heard all that often over the last few years. So Gimmick doing a great job in making strides to the other side of his game.
Definitely. You know, Gimmick for the longest time was, you know, kind of known as the best attacking player in the game and Champ 2 defense. But he's nowhere near the same kind of vulnerable player with his saves and his overhead clears that he used to be. He's really, like you said, stepped up significantly, and he's, I think, one of the most well-rounded versions of Gimmick that we've ever seen, if not the most, these days. It's making G2's life extremely difficult. The whole team of V1, they're looking extremely well-rounded now. They lost game 1 2-0, but it wasn't a bad performance at all. I think they played pretty well. I think they could be very proud that they're going this even overall with the G2 team. And like I said earlier, I think they've just peaked again, or they may have done, at least. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of this weekend goes. That was close, and it's going to be a follow-up for Gimmick, saved by JNaps, and a double save, actually.
Are we having a different day here today?
Came in.
Gimmick's now turned into the defensive backbone of V1, and Torment scoring all the goals.
Maybe they just swapped names for the day and didn't tell anybody. They're both the imposters in this one.
I don't know. We're going to have to switch on to Torment's POV. If he starts spinning, then we'll know.
True. Actually, I have seen plenty.
Every Gimmick aerial must have 20 spins.
Yeah, I have seen many aerials from Gimmick, so I think it is still probably him. He's just really solidified his play. Almost no mistakes from version 1 here. That was very impressive. G2 probably expected to get a couple of chances to score. Well, they did have that one, obviously, with Rizzo almost presented with an open net, but unfortunately for him, the defense from version 1, the goalkeeping is next level at the moment. They're waiting till the ball is halfway in and then still getting the saves on it.
That's a very old school Cloud9 way of thinking of it as well, because they were a team that gave up a lot of shots, but always managed to try and somehow scramble the ball out of their own net. So looking the same here, as they would like to also try and replicate some of those old Cloud9 results now for a brand new org. Version 1 picking them up during the off-season. Here we go, game number 3, and a big opportunity right now on a day that has, well, already led to one of the biggest upsets we're going to get this season. Maybe V1 can add themselves to that list, as JNaps very risky with his pass, and he's got his team stuck on defense. Gimmick already up, and that is a monster save from Chicago.
Yeah, huge plays from G2, staying goal side as the ball bounced across in a dangerous position. You know, I might even go as far as say that if V1 can beat G2 here, that would be a bigger upset than Space Station losing, although Space Station have been so dominant this season. That's another goal, actually. Gimmick's just scoring, and nobody's there to stop him. Torment with another brilliant assist. The OG duo linking up once again. Look at AXP in the backhaul. It's a full team play.
This is night and day difference compared to what we were getting 6 months ago from Gimmick and Torment. The rotation is clean, they know where each other are, and they are trusting their third man to go forward and wreck house. XP once again, another tap. Almost managed to drop it for Gimmick, who I think if he knew any more about it, would have actually stuck around. Instead, he was already on his way back on the rotation. But yeah, I have to agree with you here, Johnny. Like, even if this one ends up being a dropped series, this is vastly improved from V1.
Oh yeah, very, very impressive stuff. It's also noteworthy that all their goals so far have involved AXB bumping somebody, 100% of them. Oh, except this one. This one's just a very cheeky rebound. And, you know, he was just in the position, the perfect place to be as the ball bounced into the middle. Brilliant reaction. Beats JNaps to the punch. V1 are ahead by 2 for the second game in a row.
All they got to do right now is literally put AXB in the final third and just leave him there. Because apparently it keeps working every time. And just landing on that one, Rizzo is going to try and play this one as quickly as he can, but he just couldn't figure out between air dribble or pass to JNaps. Ends up doing pretty much neither of them. What a big result this would be. What a crazy Saturday it would be to start us off for the North American second regional loss. Huge save. Torment on the other side of the field, just as strong, but not strong enough to keep out a second shot.
Yeah, great save initially by Torment. A bit unfortunate the ball's clipped off the post and gone straight towards Chicago. But Torment really wasn't too far away from getting the double save as well, which would have been impressive. It would have also fit the script extremely well. That's been the name of the game for V1 in defense. Goal line saves non-stop. And now G2 have finally broken that gold drought that they had between the last game and this one. Let's see if they can get another.
I've got Chicago on the ball. Rizzo, a midfield option, and he can't beat Torment to it. There's another great midfield challenge. XB will easily win that one. I've even got it over to Gimmick. Torment all the way back. He's going to buy some time for his team, realizing both of them were pretty committed, and he's bought all the time that they needed and more. Torment having a great series. Rizzo with the tap down, and JNAP shoots. That's the crossbar.
Wow.
In comes Chicago.
Oh.
Kicked out by Gimmick. If there was anywhere he needed that shot, it was right where it ended up being placed.
This is just crazy. The consistency of the goal line saves, the volume of last-second stops that V1 are getting just continues to increases almost. Now Gimmick with a crazy pre-jump to get in the way of G2's equalizer. Rizzo's waiting in the middle. JNAPS is not going to be able to send the ball his direction. Ran out of boost, it seems. Where did this version 1 come from? They might have to rename to version 2 or something. They're that different from their former selves. So it's just going to continue. AXB's got a free shot. He can't reach it though. No boost to get the open net finish. What a pass from Torment that was. Just any boost in it would have surely been a goal.
Gimmick watches now as Torment continues to be the follow-up for his team. Does not feel like Gimmick is... I mean, Torment is starting many of these, but he's been so quick on the uptake, and that is another massive whiff. G2 scrambling to get the ball back under possession. Torment would like to clatter into Rizzo. He's not going to get it. Chicago with a shot. XB can't get to it. Neither can his teammate. We're all tied up.
And it's a nice pass to Rizzo. And followed up by a nice bump attempt as well. AXB was in a panic. Chicago gets his second goal of the game. G2 are back in it. But this is such a tense series, such a close game. Really, V1 are right there with them. None of these goals have been, easy for G2 to score. But they are still the team who are trending upwards here. They're on the rise after getting 2 in a row.
There's a booming clear as well. Rizzo's going to take his time to try and catch it on the half volley. Didn't do well enough with it. XB, I think, was he aiming for the player? There was no way he was aiming for the ball. It was far too weird of a trajectory.
I wouldn't be surprised, based on what we've seen from him today, if he was going for the player. It's a good save from Torment. Now Gimmick will get a chance to dribble the ball down the line. He's passed one. JNAPS denies him the second. Gimmick is, of course, stealing the boost. He's decided to be as annoying as possible. That is traditionally Gimmick's play in all positions. G2 have begun to pass a lot more in the midfield, and I think it's helping them clear the ball compared to earlier on, where they were getting dunked on a lot. And maybe playing the hard clear game against a team against V1, this isn't the way to do it these days. Now Rizzo to Chicago, great interception with the ball chase from Gimmick. JNAPS has missed. Torment with a big dunk on the left-hand side. This might be a late opportunity for V1, but never mind. Rizzo with a monster clear.
And Gimmick couldn't find JNAPS on the demo. Key interception from XB. Rizzo over the top. Can it be? Nice shot, Rizzo.
Not nice
Not
enough.
right now. Oh, dearie me. Torment. He's not made that one look overly convincing. His team's still stuck on defense. Rizzo moves in. Rizzo is blocked. This is going to have to go to game 5, isn't it? And Rizzo's going to score in overtime. That is the only way this can possibly be settled, as it is now going to trickle. AXB, they're quick enough. They want to get this one to hit the floor so we can head over to overtime.
I'm already predicting that if Rizzo does score it doesn't matter what goal it is, it's going to be the most hype moment of the day. The tension.
As long as Rizzo touches it, and then we see all 3 players on V1 touch it to put the ball in for an own goal. I don't care. It's still Rizzo scoring the greatest goal in Rocket League history.
If it's an own goal, that would be even better. The worse the goal, the more hype it's going to be. JNAPS is going for a banger here, and it's another goal line save from V1.
Quick reminder that this is for 2 match points. Off the backboard, XB can't recover it.
Oh!
The crossbar, Torment to take them! And they have got it! 2 match points for version 1.
I can't believe they've actually done this. 2 games in a row against G2. Double match point. They're in an even better position than Kansas City Pioneers were against Space Station. And this is a consistent performance, start to finish. V1 haven't relied on mistakes from their opponents at all. They are just outplaying G2 at their own game. And this is completely surprising. I never in a million years would have expected this one. If we're given 14% for Kansas City Pioneers to beat Space Station, I think you only give V1 7 to beat G2 before this series. But they've got a brilliant opportunity now, and it's AXB's awkwardness in offense I think, made it possible to surprise G2 over and over.
Yeah, he is. Well, you've nailed it, really. Awkward. He's always there. He's so trusting of Gimmick and Torment, and they've been rewarded with it so far. And a lot of it also comes from the fact that Gimmick and Torment, they're not losing midfield battles. They're getting over there, they're hitting the decent challenges, and every time they do that, it gives AXB that time to turn back around if he needs to. So they've never been caught just yet in a 2v1 or a 3v2. Instead, version 1 always able to keep the momentum on their side as we do get ourselves in to game number 4. Can G2 prevent themselves from joining the upset pile? They've got to win twice to do it.
Well, can you imagine, Space Station and G2 both in the middle of the table, potentially having to play against each other, forcing one of them to end up on 2 losses on the day. That's where the pressure is going to be at an all-time high for these teams. But I could absolutely see it happening now. AXB is playing like Gimmick 2.0. He's being so annoying. And, of course, he would have to be in the Dominus for this to be possible. It's such a hard card to read. Now Gimmick's just snuck in. That's on target, but well saved from Rizzo. Yeah, with Gimmick and AXB leading this offense, you do have such a hard time predicting what on earth version 1 are going to be doing next.
Certainly so. Could be looking for this very first goal as well. Rogue up 2-1 as well in our B-Stream matchup, as it's already Gimmick up. Double tap makes it awkward, and Chicago hooks himself in just at the perfect time. Gimmick ends up chasing it back. And I actually do stand corrected. It's 2-2 now, actually. So a win here for G2 would mean all 8 of our matchups went to game 5.
That's crazy.
If I'm the lads over at Champions Field, I'm increasing rent. Like, clearly...
True.
Clearly, you need a little bit less of the demand.
Maybe they've just had a capacity improvement, inviting everybody over in round 2. Torment on the dribble. Denied by JNaps. AXB's had to fly onto his backboard. Look at that catch, though. Really well done. Making a difficult maneuver look easy there.
JNaps hasn't got the boost to follow this. The opponents don't know about that, though. And down here it is for Rizzo, and he's not allowed one. At this point, it feels like destiny.
It's gonna happen, Sugar. Don't worry. Rizzo will score at some point, and
it's just
I can promise you when it happens, it will be a nice shot. Guaranteed.
All right, I will judge what sort of quality of the shot it is when we get to that moment. But right now, G2 would like that moment to be sooner rather than later. JNaps tries to force the challenge. Torment, well, he didn't really get much of a say if there was going to be a challenge, ended up being used just to pinch the ball to the corner. It's another good challenge from Chicago. Right now, V1 struggling to get rid, and then they finally do, and G2 let it happen, more or less. That ball is just flinging all over the place. Rizzo doesn't make good contact. Ends up just popping the ball. He has an option, actually, for the passing play. Instead, JNaps takes over, looks for the backboard, and Torment ready and waiting.
Version 1 still playing such a consistent defensive game. That was more off the ball bumping from AXB leading up to that attack. Here comes Rizzo and Chicago. Is Chicago going to use the return pass? He decides to go high. That is defended well by Torment. Version 1 playing, I think, the most consistently that we've ever seen them play this season. And they need to keep it up. These reads are phenomenal. They've just shut down another dangerous infield passing play from G2.
Yeah, the backboard double taps from JNaps have all been read. The infield passing plays have all been cleared. This is going to get so frustrating for G2 because you start to wonder, well, what is actually going to work? This Gimmick ends up just being cleared off the ball. Pass over to JNaps. They look for it back. Chicago's going to take his time. The mind game. Oh, I suppose that one still needed ticking off the list.
Wow, what a touch by AXB again. His catches on the back wall have been outstanding in this game. It's so easy to accidentally drop these shots down. Now, that's a shot for Chicago. It's surely an open shot.
Oh,
no, actually, AXB's just got a runaway goal. Rizzo didn't go for it, but he positioned as if he was going to, and that's left nobody back for G2.
I legitimately think his car stalled. That's the only possible reason I can consider as to why he is that far up without trying to make a move on the ball.
Rizzo's the imposter. He has to be.
I was going to start getting so many names for this one role, isn't there?
Well, it's a shame to see G2 concede like that, because they have, in this past week, really improved their defense so much. And they haven't given away cheap goals like that one. Are they going to get the return? Yes, they are. JNaps gives them a lifeline. Excellent placement by him. And now G2 have to focus up. They cannot afford to give away cheap goals like that by mispositioning with their third man. That's what they were doing at the start of the season when they were struggling, and it's not what we're expecting from them now, especially while they were on the upswing, fresh off a grid win.
Certainly not. In comes JNaps. Wants the backboard. It's well read this time by XB, who really did not have a chance in the last shot. In comes Rizzo. He's been caught almost again. Gimmick's going to turn around. JNaps is all by himself. He needs Chicago to help, but Chicago very much has not helped, as Rizzo is going to come through and clean up the mess that he originally made. Now off the backboard. Oh, that is a horrific bounce. If you're a G2 fan, that's a great block from XB. No, Johnny, you're not a massive fan of the Dominus, but it does work very well as a paddle. Oh, here's Rizzo. Oh, XB is not going to let it happen just yet. We go to overtime.
As much as I'd love to roast the Dominus there, Shogun, Rizzo was about to shoot, so I was on the edge of my seat. But it's overtime. No goals for G2 to settle that one in regulation. And a monster dunk by Gimmick after a quick recovery has G2 on the back foot already. It looks like, for now, G2 are going to be paying attention to their positioning. They're going to be taking utmost care in defense, which is good to see. If they, if V1 are going to win this, I'd rather see them win it with a great goal, with a brilliant outplay. Hold on a second, Rizzo's shot, but it's actually just a great pass to the back wall.
I think Rizzo just saw a ball boy that he didn't like and just tried to fling the ball at him.
You better be careful.
It down. Here we go. Rizzo, flip reset. He's got it. Tries to get off the backboard, but every single time G2 have gone for the backboard. Just never really an option. V1 always around. Rizzo not going to have a chance to take that shot. Ball was too far away from him. Instead, he's going to try and look to set. Not tricky enough, however.
Still waiting for the Rizzo goal. We're still waiting to see if G2 are going to send us into Game 5 here. Version 1 continue to look impressive in this matchup. That's a double commit, though. Chance for JNaps. He shoots to the top right. Gimmick's got it covered.
V1 trying desperately to stay around, but Rizzo tried to be a bit tricky. Didn't realize that there wasn't a teammate there for him. Now moves in. Places the corner. Over to Chicago. Second touch. Can't quite do it, but that is how tricky they're going to have to be if they want to try and break down what has been a stout defense so far. Just nothing has been able to crack through the wall. To the other side, Rizzo. Watches Chicago does actually take out a few extra players, and now Torment finds himself in a bad spot. 2 players required to move in. Chicago, off the touch from Rizzo, cannot now move in. 2 minutes of overtime played. And that is going to be cleared straight over to JNaps. G2 doing a great job so far of maintaining the pressure, but is it going to matter? Maybe if Torment has something to say about it. JNaps can't take over. Chicago instead. Just like that, they almost lost it. Rizzo right down the middle.
So close for both teams, but really V1 were the team who had the better opportunity there. There was no save anywhere close for G2. They were just hoping the crossbar would be on their team for this match, and it was. Version 1 could have very easily taken it right there.
Now bounces into the midfield. It's a shot, but it's a double commit required for the save. What are they going to have to do to break down Version 1's defense one more time? And Version 1, their entire strategy so far has just been, well, please can we just get rid of this ball? They've been trapped so far. JNaps can't beat Torment. So there's another booming clear. Chicago keeps the pressure on.
After picking up 1 goal already this game with the G2 mispositioning their third man, I think Version 1 are quite happy to just wait. They're playing the patient game right now. They're inviting G2 pressure, but as long as they can hang on against it, they're going to be just fine. That's off the bar again. It's wide open for Torment. What a save by Rizzo, flying off the underside of his own crossbar. But here comes V1 again. Back post block from G2. Denies V1 from both angles. That was yet again, though, so close for them as they look to take the series in 4.
Well, you can definitely not doubt the strategy right now. They are getting opportunities on the break. Some they've had to work for, some that they haven't. Now bounces back to the midfield. Here comes Chicago to send up for game 5.
What?
And he can't do it. Shane right into the path of Torment. And Rizzo can't get past the brick wall of Gimmick. I have no idea how we have got game 4 still in effect, Johnny. But we do.
Oh, that was just absolute comedy from G2 trying to score from a position that should be quite easy to convert from, but it ended up being incredibly awkward. And they have to wait even longer. Rizzo denies AXB's rebound at the near post. But where on earth is this goal going to come from? The crossbar has been coming to the rescue of G2 at one end. Now Chicago's got an opportunity. That's saved. Version 1 are just stopping everything. It's a shot for JNAPS. That's denied by AXB as well. The saves, they just will not stop from version 1.
I asked earlier on, Johnny, what is it going to take to break down version 1's defense? At this point, you can't convince me it's not a trick question.
They need a bigger goal. Somebody needs to bring the sledgehammer, knock down the post a couple of more
Get the
meters.
Retropia goal over here. That one's lovely and big enough. Here comes JNAPS to try and win it. That shot's not on target. Chicago will keep it going. Off the Doomsday!
Oh!
2-1. And we have got the perfect round number 2. Every single series has gone to Champions Field.
Wow, what a game. G2 do clutch it. But they had to work so hard for this one. The posts were playing for version 1, the crossbar was playing for G2, and when the uprights are making this a 4v4, it's a much harder game to get goals in. But G2 have done it. Now we're still waiting on Rizzo's goal of the day. He saved it for game 5. That seems like a good idea. He's saving it for the last game, and we saw how important it was in the KCP Space Station matchup to save the best to last. So, oh boy, I cannot wait for Rizzo's game 5 goal. He's probably throwing it in the on an overtime, I imagine, based on what we're seeing so far.
This would be... I mean, I wouldn't like that we sort of spoiled the script so early if it is Rizzo that gets the game-winning goal here. But it would still be pretty good. My face
I'll take
is
it.
So red. I've got the rosiest cheek in the world right now. Oh dear, and it is definitely the time to do it because lads, version 1 are looking to add to the upset record. G2, however, managed to force their way into that game 5.
Just unbelievable. I mean, it's a win-win situation for everybody watching. All the neutral fans are just hoping that we'll continue to see brilliant games from these two teams. That's actually off the post and in on Gimmick's rebound. Now, not sure if JNAPS left that or if he couldn't reach it. Looks like it was just a bit too far away from him because we had an AXB running across the goal line and forcing JNAPS out of position.
Look, we talk about a whole bunch of unwritten rules in Rocket League. The main one that I always notice is that whenever you get a 5-minute long overtime, the next goal in the next game always comes within the first 30 seconds.
True.
So that one, not a surprise to anybody.
Yeah, more often than not, just the first 5 seconds, just a kickoff goal after a super long OT. All that tension has been released, and now the teams are playing a bit more loose, perhaps. You know, just on Rizzo POV right now, I'm waiting to see when he's going to sneak into position. He's actually deep in the version 1 half right now, demoing AXB for no reason. Maybe it will amount to something for G2.
He's just got to go for the tap-in. 6 yards, 1 yard, who cares? As long as he gets the hit. In comes JNAPS. Can't quite win the race of the ball, which is a sentence that's been said an awful lot about the V1 defense. Been so in sync with one another so far. Gimmick off the backboard. It's going to become a race for the ball, and JNAPS, well, he won the race uncontested. It's not something that V1 have to commit to right now. It's G2. I've got to try and figure something out. Gimmick with the follow. He doesn't get the reset, but I've been close enough just to try and ward off some of the G2 players for a bit longer as Torment floats over the top. And that ball is going to be undangerous for G2.
Yeah, speaking of lack of danger, it really doesn't feel like V1 are in any danger this game. G2 have gotten a bit quiet, but that's the best shot they've had in a while. Now in comes Rizzo. Oh, it wasn't a nice enough shot. Once again, Rizzo, he's teasing us. He refuses to score until it's overtime, game 5.
How desperate are you here? You just commentated Curse just so Rizzo can get the shot. And even then it didn't work for you. I want an investigation into Johnny Boy for using our sacred powers for wrong reasons. Infield pass. Rizzo looks to hook around, instead waits for the chance. Torment he's just waiting for it. Realized he had all the time, and it's somehow skirted past Chicago. It's time that they don't want to be wasting. Especially not on such low boost. Rizzo back to JNaps. Wants to get this to Chicago. He's managed to find him, but every single time, for every 3 touches that G2 have been taking, V1 just wait for their singular chance, and they keep getting there just in time to cut down the play.
Well, that's more than half a chance for Rizzo, but well recovered by AXP. Now Chicago snatches at it and doesn't get a lot of power. Less than 2 minutes remaining. V1 have got, honestly, the messiest looking clean sheet I've ever seen. They have been so close several times. We've had almost nice shot Rizzo, and now it is going to be nice shot JNaps for 1-1. G2 break the ice.
Well, you did say it was messy, and you can kind of see, well, there's a sea of blue cars over on that left-hand side. Far too many of them. And G2 able to get us back to 1 each. What a start to our day. It's been honestly phenomenal. XB wants to keep on with his really solid showing. Torment moves in. Chicago with the chase. He's actually got a very good challenge. Gimmick's going to have to move in. Back to the midfield. Rizzo got the challenge. And suddenly, G2 coming out on top of a lot more of these. Getting much more territory. Rizzo not with any booster. He's not going to be able to do too much. But Torment has misplayed it a little bit. Forced to recover enough to get the block.
It's a good save by Torment. Oh, what a pass by Rizzo. Once again, he finds JNaps right in front of the blue goal. And now G2 lead. And to make matters worse for V1, they've still got Rizzo's goal coming later. We don't know when, but you know it's coming.
It is a 2-1 visually, but a 3-1 in everyone's hearts. Torment now moves in. Version 1, I said earlier on that they can come out of this very proud of the way they played, but once you get to this stage, it will still hurt if you end up losing it. Torment over the top. Gimmick wants to hunt down for JNaps, but he couldn't get there. And then removes Torment. XB couldn't spot the ball through the smoke screen. Drops down. Chicago with the infield pass for JNaps. 40 seconds for V1 to figure this out, to get that goal that can maybe send us into overtime.
Yeah, it's not looking likely, Shogun. They're really struggling to get out of their half right now. This is just the perfect G2 playstyle. They're back at it again. And there have been no defensive mistakes. There's been no mispositioned third man to give a goal away to their opponents. Rizzo on a rampage. Will he find JNaps in the middle again? Not this time. JNaps waiting behind him, but G2 have got all the advantages in the world.
Rizzo just went around annihilating everyone that he could. If V1 aren't going to send us to overtime, they've got to go coast to coast. XB, tasked with keeping it up, but it is dropped down. G2 Esports have managed to hold off a rampant V1. They have moved to 2-0.
What a series. It was, really the perfect series for this stage of the tournament. We get a glimpse of what G2 might be capable of at this time. We also get a confirmation that, I think they are back to their older, consistent selves. We're not seeing anywhere near as many free goals given away in defense. There was that one in game 4, I think it was, but apart from that, everything else is pretty good over there. Turned out it was all just debate. Rizzo saved his goal for another series. He's going to bring it out maybe in the 3rd series of the day to help them go 3-0. As they do already have the 2 series wins in the bag, unlike Space Station. So that's huge for G2.
Yeah, and as well, because it now means that they will get that better seeding if they can now move in 3-0 from here. They will join Kansas City Pioneers, the Peeps, and Zookeepers on that 2-0 record. And we're going to find out very soon which of those teams is going to go 3-0 in just a moment.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and Johnny Boy, to talk about that last match. Johnny, it got close. Version 1 almost taking down G2.
Man, it was a great try. I'm so impressed with this team's defense and the trickery and the difficulty to read the AXB gimmick combo and offense is really something. And G2 were struggling to read them earlier on in the series. I think as it went on, they started to do better in that regard. G2 were improving with their reads, and they got to set up on the halfway line like we are so used to seeing them do, and just really deny V1 any opportunities to leave their half.
And that's the most important part for G2. What does the third man do when the ball comes his way? We saw it in multiple different ways. Watch out, version 1 will be on the counterattack. Sometimes they just drive at the ball and do nothing, and then it's a wide open net. But when they control it with that third man from G2, it is so hard to beat them because they just possess the ball for so long. And G2 finally figured that out towards the later part of that series.
Gibbs, now watching this, during the pre-show, we did the thumbs up or down, over under, and you just gave a flat line to version 1 that they placed 12th against this regional. After watching them, do you still feel the same?
Well, there was 8 games in that last round, and every single one went to 5. So I know nothing, and I'm going to keep it that way. And I think version 1 for now, I'm going to keep them flatlined because, like, right now, like, everyone is so close. But we'll wait till round 3 where we might get 8 sweeps. Who knows? It just seems like it goes back and forth. But usually, eventually, these consistent teams will make it out. Version 1 looked good there. So we know they have that in them. It's just, can they continually do that?
Well, let's take a look at the standings now. Of course, we have a lot more rounds to go through. We've only had 2 down so far. And looking at these standings, Johnny, it's a little bit of a weird start for North America. We're used to consistency here.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, V1 being stuck on that 1-1 grouping is, that feels bad after running into G2 early on in the tournament. But the fact that Space Station are there, that's mind-blowing. Like, I don't know how on earth that's happened, even though I casted the game. And Rogue, I would love to say the same thing about Rogue, but I just can't because, this team, they kind of do this to themselves, don't they?
Yeah, that we've even talked about in the pre-show. It's like, well, Rogue is up and down sometimes lately. So, but for me, it's the Zookeepers, and we're even talking Gibbs to James in between. He's like, J-Bot, I told you he'd do it. And the second you bring up J-Bot, so he's happy to see Zookeepers there.
Yeah, Zookeepers, I believe they were the 23rd seed coming in, if I have that correct. Yes, I couldn't find their name because I was looking near the bottom of the list, but they're near the top because they're a 2-0 team right now. So for them, they get 3 chances at this point. Obviously, these matches will be very difficult because they're going to play the top teams now, but still 3 chances.
Well, speaking of Zookeepers, let's take a look at our next matchups because, of course, they're still in and they will be playing for qualification spot, but that'll be over on the E-League stream, twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. Peeps versus Zookeepers and Rogue versus Plot Twist will be on that stream. Make sure to hit that squad button underneath this Twitch stream here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. And over on this one, we have, of course, G2 versus KCP, and then, starting us is SSG versus United. But that G2 versus KCP is a qualification match. Gibbs, the KCP in a qualification match here, almost at a 3-0.
I know they just won 3 games in a row versus Space Station when they were against match point. So that is huge for them. Plus, they didn't just win those games. They were dominating for game 3 and 4 at the very least. So watch out for Kansas City Pioneers. They could easily go 3-0 here.
But that's the match that will come up after. First up, we have SSG versus E United. Johnny, E United's been a bit of a question mark. A lot of people in the pre-show were not really hype on this team right now. And they're going up against SSG, but this is an SSG we've seen already falter today.
Yeah, I think this is a good team for Space Station to be playing against after a tough loss like that. This is the biggest reality check for Space Station that they've had all season. Just reminding them that they are still human, that they're not, in fact, just going to sweep through this entire tournament with ease and get a second regional win. But yeah, E United have really struggled as well. They're not a team like Kansas City Pioneers who can pop off and take games off anybody. I think Space Station should just be able to really take it easy here, make sure they don't make any mistakes, and probably pick up a win to bounce back.
I'm kind of worried about if they take it easy. I think they should go ham and wake themselves back up. But let's take a look now at chat. We need your opinion, of course. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. So get your votes in chat, hashtag SSG and hashtag EU to be able to vote for these two teams. Do we think SSG is going to take it? I think we did this poll last time, Gibbs, and it was very much in favor of SSG. Obviously, went a little bit differently there. 85%. You think it's going to be an 85 again?
I'm going to go like 75 just because Space Station didn't look that great.
Yeah.
So maybe some United fans will come out here. I'm not sure though.
Okay, well let's get our predictions out there. Let's actually put it on paper. I'm gonna start with Johnny though. Johnny, it sounds like you think SSG should have this one, so I'm assuming that's who you're predicting.
Yeah, 100%. I have to give this to SSG. You know, one loss against Kansas City Pioneers like this isn't enough for me to give United the edge in this matchup, not even close. Space Station have bounced back from tough game losses several times this season, so they're just going to look at this entire series as, you know, that same process. Let's try and bounce back and get the win that I'm sure they should be able to get. I think they're going to do it.
Gibbs.
All right, so you want the good news or the bad news first? Well, you're not getting to choose. So the good news, E United has only lost once to Space Station this whole season. It was when they were both 2-0 for that Regional 1, and then we know what happened to E United after that. The reason why they've only played once, though, is because E United falls out of the grid every single time before the playoff bracket stage. There is no way that they beat Space Station here, and I got Space Station easily.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with Space Station as well, and I'm curious if chat did too, but for me, Space Station is just an obvious pick. I feel like at this point, they're still the best in North America, one of the best around, and you need to stop. You paid chat.
Wow.
Just hashtag SSG real quick, chat. Come on.
Oh my goodness. You have paid chat off to do this. But that was extremely close. Chat is on point with the prediction here as well. They think SSG is going to take this one. Let us know your thoughts and more depth online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS X. It's now time to find out if SSG will plow through E United over in the Verizon Skybox.
Well, for E United, the results certainly are not in your favor. Over the last 3 weeks, they've only won 2 matches, Corelli, out of the 7, I believe, that they've played. And a lot of these losses, let's see, Version 1, Team Envy, NRG, Omelette, Pittsburgh Knights. These are teams that if you have hope of beating SSG, you hope you take a couple of those matches. But, you know, I'm with the desk here, Corelli. Yeah. I don't know the path forward right now for E United.
I feel like I say this a lot too. I find myself saying this a lot when I go back and look at what I say in broadcast, but it's very hard to bet against Space Station here. On paper, through grid results, through regional results, through the players, it's very tough to go against Space Station Gaming, but I do like this E United team. Sure, they haven't been playing very well as of late, but the pickup of Wonder Mike, I feel like he brings a great sense of consistency on both sides of the field that E United certainly need. And if they can find some sort of synergy here into this regional, E United could have a chance here against Space Station.
Well, they do start out on the orange half. Space Station, the day did not start out the way we all thought it would, with the Kansas City Pioneers taking them down. But Wonder Mike, he will start for E United on this next push. He's just going to keep the ball right behind him. And nothing too crazy from E United so far, but you do like that they're putting shots on net against Space Station. That next one turned away by Reddles. Now they're passed over to Ajax, who pops it off the ceiling. United, it's been a decent approach, but they ran into each other, and Wonder Mike was able to recover to get back to the ball. Space Station haven't even been able to get past their own third, Corelli. They're forced laterally on their own half.
Yeah, great work with low boost from Wonder Mike early on there. I think he was on your screen for most of it. Even after that initial fake, he's doing a great job of beating that first defender and kind of pushing that defense back from Space Station Gaming. They're able to break out here, see what they can do with it.
Wonder Mike was able to throw that out to the corner. Space Station, that was their first stint in the blue half, and it only lasted a couple of seconds. Wonder Mike will collect that boost and leave. Hawkster next up on the challenge. Do E United get a play here? Well, everybody's sitting back waiting to see how Space Station are going to approach. One of the best teams in the league at carrying the ball, all 3 players. But Wonder Mike will skirt away from Sipical and launch that over Arsenal. Still, E United, despite being able to pressure Space Station laterally, there still isn't a lot of action in front of the box, and we've all stopped. And gonna pause real quick, and then we'll get back into the game as soon as we get everything squared away. But you really liked how E United started out the gate there. They were able to withstand a quick, or not a quick counterattack, but an attempted counterattack from Space Station. So at least through 1 minute and 49 seconds, Corelli, it didn't look terrible for E United.
No, it actually looked quite good. Back to my first point, I thought Wondamite did a great job with zero boost, making plays happen, keeping himself involved and kind of being a nuisance for the SSG defense. We haven't gotten word on what the issue was, and I'm wondering maybe that affected SSG. I'm not sure, but either way, great start here for United. Slowed down SSG, didn't let SSG out much, and even when they did break out, it was right back down the field for United. So this is the type of play that I feel like for United, if they're going to be successful in this series, they have to have consistency through multiple games with this type of play. Obviously, we're less than 2 minutes into this one, so it's hard to kind of pull out more than that. But it does feel like United have a greater sense of urgency right now versus Space Station Gaming.
And for, Space Station's previous match against the Kansas City Pioneers, one of the things I thought the Pioneers did well that E United maybe can model after is their ability to clamp down passes is what I'm saying. Like, stops Space Station from being able to pass the ball. And in fact, they were keeping them locked in their own half by their positioning was just always making sure that second man on Space Station was locked down. And if he was going to go for a pass or he was going to go for a midfield 50, then he was going to have to work for it. That's really what worked for Kansas City Pioneers. I don't know if United can do the same thing here. They certainly can work laterally against Space Station. And we're going to reset the clock back 10 seconds, so at 3:21, we're back on the kickoff, and game one is underway yet again. Reddles will kick things off, and maybe Space Station in the restart will give them some life in the blue half. Arsenal, high ball, Ajax will be there for the save.
Great long clear from Ajax as well. United right back into the final third, giving a bit of space here to Space Station Gaming. You know how strong each of these players are individually when they pick up the ball, especially with Typical. And Arsenal takes a shot here off the crossbar, saved away. Good job from Hoxter to get that one out. And United quickly downfield, and Space Station have to save it on the goal line.
I really wishing they would have connected on that play. That was looking like a goal opportunity for E United. You're not going to get a lot of those looks, and Reddles just rolls this ball, slips it between the player and the post.
Yeah, honestly, I think miscommunication from Space Station. I don't think they got the call out. I think Reddles trying to call off Typical, but Typical knew he had all that space in front of him. Either way, rolls in from under Hoxter there as he couldn't make the play. Tough situation for him. And 1-0 after all the pressure that we've been talking about, Jorby, and kind of the sustained pressure in the final third. United really haven't put on anything dangerous for Space Station to make a save on.
Well, Ajax stopped this next ball. He's going to have to find a way to Wondamike. Arsenal was in his way, and now Reddles will start the counterattack for Space Station. Hoxter slowing down the attack. Wondamike following up. United can't take the ball away from Arsenal, and he works the ball back over to the opposite corner for Space Station. Reddles in front again. Almost got the ball completely away from Ajax. He lets it drop for Hoxter. So nothing too hard to sweat about on the blue half for E United just yet, but they are running out of time. Reddles carry, blocked by Hoxter, but Arsenal's quickly there. And it's been pretty slow for the most part. Space Station aren't really going for the gut. They might not need to because the ball just rolls the length of the pitch into their net.
And I was watching Ajax. He just picked up that mid boost, saw what had happened with an open gap in the midfield, and it was just enough for Arsenal to kind of shepherd that ball into the net. He was playing chicken with Ajax as it rolled in, and unfortunately for United, another mistake that kind of just gives up a goal that didn't really feel like put a lot of pressure on United. It was rather just Space Station getting away with a clear and a gap in the midfield.
Wondamite going for a hard ball, but Arsenal never left the back wall. Hoxter attempted back pass to Ajax. He's got him, but Wondamite, he had to turn the whole way around. He got back to it. Ajax is in the air, but Arsenal's in the way. Next up, Hoxter, and it's boomed away by typical E United, forced back to their own back wall yet again. Maybe Wondamite can start things with an air dribble, but it's certainly difficult when Space Station seems to just win the ball in those situations. Reddles kicks his Octane over to the left, and he's like, that's where the ball's going, away from your entire team. Reddles behind the ball again.
A lot of space you can see given up from United. When Space Station finally bring that ball down and they kind of show, okay, we're going to move down the field. United happy to give up that midfield, and you don't really want to do that against a team like Space Station with the players that they have, and you can see why. Here's Reddles going up and over one and trying to get a second touch. Good job from Ajax to stretch out. But time's running out here for United.
I mean, right there, Wonder Mike had slapped that ball into Arsenal. What do you do when he can just catch the ball? Like, he was in the perfect spot to catch it, carry it up the side wall, and then flip it over 2 defenders. And look, now Space Station have control. Like, this is what makes them so difficult to actually win on transitions against, because they're so good at trapping the ball and then immediately carrying it downfield. All 3 of them. It's a 2-whatever victory for Space Station in game 1. Whenever the ball touches the ground, Reddles will keep it up for now, but either way, a very informed game, Corelli, for Space Station.
Yeah, well, I think especially after that first minute or so, it did feel like United had the better of them. And honestly, I think the biggest point that I want to make here, Jorby, is after seeing that first minute from United, it does feel like that they have that type of pressure in them to put a very, very good team like Space Station Gaming on the back foot. I didn't think Space Station looked that comfortable on defense in that first minute. But for United, it's really about putting on that shot that's dangerous enough to go in. It never felt like they generated a lot of dangerous chances that put the defense in a tough spot. And to credit Space Station Gaming, they were very disciplined on defense, which I think was not the case on United. There's a lot of times I'd be flicking through United players here in this game when they were on defense. Not a lot of boost to work with. That comes off of the double commits that you're seeing. 2 players jumping for a ball, a little panicky on defense at times. And Space Station's Gaming's a team that are going to be disciplined enough to take advantage of that.
Well, I felt like the main thing that killed United on offense, Corelli, they were always expecting Space Station to play it out to the sides. And so that's where their rotations went. They were trying to cover the sides, or they were directed towards those angles to try to play the ball back inwards, just from how Space Station were playing defense. But they would constantly slow the ball down or get a couple of those cheeky rollers, the one that Arsenal got, that just rolled down the middle of the pitch, and United are forced to race back to the ball. So the middle of the field has been wide open for Space Station, but United, oh no, Ajax, his ball banged off the crossbar, no goal for United.
But again, that's another great opportunity for United. It's good that they're able to set that up. And again, it's just that difference. Can you put away the shot? That one, unfortunately, going off the crossbar, but a good setup from United. And they've been able to generate those many times through their first game here. If they can get those to start dropping, this is going to be a different series.
Typical, no touch for him, as Ajax will bang it off the backboard. And Ajax will again handle the next ball. This one will be Arsenal. Arsenal fighting 2, but now he might have a look at the net. Wonder Mike slaps it down to the ground, and he'll attempt to clear. He does get it downfield, but he's forced to pop it a couple of times, and now United both set on this left side of the pitch. Ajax right behind, and he will get the next clear for United, but they're forced to chase it, and it's hard to do that against Space Station. Reddle sees you coming the whole way. Wonder Mike will boom it downfield, was hoping he could catch Arsenal out, but Arsenal a nice catch and carry out. Typical again, he got through one defender. Wonder Mike barely has the save, he needs some help. Ajax is there again. Pretty solid on defense so far. Ajax has been called a couple of times to make the save or make the clear, and he's done it.
Yeah, Ajax has done a great job of locking things down, really putting himself into more of a third-man position than I think you're used to seeing on this team. I mean, previously, it felt like Roldiz filled that spot. Now with the pickup of Wonder Mike, at least in this game, Ajax is certainly that last man back. Another save for him on the goal line here. And he's done a fantastic job with that big old Batmobile.
Wonder Mike was a good 50 in midfield. He straight up won the ball. Hoxer, he finds the path against Typical. Really, United, there's just not a hole. They either go for the hard rebound and it's caught by Space Station, or they slow it down, they try to look for an opening, and they wait for the reaction from Space Station. But it's hard to find these holes, Corelli. And even as they get to the corners here, where's the box? Well, Typical plays it out. Wonder Mike slips it through. Can't score. Reynolds, a poor clear attempt. Ajax just above the crossbar. Next up is Hoxer. He goes for a hard shot. And Typical and Reynolds are attempting to clear it, but Wonder Mike bullies them out of the way. Long ball over to Hoxer from Ajax. But still, despite all of that, Wonder Mike's one play was as close as they got.
There was a couple chances right there in that set of shots alone that could have gone in for United even after the initial one. And Space Station Gaming had no boost. They were certainly panicked on defense, but they're able to stay on the goal line, make a couple solid saves, and all of a sudden they're back in the final third threatening a goal. So for United, again, the same point. Can they finish? Because right now the chances are coming, and Space Station are making the saves to their credit, but United can do so much better.
Wonder Mike had to throw the ball downfield. Now Hoxer trying to get back to his own touch, and he'll force Typical out of the play. Ajax is going to get to Wonder Mike. No, the connection is not made, but Ajax will keep Reddles off the ball. That might be the only way United can break through, is if they push Space Station physically off the ball, off their positions, because it's been unavailable otherwise. Here's Ajax. No, Typical.
Oh my.
Woo. Well, I mean, no one was going to expect Typical to miss that ball, and Reddles will kick it out to the side.
Didn't have much boost to work with, which I think is ultimately why he missed. But here comes Space Station now. I like the decision here from Typical to slow things down. But Ajax, man, he has really locked it down here for United, but only for how long? Reynolds puts it away in a 1-goal lead for Space Station.
It broke down for United. Ajax, he made that first great initial touch, but then Hoxer, he was left stunned. As the second man, the ball flew right over his head on the challenge, and everyone was scrambling, hoping they could get a touch onto the ball. Try as you may, Arsenal easily laid it down for Typical, took out the last defender. And Space Station, as while they haven't had a ton of chances, I think they're just picking their opportunities more so. United, they've had a couple off the crossbar, in front of the box. Wonder Mike a couple of chances. Here's one over to Ajax, but yet again, Arsenal is there to stop.
And United only need one. This could be it for Ajax if he gets a second touch. And they're hunting for it. Everyone ready to jump after it. Wonder Mike might have his chance. It's going to go up. Ajax there to follow up. Can he put it away? Arsenal can't make the save. And United finally put one away here in game 2.
A great series of decisions, notwithstanding Hoxer's challenge against Reddles. And then Wonder Mike setting up Ajax for a pixely perfect placed ball. Whatever. Doesn't matter. United finally find the mark. Can they do it again?
That was a very classic play, too. I mean, it was really just bang it off the back wall until the other team runs out of boost, and that's basically what happened to Space Station, or they come out of position. One of the two, you run out of boost or you can't get to it. Here's Arsenal, maybe an air dribble to put this game away. If he can get there, Hoxer makes the save. Typical's going to keep it up. Can he put it away himself? Still dangerous, and does Arsenal choose to keep it up? He will with full boost, and it finally drops down into overtime.
Now, United set the house on that last save, making sure that that wasn't ending at 0 seconds, but it might end at the start of overtime. Off the kickoff, saved again by Ajax. He's got 5 in game 2. Now Reynolds again, he's going to kick it right over Ajax.
I have 2.
And a double here from Typical, but it wasn't in the net, and so Hoxer will have a chance to carry it out. Reynolds on the side of Space Station, Corelli, he's so dangerous in front, because so many times you saw him in this game carry the ball out as someone United was creeping forward, but forward go United. They pick up the game win against Space Station off this shot from Wonder Mike.
Oh, that's such a tough bounce for Typical, and what a read from Wonder Mike. That's not as easy as he made it look, as it bounced up off the back wall. Wonderfully done by Wonder Mike, hence the name, and a great game 2 win here for United after so many chances for them here. And I feel like United really earned this one on both sides of the field, especially from Ajax. His defensive effort was incredible.
But then Wonder Mike, you were talking about him at the beginning of this match, Corelli, and how you felt it gave United more of a semblance of consistency that had been missing on this roster before. I certainly think that he has been very fast on the pitch in game 2, and he made a lot of solid challenges for his team off of Ajax saves a lot of the time to help at least get United down the field and trying for different opportunities. We can say what we want about United's offense and their inability to get by Space Station's defense all we want, but at the end of the day, if your house is clean, then it doesn't matter all that much. So so long as you outlast Space Station, which is what it felt like they did there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the general rule of thumb is you don't want to be making saves for most of the game, but I don't think that's necessarily the case for United. Ajax certainly had to make some tough saves, 5 in that series, and he's done a fantastic job on the back line. Hoxer and Wonder Mike finally got the offense going. That's a tough shot for Rebels right off the bat here for Space Station, and ultimately saved away.
And now Hoxer and Wonder Mike will punch the ball up towards the box. And Space Station, is Reynolds going to get that? Yes, but Wonder Mike picks up the save. I thought someone on E United were going to grab that rebound, but now Hoxer has a one-on-one. Kicks Typical out of the way. That's his goal. 1-0 E United.
What a play from Hoxer. Pops the first man, and with no boost, he had 0 when he jumped, just uses his flip to knock the last defender out of the way. 1-0 for United.
Maybe I'm calling this too early, but shades of Kansas City Pioneers going on at the moment? Maybe. Space Station, other teams have really stepped up today. And while Space Station have mixed it up, certainly E United have stepped up to the plate. Here's Wonder Mike. On the carry off the ceiling. Wonder Mike, does he have the dunk? No, Typical had the save. Ajax hops in front of Reynolds clear. And E United stop a quick counterattack. And Hoxer stops Typical. Well done by E United on that attempted counterattack.
Yeah, you kind of feel like E United gained a little bit of confidence after that last game. That was a tough one for them on both sides of the field, like we talked about. Getting that first goal is huge for Hoxer. Been a little quiet here in this series so far. Gets his first goal in spectacular fashion, and now all of a sudden, United picking up the pace a little bit and getting in the face of Space Station gaming. You start to get a little worried about Space Station, especially with dangerous balls across the box. Wonder Mike almost has a backflip in as it's saved away by Arsenal. And it's that close for United once again.
Arsenal had to dive back. It was a really impressive save, but Wonder Mike's in front again, slows it down. Reynolds picks up the save this time. Now Ajax, he's forced up, and he'll bang the ball off his own backboard. Oh, Wonder Mike gets in front of Typical, but here comes Arsenal, blocked by Hoxer. Is it a breakaway? No, Reynolds has the catch. He's gone. Wonder Mike takes him out of the play. E United, can they move downfield quickly? Ajax against Typical, but Reynolds comes away with the ball. Hoxer last man, he'll take that away quickly, and whoo, that heated up real quick. And it continues. Reynolds taking the shot, and goal for Reynolds. Space Station tie it up.
And Space Station can just get away with it here, throwing it into the box. Great pass from Typical, but nobody up to challenge Reynolds before he can get his touch. That's going to spell disaster most of the time. Even though Wonder Mike was there on the back wall, he just couldn't get there fast enough. And so Space Station get one back.
It's always going to be hard to react to the shot that comes off of a pass from Space Station. Your best bet is to always have that second man ready to challenge him for sure, Corelli. Typical pops it up to commit off of E United, but Wonder Mike buys them a little bit of time. Hoxer's the next up, but Reynolds gets over him. Ajax, solid on defense, is solid yet again. Can he get to that challenge? Well, he doesn't need to. Hoxer is next up, and Space Station have had to work to get towards this E United box. It has not been an easy task. Typical one more time, back over to Reynolds. Ajax, another save off the backboard. Hoxer picks it up, but the defender in net is gone. That was Ajax. Wonder Mike on the rotation back takes the play away again. And Arsenal, he can't work anywhere towards the box. He had to catch it, hope to win another 50. Space Station are forced out yet again, but Typical, his shot denied by Wonder Mike. Now they've got midfield again. Reynolds, that's going to be a high ball. Resources, off we go, E United to the orange half.
Oof, United finally able to get something out of their half. That's not the best touch from Wonder Mike, and it's right back to defense simulator. Arsenal almost able to touch it in. Ajax with the goal line save and sets up the counter for Wonder Mike, and E United on the charge.
Ajax slows it down. He's had a ton of great saves. That one, probably his greatest. Reynolds flips it over, but Wonder Mike grabs it off the rebound. Or rather, before it could be rebounded. And wow, E United so speedy on defense. But Typical, he's got the next look at the ball. Well, I certainly think you can throw everything you knew about North America. Oh, you can throw it away, burn it. All of it is irrelevant at this point. I did not expect E United to be this good against Space Station. I didn't expect Kansas City Pioneers to take them down. I didn't expect version 1 to play as well as they did. I didn't expect Continuum to take Peeps to 5 games. So I don't know what's going on anymore, but I'm here for it. It's 1-1. Ajax picks up the bump. Space Station. Typical. No, he misses the ball, but it might be Arsenal's. No goal for Space Station. Too weak of a touch.
Very rare miss there from Typical. I thought surely he had that second touch. Here comes United, 30 seconds left. Able to break out from their half. Very rare for them here in this game. They've been playing a lot of defense and holding strong. 8 saves to their name.
High ball for Ajax. And it's going to be one to Mike. Oh, too light. But I actually thought he had the height on them. It dropped down too far. No goal for E United yet. Regulation coming to a close. Typical. Can he kill the ball? No. Wonder Mike wants to play.
Ajax.
Ajax
0
is
seconds.
there. Off the crossbar and bounced off of Reynolds. Are you kidding?
Oh, he's going to want that one back. He's going to want that one back, Jorby. He had that one squared up. And unfortunately, just a bit too high, and it could come back to bite him if they give up here. It's Ajax on the goal line, low boost, and it's off the post and in. Reynolds steals game 2 for Space Station Gaming.
Oh, it doesn't matter if you save the first. How many did Ajax have? He had 3 in that game. Wonder Mike actually had 5. It doesn't matter if you save it 8 times. 1 goal makes the difference, and Space Station, that time they outlast E United.
And
what a match.
And honestly, I mean, watching that game in particular, you felt like Space Station probably should have scored a few more times than they did. There was a couple.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. There was a couple
I'm sorry.
uncharacteristic misses from players, especially. I remember. I mean, the most noticeable one was Typical's double touch there. I think he missed because he ran out of boost. But Space Station did spend a lot of time on that United half where they just couldn't break the defense, and that's credit to the United defense. But there was a lot of times they had just Ajax, who's been on an island, it feels like, in this series, making save after save or just being that last man back, while Wonder Mike and Hawks are running around trying to stay in front of Space Station Gaming. So for E United, they were able to hang in there long enough, unfortunately, not into overtime.
I will agree it's not a recipe for long-term success to hope that Ajax will always make the save. But Wonder Mike, he got mixed in on defense, and E United, well, look, I don't know what's going to happen, but if they play like they did last game, well, everything is up. Everything's up for it. It could be a Space Station win, E United could force the next game, or Arsenal will double tap it or leave it for Reynolds. Save for now. Hoxer can't get there. 1 and 2, but no shot on target. And Wonder Mike, he's got the breakaway. No, Reynolds got behind him, and they move right back in front of E United's box. So Space Station, and they haven't had as much success despite being on E United's half, it's still a struggle for them to find passes and to really weave in and out as a unit on offense, Corelli. They're usually so good at keeping the ball away from other teams, but it's been difficult against E United, who have intercepted a lot of these passes and have forced them to work the sides and the corners more than Space Station probably would like.
United here trying to put something together, and you can see the defense of Space Station just kind of jump at the ball and make a good save. Here's Reynolds going for the bump on Ajax. Arsenal's there to finesse it in. Typical comes through as the last man, and Space Station Gaming on the board first.
I almost thought Space Station blew it on this play because Reynolds knew he had Ajax out to lunch. Ajax had taken the side boost, and he's going to have to dive for it, so all Reynolds wanted to do was bump him, but then he couldn't get the goal. And then Arsenal came in, and I thought that was where the goal was going to be scored, but then it wasn't. So Space Station get the goal, and they might get 2. No, denied. And Wonder Mike grabs the continuing ball back to Space Station territory.
I think you talk about long-term success here from United, Jorby, in the beginning, and it really does come down to having more of a presence in the final third, because right now, Space Station Gaming are just eating them alive, putting pass after pass. That's the second or third in a row that they've set up just like that, and they finally knock it in, beautifully executed by Space Station Gaming, and it doesn't matter who you are, it's tough to stay in front and keep track of these players and keep track of these passes when they happen so fast and so well executed by Space Station Gaming. 2-0 up.
And even still, I mean, E United were only a step behind it on some of those passes, but that just shows you the difference that an inch makes. It's all the difference. And Hoxter on the carry, he's looking long for Ajax. He got him, and it forced Arsenal back. Arsenal gets the last laugh with the boomer back to E United territory. Well, with goals, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think the stats are starting to show a bit of a difference, but hold on a second. Hawkster's going to get one back. I was just about to point out that E United only have one shot, but they're shooting 50% now with their second. Hawkster just flicks it up and over Arsenal too quickly for him to catch up to it, and E United back in it.
That was a wonderful play by Hawkster. You said it, too powerful for Arsenal to get to. And life again. Here's one to Mike. Wall over another. Hawkster can't grab the ball, but Ajax is there.
Oh.
Reddles will boom this ball downfield. Typical gets it for free. Arsenal gets it for free, but he bangs it off the crossbar. And one to Mike knew it. He'll carry it downfield. Ajax got demoed on the backside, but they were never able to get the ball by one to Mike, so he'll be able to come back up into the rotation. And he'll play it over. Arsenal was going to cut off that pass regardless. One touch for Arsenal, but that's all he'll get. Boomed away by Ajax and Hawkster.
Typical doing a lot of work there by himself, and you can see, I think his teammates knew it was a lost cause. None of them were past that midway point when he was just pushing down the line. I don't think he had a lot of boost to work with, but you can see how much chaos a single player from Space Station can make for a defense. And Typical takes up the space in front of Hawkster, so Hawkster has to back up, and a great way to receive the ball back for Space Station. Arsenal wants to dunk it down, and two go from E United. They finally clear it out.
No, they're going to have to wait for Space Station's response after that clear anyway. And Typical gets two clean touches over to Reddles. Straight down in front. Reddles is going to take it. Arsenal will wait because that ball is definitely coming right back. But Hawkster wins a crucial touch against Typical, and now he's got the carry. Hawkster flips it over Arsenal. Now one to Mike wants to get a hard clear out to Ajax, and Ajax gets bumped by Arsenal on the flank. One to Mike coming up trying to bait Typical forward, but Typical is just trying to get control of the ball and head downfield. So despite a couple of clears for E United, they have been unable to hang on to the ball despite doing everything that they can to carry it. One to Mike catching Ajax's ball. And where do we go now? As Arsenal wins another 50, but waiting is Ajax cut off by Reddles. Reddles all over the place in game number 3 or 4.
Hawkster has been tracking this play for a while now. He's done a good job of trying to be an option on the opposite side of the field multiple times. It's been a lot of one to Mike and Ajax pushing up the field together, and Hawkster trying to keep them spread for more options, especially if that ball does end up pinching across the net. Space Station are just so clean when they clear the ball. I mean, the second that they receive it, they're instantly out of their own half. It's just the efficiency to move out is just on another level right now.
Well, it's to me, it's got to be tilting to watch Arsenal carry the ball because he's constantly weaving up the sidewall, down in front, and that's another bump down or dump towards E United's end. Maybe they get one more chance with Hawkster bumping it up for one to Mike. And one more will do it. And can he get it? No, Ajax cannot. Space Station survive E United's push. But eventually they do get the dub. And the point I did want to make at the end there, Corelli, is when Arsenal does that weaving when he's carrying the ball. I mean, what do you do as a defender? Because if you look at the defender's cam while he's doing that, he could take an option at any point during that entire progression, and he does it with speed. Like the whole time he's boosting. So it's got to be so frustrating to try to pick where Space Station are going with the ball. But overall, I thought E United played better than I expected, at least.
Yeah.
And Space Station, they've had struggles today. So, but they get the dub here.
Yeah, this is not an elimination match, so United's still in it. They dropped to 1-2 now, so they're on their last life. But I think that was a pretty solid series from them. I mean, look, you're playing basically the best team in the world right now, and Space Station Gaming were later on in that series definitely a lot more on point. Again, the efficiency of moving out, something that United need to pick up on, and for them, I don't think this is the worst showing from them against Space Station. So for United, still have one more life to stay in it. Space Station now 2-1.
Well, we got more Rocket League coming up for you after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of frozen in my dream. I can't escape the thoughts of you if I try to leave. When I'm with you, I can't move. It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us whole, baby. Every piece keeps us together in the cold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of gold. I break you, you break me, holding our love in chains of
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to RLCS Season X. We are in the middle of stage 1 of our regional here in North America. You just watched Space Station take down E United, although a little closer than a lot of you may have expected if you're just tuning in. That one certainly threw me for a loop for a little bit there, Corelli.
Yeah, honestly, again, I really do feel like, as we were talking before the break, this wasn't the worst showing from E United. Yeah, they lost, but again, they're playing against, arguably the best team in the world at the moment. And I don't think Space Station was the best in this game either, but there was a lot of good, I think, for E United here. And I think it would have been a different series if E United had put away their first few chances that they saw in games 1 and 2. They had a lot of opportunity to open up the score for themselves and just couldn't find the mark.
And now we move on to our maybe a bit of a Cinderella. Kansas City Pioneers took down Space Station earlier today. Well, there's another Titan in their way, and it's G2. This one I'm excited for, because if the Pioneers look anything like they did against Space Station and G2 look anything like they did against version 1 Corelli, we might go the full 5 on this.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this KCP team. I mean, Rapid's such a scrappy player in this when he was in Rival Series and now here in RLCS. I mean, he is a player that is involved both sides of the field, up and down at any point. Beast Mode, the newest addition to this roster, has already had a pop-off performance. You know what that does for young players coming into RLCS. I expect great things from KCP, even against the opposition in a fantastic team like G2.
So underway in game number 1. The JNAPs rolling around. Chicago, light touch, 2 touches, and Rizzo can't squeeze it in. Kansas City already facing one threat from G2, but they handle it no problem. And in fact, Beast Mode moves them the whole way down the pitch. Rapid winning that next touch here for G2, but they do well enough to work back to at least midfield. Still G2 having to play defense. Beast Mode hit a couple doubles today. He doesn't get one there. JNAPs working for a clear.
And that could have been scary. After that initial attempt by KCP, Chicago got a demo, and immediately downfield is G2. Is Rizzo gonna go? He will, off of the miss on the backboard. And G2 gifted their first goal.
Memory, he had to try to recover here. Thought Beast Mode might have had it, but then he side flipped off the wall. He didn't have any boost, and the ball fell just as he flipped. So the timing and then maybe the direction, not where he wanted it. It starts off golden for G2.
Yeah, no boost there for Memory, like you said, so unfortunate timing, but KCP already had a good attempt on target, or rather in offense already, but G2, you can see picking up the pace. Rizzo didn't get the shot on target, and they're gonna have to weather the storm here for a second. Rizzo's gonna squeeze it in off the crossbar, and a 2-goal lead now for G2.
What a shot from Rizzo. Oh, he's approaching this ball, and it got pinched underneath Rapid. Yeah, it bounced off the crossbar a couple of times. Thought maybe he just straight up pinched it off Rapid, but yeah, Rizzo gets the second goal here for G2.
And it's an ideal start for G2, not only because they're up 2 goals, of course that's a great start for any team, but you're coming up against a team who's coming off a massive win, and there's a lot of confidence moving in and say, hey, if we beat Space Station, we can beat G2, and you put him in the dirt early with a 3-goal lead right off the bat. We're not even a minute and a half in.
And conversely, G2 are feeling quite good after outlasting version 1 earlier, and that one was definitely a little sweaty, but you can feel the endorphins after coming out of a game 5 like G2 did. And they start off this first game in pure G2 fashion, which is smothering and all-encompassing. But a high ball, and Beast Mode can't grab it. A little out of sorts. Memory will launch it back to him.
I mean, like I said, not even a minute and a half in at that point, and that's the first shot for KC Pioneers, and on the other side, 8 for G2. So their offense already churning away here as the Pioneers trying to get something going, and here's another attempt.
Nice touch from Chicago, but Memory, solid position for it. Rapid hops in front of the next attempted clear, but Rizzo is going to look for JNAPs. He finds him. And around the corner, JNAPs will win the ball, but the Pioneers really struggling for possession right now. Every clear is out into space towards a G2 car, and they're just forced to react. They hope for a mistoucher like that for Memory to grab. The pass to Rapid just a little too on the hood.
I think Rapid might have been a bit too far. That was wonderfully set up by Memory, and now a breakaway opportunity. Can Beast Mode get to it? He's going to try and curl it back in, and unfortunately just bounces up and away. Another opportunity there if Pioneers could have gotten a hold on it, and G2 back to that control, looking to pass over to Chicago. It was too high, but G2, like you said, Jorby, kind of doing what G2 does, smothering the opposition and making every step of the way difficult.
Pioneers, Beast Mode demoing Chicago out. Does it give him any sort of space or room? No, it forces Memory to jump back from midfield to make that touch. And the ball ends up back in G2 territory. But Chicago and JNAPs, they know how to move the ball downfield quickly. Low bounce for Rizzo. Nothing here developing. They're fine to just wait. They don't have to really force the issue. They can go one at a time, maybe force a challenge when you need to every once in a while, but you've chewed off another 30 seconds off the clock just with all of that on that last sequence. The Pioneers still looking for their first goal.
Still looking for some semblance of offense right now. It's just been all G2, and there's an open net for Chicago. He puts it left side, perfectly done. And a 4-0 lead now for G2 as it starts to get a bit ugly here in game one.
We're just not able to get back to his touch, and Rapid, he had to dive forward and just hope he could get there in time. Knew Chicago was gonna look for the edge. And that's it. KC Pioneers a couple steps behind G2. Losing possession of the ball about a play or two early than their positioning is expecting. And it's such a clean game for G2. Rizzo cuts that out here, but it's kind of what you expected even against version 1, Corelli. And so, which is why we were all surprised that version 1 were playing so well. But G2, this is why people rarely give teams a chance against them, because they do stuff like this.
And you see a lot of comments from really anyone. I mean, even we say it, people on Twitter, Reddit, wherever it may be. They always say something like, well, if G2's on point today, they're going to win. And that is, it really truly is a real statement, a valid statement. If G2 is on point and they're playing the way they're playing in this game, they can beat anyone in the world. We've always said that about this team. And right now they're taking down KCP in very easy fashion.
It is against the Pioneers. That's not to say the Pioneers are a bad team. I absolutely do not think so. I just, beating Space Station once, that's an anomaly. Twice, can you beat a top 4 team? Then we can start talking about a pattern, but it's not a trend. And so this is a return to form for G2. It should still be the expectation that it would be a 4-0 G2 victory against the Pioneers. They were never able to hang on to the ball. They were always slow to it. They just didn't seem to have any idea where G2 were on the pitch. How many free passes did we see in the attacking third, Corelli? Way, way too many. Only 2 shots on net for the Pioneers. To say you got to go back to the drawing board is an understatement.
Yeah, and I think there was a couple opportunities that were pretty tough, defensive chances for the Pioneers that were pretty tough to see go in. There's a couple times where someone was out of boost or there was a demo, and that's, again, that smothering that we're talking about from G2. It's either removing you from the equation or just completely drowning you out and never having any chance to break out. So for Pioneers, again, this is only game 1, but when we talk about G2 and they can bring that consistency, if they bring that consistency here in this series, there's going to be very hard for the Pioneers. They're going to need to make some very big changes as we move deeper in here.
The nice thing about Rocket League is sometimes those game 1s end up being the anomaly, and then the rest of the series is that much closer. The Pioneers are certainly hoping so, and they're going to start with Rapid. And can't get back up to the challenge. But this time, a little more relaxed. Beast Mode forced to wait for the shot to come, and he gets obliterated by Chicago. Rizzo picking up the goal.
Chicago's been headhunting a couple times. He got a few demos last game as well, but initially just forces the challenge and then takes out the last man. It's a free shot, really, for Rizzo at that point. And a 1-0 lead here in the first 30 seconds for G2.
It's now 5 straight goals for G2 and 0 for the Pioneers in the match. Rizzo, who's going to kick this high. He knows he's got advantage against Rapid, who has to turn around and net. And J-Naps 2 taps to Chicago, but too far away. Rapid had the clear, and now he's behind the ball. Quick pass, and the shot way wide. I like the idea, though, from Rapid in memory there. Quickly coming around was Beast Mode. It fell straight off the corner, and he fell on it.
Yeah, we were surprised to see that one going. You felt like Chicago might have been able to make the save here, but he just jumps and has nowhere to move. Beast Mode smushes it down into the left side, and this is what Pioneers needed, especially, when we compare to last game where things just piled on the first minute and a half from G2. Getting one back is just so crucial for them. Getting that confidence going, especially after a tough game 1 and then initially giving up the first goal in game 2. Pioneers are in some business here as they get a demo.
Yeah, their first goal in almost 6 minutes. But this is going to be a clear for G2. Chicago's hunting closely for this. He knew exactly where that ball was going. G2 pick up the goal, and we pick up a pause, and we'll get everything sorted out and straight away, as we figure out everything that's going on. But for now, G2, that was a good progression by both Rizzo and Chicago. And they are certainly, they're on it right now. I think that version 1 match might have woken up G2 a little bit. The beast seems to have awakened.
Yeah, I mean, again, to the point I was making earlier, I mean, this is the G2 that we expect every single time they jump on the field, which they have been showing us, by the way. It's not to say that they haven't, but this is the G2 that nobody wants to see. Is everything so quick and perfect that the passes are there. It just feels like G2 can do no wrong. It's very smooth and efficient moving downfield, and everyone's in the right spot. And when they're not, someone like Chicago comes through and takes you out, demos you, or punches you down. So for G2, this consistency coming into this game after their first one is good to see. And for the Pioneers, again, changes have to be made. You've got to cut off the passes, stay inside the passing lanes. And right now, it's very tough for Pioneers to keep up with G2.
And we're still working on getting everyone set back in the lobby and ready to go. We appreciate you guys' patience. We are trying to get into the game as fast as we can. But Corelli, I wanted to talk about what you had said earlier in that game, kind of joking a little bit, saying like, oh, if G2 are on their game, no one can beat them. But you kind of validating that point. To me, I think that comes down to a player. And I think that player is Chicago, because when Chicago is when he's making solid touches and he is being a nuisance, like we saw the demos, when he's finding success like that, that seems to be when G2 look unstoppable. It's when Chicago isn't hitting the net, when he has his missed touches, when he doesn't get the double that he always hits, or his shot was just way off target or not enough power. That's when G2 start to get picked apart. But this Chicago is so hard to beat, and I think it's the key for G2 to be as good as they are.
Well, we had talked about it a little bit. I think you just mentioned it, is that Chicago was headhunting early on in game 1, and then you see it come out here in game 2, and it just opens up a lot of opportunity for G2. I think a lot of people might point to Rizzo as the guy to do that, but when more than one player starts doing that, and you open up that demo meta that we've been talking about for the last couple seasons at least, it opens up a lot of opportunity. They can take down teams that aren't as on the same page as maybe others are on defense. And you're seeing that now, exposing that last man. It's not so much about just beating him. You can just blow him up and have an open net to shoot on. And you're seeing a lot more teams opt for that option rather than trying to just beat that last man.
And it's so much harder as a defense when you know that any player is going to be that type of physical threat, because now you don't have to wait every second player in the rotation to keep an eye out for it. No, you have to be aware at all times, because it's just, otherwise you're going to get bumped out of the way. And then G2 get these free passes in the third, and you're forced to play reactionary, which is never what a team wants to be doing. So we're still getting everything worked out, and we will get back into the game. Again, we appreciate your guys' patience. G2 currently up against the Kansas City Pioneers and trying to confirm a spot in stage number 2. The day started out with an upset with the Kansas City Pioneers taking down Space Station, and they looked so fast in that game. But this seems to be the antithesis of what worked for them against Space Station. They haven't been successful in the boost game. They haven't been able to win any 50s in midfield because of that. It all has snowballed from there that just led to this G2 victory. Is there one adjustment, Corelli, that they can make to at least relieve a little bit of pressure, something they can do in their positioning or otherwise?
Well, it's something that we talked about even in the last game for United. It does feel like Pioneers are spending a lot of boosts just to kind of stay above water, sending multiple players at a ball. So yeah, it comes down to controlling the boosts on your own side. And right now, G2 are just eating it up left and right. And that's what you're seeing slowly whittling down a couple times. Memory didn't have boosts to make the save. And that's just because G2 is just soaking it all up. So for Pioneers, you got to have your own boosts under control to break out from your own end.
Well, we're going to go to a quick 2-minute break to get everything sorted out. Get up, take a quick bathroom break, go get a snack. We'll be back real quick.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the show. If you are just joining us, we're in the middle of a pause and between G2 and the Kansas City Pioneers in game number 2. We are going to restart that game. The Pioneers had asked for a pause at the beginning of the game, and our admin, his internet was down at the time, so couldn't get the pause out in time. The game will reset, and we'll replay that from the start. But I think that, you know, Corelli, from the way we see G2 playing right now, they are looking pretty on form. I don't think this will be too much of a hiccup for them.
No, and, you know, it goes to our point about talking about why Pioneers are having a tough time with G2 versus when they played Space Station Gaming, and G2 have just not let Pioneers into this game yet. I mean, Pioneers really haven't had a chance to show anything. They got that one goal from Beast Mode there in game 2, which is now, you know, completely null and void. But other than that, it just felt like the Pioneers haven't really shown any good offense or sustained offense, and that's credit to G2. Again, you talk about how they smother defenses all the way across the board. It's leaking on every side of the field now for Pioneers, where it just feels like G2, there's constantly a G2 player in their face. There's nothing they can do.
And Beast Mode, who had such a great match against Space Station earlier today, he wasn't able to really he hasn't really been able to find his mark. He picked up the only goal for the Kansas City Pioneers so far, but they've only scored 1 goal in 7 minutes against G2, and I think it's come off of 3 attempted shots. And even that Beast Mode goal, it was a little wonky, to say the least. So Kansas City Pioneers definitely got their work cut out for them, but I don't think it's impossible for them to recover.
No, but it, you know, and game 2 did show signs of slowly recovering from Pioneers. They get a goal back. They were able to tie it up. Obviously, that second goal went in as well. But I think that's maybe more of the player disconnect. But it doesn't matter for Pioneers. Getting that second goal or their first goal back and tying things up immediately is something that the Pioneers need to get more of, right? They need to be able to stay into the game longer. Whereas game one, G2 were able to score 1, 2, 3 goals so quickly. It's very tough for a team to come back into that right off the bat. So Pioneers not generating a lot of offense. We need to see more from them. They have to control their own boost on their own side of the field, because G2, again, are eating it all up, taking advantage of it, and ultimately using it against the Pioneers.
And just as a final clarification, because I didn't mention it at the beginning, the reason for the pause was that multiple players were experiencing red bars on the server. And so we just wanted to get that server remade and make sure that the player's ping is all ready to go. They're currently in that test now. We're about to get game 2 underway. Just want to make sure everyone at home is updated on what's going on. We are going to get into this game in less than a minute. I promise you 100%. And we will be underway. Trust me, I don't like to sit here and talk at you either. I'd rather be watching the game as well. We'll get there real quickly.
I'd rather not talk, Jorby. You know,
you rather not talk at all?
I'd rather watch some good Rocket League. No, I do want to.
Corelli, when we come back next time, just have a giant duct tape piece over your mouth, and you know,
I feel like
you'll sound like.
That's better casting than I'm doing now. So I think people would appreciate that if that happens. So good idea, Jorby. We'll write that one down.
Don't talk so poorly about yourself, Corelli. You're a great caster. You're great. I'm glad that you're my co-caster. That's great.
Well, good, because we're about to get into game 1 here. G2 and KCP. Again, G2 is up 1-0 in the series. Now we are restarting game 2, and off we go.
Off we go. The Pioneers struggles on offense, struggles in general against G2. Can they find a way? Can they create a path to victory against G2? Or will Rizzo boom the ball downfield and start the hurricane once more?
And that's really, Jorby, that's really going to be the key here in the first minute or so, is can the Pioneers weather the early storm, find a way to break out with some boost? They have been able to break out a couple times in game 1, but not with boost, not with numbers. And that's really been the difference maker. G2 doing a good job of keeping possession in the final third. See what Memory has in store if he can get out.
G2 really favoring the right side in this minute. And even in the last game, they had so many opportunities where they're trying to force the ball near post, which has really tripped the Pioneers up overall, because they're trying to defend that near post, but also defend the threat of going far post. And G2 have consistently found it, but finding paint is beast mode. Finally, the Pioneers on the board, and they have the lead.
And I'm not sure if that's the touch that JNaps wanted, because it comes right back out to Memory, who just bombs it downfield. Beast mode was there to secure. Nobody home from G2. And the Pioneers on the board first, Jorby, and that's what we talked about for this team. I think scoring the first goal, getting involved early, is going to make a huge difference for them here in game 2.
It was a nice catch from Memory, but he didn't get enough power to get it by Rizzo. Now beast mode in Rapid. Nothing really developing there. Despite the demo for Rapid, it was JNavs that was the target for Chicago. Plenty of time for Rizzo to come in and actually put the ball towards the net. And Rapid getting demoed by JNavs on the attempted stuff. Rizzo gonna play that back to the corner. Chicago has the read, and he looked for the top, but could not sneak it in.
Scary for the defense of the Pioneers, but they're dealing with it a little bit different. This time they're able to clear the line and get over that last man and at least throw it into the G2 corner. Shot comes down. Rapid went for the bump, but that'll cost another chance for the Pioneers. Memory's got to go. And some good pressure coming out here from KCP if they can keep a hold of it.
Uh-oh. JNaps.
Demo.
Get that touch. Memory off the demo. Will have space, but beast mode ends up missing the ball. And now Rapid throws it around downfield. G2 grabbed the ball back. What you thought was a chance for the Pioneers as beast mode rockets one towards Rizzo. It ends up into G2's cars yet again, and the Pioneers are left hunting.
But this is much better from the Pioneers. You can see the play has moved into the midfield, but they left the net open here for a second, and it's actually put in from Rapid. That shot was high. Credit goes to Chicago. We're tied up.
And got two men caught in the corner. Rapid was rotating back, but Memory was also in that corner, expecting the flow of the play to go that way. But then, like you said, a sneak attack pass out of nowhere because Beast Mode couldn't get back to the ball. Optimistic positioning.
It's very unfortunate, too, because from Rapid's angle, it's tough to tell. And the follow-up shot from JNAP saved by Beast Mode, and Pioneers are hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is it more on Memory on that play because Rapid was rotating back, or was it just, you just chalk it up to a communication issue? No matter what was going on, you can only speculate. As popping up in front of the box are G2 looking for the leading goal. Well, G2 forcing things onto this right side again, but Rapid will start off for Kansas City. And now Beast Mode's got the air dribble and the boost. Does he have another tap? No, he can't get back to the ball. Just Kansas City Pioneers, you see two players pull back immediately when they see the play isn't working out, hoping to try to trap the ball against G2 maybe, or at least look for a hard clear. Maybe you catch G2, all of the players coming up. They love to come up as a unit. Maybe you can pick something apart there. Either way, Memory is forced to stop Chicago, and then Beast Mode will find Rapid in midfield. Can he read JNAPs? No, but Memory will be next up as Rapid takes the boost away. But even there, you're just met by a challenge by G2, and Rapid wraps around a player in midair. Does Beast Mode work this towards the box? He does, and Memory scores! This all starts from midfield with Rapid's touch.
That's a great cut from Rapid. And look at the second touch from Beast Mode. That's a tough read, and it's perfectly out to Memory. And I think that's how you want to set it up if you're Pioneers. Rapid doing a good job of being a nuisance in the midfield. Beast Mode, fantastic finesse, and giving it up to Memory to finish it. Great play from Pioneers. They give themselves the lead. Can they hang on to it?
Well, Beast Mode, he's got to look downfield. He popped that up high in the air. G2, they got a clean look towards Chicago, but Beast Mode hopped the route real quick. Now he's going to slow it down. Baits Rizzo forward, but no pass develops, and it's now Chicago and JNAPs. Roaming around the corner, Memory getting bumped off the play. Time running out for G2. JNAPs, high ball, but Memory is tracking it perfectly. Next up, waiting is Chicago. He's got Rizzo on the wing. Throws it up for him, but Rapid has the clear. Last man to grab this is JNAPs. He keeps it high. Chicago, there's two. Rizzo got the demo. Rapid kills the ball, and the Pioneers take game number 2. We're all tied up.
That is much, much better showing from the Pioneers. And I think if you had watched that Space Station Gaming series just before, or when KCP played them and beat them, this was the type of Pioneers that you expected to come out. It's going to be a close series against G2 no matter what. And this was the type of play, especially that second goal, that I really look toward and say that's where Pioneers are really going to shine. And I think that this was hopefully a good confidence boost to KCP against this G2 team. Obviously, major differences here. A lot more time spent in the midfield for KCP. They had a lot more of a presence. Rapid getting involved. I pointed him out to be kind of a nuisance, kind of involved, and he's finally getting involved in that midfield and disrupting the G2 rhythm as they move downfield. That's where the Pioneers are going to really shine.
And so now G2 are, left with that loss, and they just kind of have to stew over that for a couple of seconds as they get reset, and we are underway in game number 3. Chicago, JNAPs, and Rizzo, they had a couple good pushes near the end, but the Pioneers, as you like to say, Corelli, their defensive structure was pretty solid to handle what G2 were giving them. And Chicago back over to JNAPs. Maybe G2 can start, but Rizzo got bumped off the play, and Rapid gets the dump downfield.
Yeah, Rapid didn't get as good as a hit as he wanted there. That net looked open for just a split second all the way down the field, but we keep going in the first 30 seconds. And then it's another good clear here from the Pioneers. And it's not always that you just want to throw the ball down the field, but when you can get over the back line of a team and push it into their corner, it does buy you that space, buy you that time to pick up boost. As right now, Pioneers, their defense kind of all over the place. G2 going left to right and right to left right now.
Ooh, up high again. Rizzo, JNAP speedy up, but Beast Mode was there to knock the ball away. Beast Mode, out of the 5 shots that the Pioneers put on in game 2, he was responsible for 4 of them. Clearly, the heart of the offense of the Pioneers. He was for Space Station, and he is now against G2. JNaps wins that next touch. Rizzo has a look, but he misses the ball. And now it's thrown straight towards the box, but Beast Mode will throw it back downfield. Can G2 grab this ball? Will Beast Mode find a shot for his team? No. Boom downfield. Rizzo, another hard touch. JNaps up high again, but defended. No holes on the backboard for G2 to shoot at.
Good defense there from Pioneers. They gave up a lot of space in the midfield, but made up for it with a good clear. G2 having to go back to the drawing board multiple times here in this game, where that ball is just cleared all the way to their corner. They just have to reset. Good pass here from Chicago. Great fake from JNaps, and the defense holds strong.
That would have worked had the whole team not been stacked on top of each other. You can't. I don't think you can fake all 3 of them out like that. That'd be crazy. Rapid. Ooh, not close enough. Rizzo will grab the rebound and the ensuing save. But Memory sniper! Kansas City on top out of nowhere.
And I'm not sure why Chicago didn't go for this a bit sooner. I think I don't know. He stuttered on it a little bit. And Memory says, thank you very much, I'll take that, and has a shot on target, goes in. The last man wasn't expecting it.
Maybe he thought Memory was going to bang it into him, and he was going to get, you know, the favorable rebound, if you will. Either way, it doesn't matter. You got scored on twice. No! Rapid, he gives another chance. Yes! 2 for Kansas City.
Memory is just cleaning it up for the KC Pioneers right now. Look at the pass back from Rapid. I don't even know if that was on purpose, but at Memory, perfectly positioned to put it away. Pioneers break down that G2 defense, making a bit of a mess, and Memory able to finish it.
Well, this is starting to get dangerous. Beast Mode, does he have a third? No, JNAF picks up the save. But G2 have completely lost control of this game. Beast Mode hops right on top of Rizzo, now over Chicago. Quick up his Memory again, he's scored 2. Maybe could pick up the Hattie, but Rizzo and Chicago want this ball downfield, and they'll get it. Chicago couldn't get a handle onto the ball, and now Rapid, he's going to get the 3rd goal for the Pioneers. And G2 have completely unraveled.
This is the type of play that I love seeing from Rapid. It's scrappy, it's in your face, it's getting the dunk and setting yourself up for a counterattack and then beating the last man. I've seen Rapid do this by himself so many times over the years that he's been here or seasons rather, and I gotta say, he can do it on any team, against any team. It's incredible.
Well, Rapid almost finding the pass over to Memory. Beast Mode's going to give a chance to somebody, but that somebody's going to be JNaps. Oh, the Pioneers. I was a little scared for a second, but Rapid knew it was wide, took it off the rebound. Now Beast Mode shot is good, and 4 goals. This started out with a 4-goal win in game 1 for G2. They scored 5 unanswered before the Pioneers could put anything on the board, Corelli, and now it's completely flipped.
Yeah, and it's a lot better from Pioneers. And, you know, now you start to get worried about G2. And maybe I could say the same things I said about Pioneers about G2 now, as there's a lot of opportunity for the Pioneers that they're just absolutely taking advantage of right now. And Memory's going to get another one just to one-up G2 from their game 1 performance. 5 now.
Oh, that's all Beast Mode, man. That's all Beast Mode. That first touch, he knew where the defender was going on the backboard. So he sends the touch a little over, and he's like, okay, now I'm gonna veer to the right a little bit and get that dunk. That was a wonderful approach from Beast Mode. G2, that's a great pick-me-up goal. And it might help them out as we get set for the next game. I can't believe I'm saying that with 1:23 left.
No, I don't think that helps them at all. That one hurts. I mean, it's gonna be tough. It hurts to score a goal with 1:23 left when you're down by 4 now. It's been a very tough game for G2, especially late here in game 3, excuse me. And maybe another one for the road. Yes. Time still left on the clock, and the Pioneers are happy to run up the score.
Yeah, officially in garbage time. Likely. I mean, beast mode, that's just another great touch off the backboard, man. Those small finesse touches, or even if you're just going for the dunk, just a block off, a clear. Either way, it's turned into a goal 2 separate times now in the span of about 30 seconds for beast mode. And Memory and Rapid, well, they've been feasting off of his constant aggression in front of the box.
And well, I mean, what can you say? It feels like G2 are completely out of rhythm, completely out of sync. And it does, I mean, it clearly is a go next situation where, you know, we just want to get to the next game. It's really just as simple as that. G2 did not have a good game here, especially late in game 3. So they look on to the next game, and again, they were able to play their game early on here in game 3, but all of a sudden the tide started to shift, and it did feel like Pioneers, they picked up the pace. Again, they were able to control the midfield, and then that defense from G2 was broken down many times. And like to your point, Jorby, Beast Mode was able to kind of disrupt and then dish it off to one of his teammates. Rapid with the solo play. I mean, I think everything went right here for Pioneers.
I even like the play where Rapid, when he jumped off the sidewall, had to weave around Chicago in midair to win the ball in midfield and then set up Beast Mode and Memory for the ensuing goal. It's just, it was such a complete game from the Pioneers. They absolutely looked exactly like they did against Space Station. And here we go. They're up. They got G2 on match point.
And it would be a very impressive day from any team to go in and play and beat Space Station and then come in and beat G2, especially back to back. And the Pioneers are now 1 game away from doing so.
So many more shots. In game 1, they registered 2, but in game 3, they registered a whopping 14. Compare that to the 6 from G2, and that shows you just how one-sided this game was. G2, they have to find a way to bounce back. It has to start on the kickoff. You cannot let the Pioneers continue this gusto off the kickoff. Otherwise, I don't think they're getting this match back.
And I don't think it's major changes here for G2. I just think that the game plan kind of went out the window halfway through this game because Pioneers were able to disrupt it so much. And that's credit to Pioneers. They did a good job of disrupting the G2 offense and then quickly moving downfield. That's the efficiency that we were looking for from KCP in the first game that we never saw, and you're seeing what it does to G2. No matter how good the setup is from G2, if you can disrupt it and move down the field quickly with some boost, you're able to set something up for your team.
Well, North America has been done with your consistency, and they really want to pull a Europe the best they can. So the Pioneers are your team to watch if you're looking for a team to run the gauntlet. At least today, you take down the top team in North America, and you might take down number 2 right here. Chicago, only intercepted by Beast Mode. And again, G2 already struggling to find clears. Rizzo, he's looking in space. He's going to find J-Naps, but Chicago is met again in midair by Memory. Beast Mode following up close. Memory's got a runaway ball, and he's got a runaway goal. The Kansas City Pioneers. Whoa.
Another open net too. J-Naps pushed up. I think Chicago was just coming back. So there's open backfield for G2, and the Pioneers take advantage again.
Just a minute in, but right now, this field is all Pioneer. Memory. He gets behind that ball and forces, actually saw both Chicago and Rizzo wanting to go for it. And the slight hesitation and the poor clear after leads to this. Rapid, his shot, saved by J-Naps. Memory picks it up quick, speedy back to the ball, but Beast Mode nor Rapid were ready for it. Both were rotating to the left side, but they still keep possession. Beast Mode in front uses all of his boost to slap right down on the Rizzo. Memory trying to keep it away, and Rapid hops right in. This is oppressive from the Pioneers. Another one, J-Naps attempted clear, but Memory's there for the catch against Chicago as well. And Rizzo, he can't even get it clear. The ball bounced off the ceiling. Rapid No goal, but this is going to be for Beast Mode. Slows it down to Rapid. Oh, no! I love the draw, but no goal for Kansas City.
Woo. And G2 fans around the world taking a huge breath, but for how long? As KCP right back to business as soon as G2 gets a clear. This pressure is just unrelenting from the Pioneers right now. G2 are really, the only thing they can do is just clear it right back into a Pioneer player.
Oh, the whiff might give G2 a chance. JNAP speedy back to that touch from Rizzo, but Rapid meets them right on the backboard. Still, it could be a chance for G2. They can't win the ball against Rapid. Rizzo having to play damage control, but he didn't have to for too long. JNAP's over to Chicago. G2 starting to find the better end of some of these 50s. JNAP's can't get ahead of Beast Mode. G2, Rizzo. Around the corner, can he get anything at all? No. Couldn't touch the ball, had to fight memory for it. JNAP's wants Chicago, he's gonna get him. Rizzo has to stretch, and Beast Mode will break up the pass.
Now Pioneers find themselves against some pressure. That's a dangerous one coming off the back wall. G2 returning the favor. And now Beast Mode gonna go for a solo play, but Rizzo had him read all the way through, and the Pioneers might be able to get one here. It's open for Beast Mode if he get down. It's off the crossbar. Follow-up from memory isn't there. Opportunity wasted for the Pioneers. They still hold on by one. And G2 forced to play some more defense.
Now Beast Mode, you can't let that one trip him up too much. You're still up by one, but he may regret missing that shot later. Memory just threatened to shoot the ball, and Rizzo had to respect it. JNAPS, he's missing the ball. G2, uncharacteristic whiffs everywhere. The Pioneers got them reeling. Chicago outballs, and Beast Mode is credited with their second.
Add insult to injury here. After all the pressure, a couple of whiffs from G2. It's off of Chicago to put it into his own net. Beast Mode gets credit for him. And a 2-0 lead for the Pioneers to go 3-0 on the day over G2 here. It would be an incredible feat for any team if they can hold on.
Turtle's prediction of KC making it through on a 3-2 record just might be dead wrong, but not in the way you think. Because here comes Memory. Shot blocked by JNAPS, and Chicago will have the clear, but Rizzo is cut off by Rapid. Still, can there be life for G2? JNAPS, he's got the boost, he's got the pass. Rizzo can't find the shot. He was denied by Memory hopping in front. Beast Mode carry taken away by Chicago, but Rapid is there, and Beast Mode continues the Pioneer dominance against G2. Rizzo, one more chance. No chance for JNAPS. It's Memory's ball. He's just gonna throw it downfield. Chicago, this has got to be the last push for G2. Down by 2, maybe you get this goal, but no. Rapid yet again on the backboard denies G2 any chance. JNAPS, he flips over one. Chicago, no goal for him. JNAPS just tries to keep the ball alive for Rizzo, and Rizzo puts it in the corner. That was a shot opportunity wasted. Chicago, nothing. Time running out. Their worst enemy. Rizzo, pass to Chicago. The shot is blocked by Memory. One more. It's got to be with time left. Pass to Rizzo. No goal. Chicago misses. The Pioneers plant their flag on Mount G2, and they move to stage 2.
What a defensive effort at the end for Pioneers. G2 kicked up the offense, and they hold strong. Pioneers just made a huge statement in North America. They are not to be messed with. They just took down 2 of the biggest teams, 2 of the best teams here in North America. They go 3-0 on the day. What a performance from them.
It's not even a contest. That's the biggest story heading into stage 2. I'd like to see somebody top that, because that would make it even more exciting. All the old playbooks, they don't apply anymore, and we got to start writing new ones. I'm sure Johnny Boy and Gibbs are quick writing new scripts for, tomorrow and the rest of the weekend. But man, Rapid in that game on defense so many times where he was playing the loss. It's like G2, they were constantly locking the ball down in midfield, but Rapid was always ready. As soon as G2 tried to contest the backboard, to try to force a rebound, try to force an infield pass, like Rapid was all over the place in that last game. Absolutely impressed by the Pioneers.
The efficiency level, the level of play just skyrocketed after that first game from Pioneers. Even the games that they lost after that, I mean, it looked good from Pioneers after that first game. And I am very, very much looking forward to seeing how they perform in the next stage.
Well, how is the rest of the day gonna shake out? I'm excited to find out, and I know the rest of you are too, but we gotta take a quick break. We'll be back quick with Leaf and everyone else to get started with the next round. We'll be right back.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
That ball was so high in the air; it was 100% going up into the high part of the backboard. And Sosa just came in flying high and taking himself out of the play. He may have had an opportunity had he just kind of come into the net and waited for that one to come down.
Kronovi could flick over. He'll do it. Mektos is in the front of the box, though. Turo recenters. Rogue going to fall back in off the transition. It's Kronovi who will be that player. Does not get the touch. Turo doesn't get it either. The pitch down, up for a shot off the part of the wall, and another shot comes in. Kronovi, bad positioning, but it's Sosa, makes it 2-1.
I think Crow is in the right spot. He's got to get turned around. He just can't do it in time to get himself faced out. I think that he did have just a little bit of a bad pivot turn there where he landed out of the center of the net. Tough play, though, as they sneak it in under first. Or was that Turo? Sneak it in under somebody.
Players love Sosa, what can I say? That's a reference. Turo, off the ceiling. Into the sidewall. Kronovi gonna back that one up. Into the adjacent corner. Gets it over Kronovi. Turo will not let that happen again. Mektos stalls his car out in a decent touch. First killer now playing point. Can't dump it out to his teammate in the side. Kronovi off the backboard. And it's taken away by Mektos. Turo will slow it at midfield. Everyone from Rogue up all the time. Full send on everything. First killer now. Second chance opportunity. Back down. Taroko at midfield. Kronovi off the backboard. First killer there. Ooh. Second touch opportunity. Will not land. We go back the other way. Turo will slow it down. Taroko back. And he'll carry this one. Juggled one. First killer with a save away. And Taroko takes out Kronovi. We'll see the mountain in just 2 seconds.
First killer's ability to just track and hunt the ball off of every touch he makes is so amazing to see. He had like 4 touches there, bounces off the wall, just continues it down the field himself. It almost looks like he's making passing plays to another player, but it's just him, just taking it downfield. Taroko demoed out now as first killer passes it across the net. It's a ton of effort from first killer in a lot of these plays for them.
I have a feeling we might be going to a game 5. I have a feeling we might be doing it. We might be doing it. First killer off the top of the board. Again, another booming hit from Rogue. And now everyone comes up. It's first killer with the extension. And Sosa with the read. Turo going to try to challenge. He will win said challenge. Taroko up from the front of the box. Comes out of his own net to grab that one. First killer again with a big demo. Kronovi trying to work around Sosa. Not going to work, but Turo is there to recover. He will do so. Can he punch his way in? Not going to happen. And first killer again pinches it out. They put a lot of pressure on these sides of the net. Again, playing through the corner. Rogue have that one-dimensional offense if they can't get backboard pressure. 45 seconds. They need a goal to tie this one up or we go to game 5.
Down first. Mektos there to knock that away. Rogue really trying to find something to kind of piece together here. They've been going for the passing plays. They've done some solo plays. Just can't make anything stick until in this exact moment. As soon as I bring it up, it happens. Turo drops one off the first killer.
Oh my goodness. 2-2.
We might just be going to OT and seeing it end in 4.
I want this to go to Game 5 OT. We'll see what happens, though. Turo, too high off the top. 17 seconds. First killer into the corner. It's coming back down. It's going to come on hard.
Let's see what happens
through
here.
that one. 0 seconds.
OT it is. Oh, first killer with the save. Mektos with the opening shot. Thought he was going to piece that one in there. High side in the corner. Slows it down as Sosa trying to bring it out. They need to get possession here. Turo looking to get creative. Over the top. Kronovi not going to be able to get there. I
Good
love that
stuff.
from first killer.
He's
That
dude,
big
he's so
challenge.
aggressive on defense. Like, it's all the time.
He
He's
wants
always
to
in
force it into that. Yeah, he wants to force that 1v1 play style that he's used to. So he goes in, he challenges hard, fakes it, forces you to have to come in, and then he's very comfortable shadowing the ball back to the net.
Mekto's going to try to extend. He will do so. Centers it out, but first killer again, we'll read it. Flips it back up to Kronovi. Turo with a chance off the backboard. Anyone there? First killer was, but just behind the play a bit. A minute into OT. It's Sosa with a touch. Open net. Turo going to be underneath to stop the ball. Kronovi up to first killer. Extends it. First killer again. Not a lot of boost. Challenge comes back down. Into the side. Kronovi's the last man back. Sosa can play a one-on-one. He'll do it, but the touch there will slow it into the side.
Nice hit
Turo
out
to the
there
opposite corner.
first. Yeah, nice clear out. They're not able to follow that one up, but good quick play to go ahead and buy themselves some time, allow them to get their corner boost for Kronovi. Yeah, a lot of challenges here. A lot of 1v1 situations where they're just cutting off those passing lanes. Rogue doing a really good job of getting in the way. Turo looked for that one, couldn't get the touch. Taroko might win that corner challenge.
First killer and Kronovi working as a duality here. It's Turo on the other side. Kronovi does get it over a defender, but Mektos will be at the top. Can he get it to Sosa? Flip reset, not going to land. Bounces off the corner, centered out. First killer waiting at the back of the net. He'll come out and he'll get it to the side. He will not extend though. Sosa wins the challenge. Kronovi up top. Boost grab. Taroko will cut it off. It's Turo though, with first killer underneath, ready and waiting. Kronovi over one, back down from a spike. First killer, thought he was going to be able to work that one towards the back of the net, but Turo again going to try to slow this back down at midfield. Rogue have not had a lot of pressure at midfield. That booming hit might do wonders though. Kronovi has a lot of boost to burn, trying to get physical, not able to do it. Back up top, and Taroko with a save away.
A little bit of a whiff there from Kronovi. Luckily, Turo's in the area. Drops it off the first killer. And all three players in the corner here for plot twist. A little scary. Luckily, the Rogue defense, for some reason, was not fully committed there.
That's back out to Kronovi. There's a shot. Saved away.
Great
Challenge in front
play
of the
from
box.
Sosa.
Three minutes left. I say left. Wow, 3 minutes still going in overtime.
3 minutes into OT.
3 minutes left. Yeah, no, we're
Infinite
still
time
going.
remaining.
It may never end. We don't know.
We're just going to be here for a while. Get your snacks.
Taroko tried to bump out first killer. Does get it over him. Kronovi underneath. Rogue playing a bit better defense in front of the net than they have all series. Taroko with a chance. Sosa does not get the flip he wanted.
Turo.
Kronovi too high on the shot. Accuracy wasn't there. Old habits from Rogue starting to rear their ugly head. 4 minutes into OT. First killer has to slow it. Turo will come out of net to do so. Taroko again applying the pressure. Plot twist have finally made their way into the corners of Rogue. They're not getting opportunities on net, but they are pressing the issue, and that's the big key here.
One of the things that keeps happening, too, on the side of Rogue when they do have these kind of pressured clears or the one guy back, they're clearing the side, and first killer finds the corner off the pass from Turo, puts it in that upper 90, and they take it down 3-1.
Who would have thought that Rogue would be the one
match.
to send us to another Game 5? Who would have
3-1
thought?
overall. No Champions Field here in this series. First killer gonna get it done. Offense. Offense wins matches. I don't know if no defense wins championships.
It's that electric insight, Super.
But, I guess you got to have offense to get it done. And Rogue's offense, high-powered.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
just offense wins games.
Offense wins games.
Hey, rule
gotta have
number
it.
4 of Rocket League. Offense wins games. But hey,
Offense wins
welcome
games.
back. First killer steps up. And look, honestly, Rogue played incredibly good defense in that Game 4. I got to give it to him.
Yeah.
I have been Rogue's loudest, critic when it comes to watching this team play and the defensive issues they have. But in that game, they overcommitted the way. They didn't give up booming hits, booming clears. There was always someone back in net. I got to give it to them.
Yeah, they were still kind of in a situation where they were rotating one guy back a lot. But rather than doing these big clears where you're having to jump up in the midfield, touch the ball, and clear it into your own back wall, you're getting up and challenging it a bit earlier. I really like that from First Killer. He did it a couple times where he went in, fake challenged, got them to get into that 1v1 playstyle that he likes, forces them to have to try and bring it through the corner or throw it over the top of him where he's just going to jump up and clear it off the backboard. It forces them to have to do something that opens up that time for Turnturo or Kronovi to go ahead and grab boost and still make it back to have that second guy in. And we saw a lot more of that in that last match. So they definitely cleaned it up there. That's more of the Rogue that we need to see if they're going to continue on throughout the to improve throughout the season.
Yeah, and I think communication's always been a big issue for them. But look, that aside, this has all just been, a side chat discussion, and we're just sitting here riffing about. But if you guys want to join the discussion, remember to join the conversation, hashtag RLCS X on Twitter, and follow RL Esports to get involved. And we'll be reading the tweets and letting you know what we think about it. But with all that said, Rogue survived, and it was a 3-1 win. It was a cool one at that. No Game 5 here, so the streak does end with us. But with all that said, guys, we're done for now. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll go back to the desk, talk about the matches, and see what's in the future for today on Saturday. Hope you guys are having fun. We are too. We'll be back in just a minute.
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and Corelli, and we're going to break down what we just saw there, Corelli. A major upset here, KCP pulling through.
Oh, absolutely. Huge upset, right? I mean, especially after that game one where G2 just came out and crushed them. And I think that kind of put them back, and we're like, oh man, do we have what it takes to take down a big team like G2? We already did it with Space Station. Did we use all our good juju already? But after that first game, Pioneers really started to come into form, and everything that Jorby and I were talking about, from Rapid to Beast Mode to Memory, everything was coming together, and it felt like it really disrupted that rhythm and flow that G2 normally has.
So this is great for this team because these guys were like on the bubble for a top 8 team trying to make these playoff brackets. But now that you go back to back, Space Station and G2, we say one time, okay, that's an upset, that's a fluke. But you do it twice in a row. People are going to start looking at this team now. Not only do they take down these two teams, next week they get preferential seeding, so they should have easier matchups. So it should be a run for a playoff bracket for them. But we've seen it every week in the grid. They've always been one of those contenders for the 5 through 8 spots, and now we're really starting to see it.
Yeah, again, I mean, like even across, the last regional with 9th place finish too, that's still not terrible at all. I mean, across 32 teams to enter into each regional, this is consistent placing for KCP here. The question is, is this all on KCP, or is this something G2 fans need to worry about, Corelli, for their team?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think a lot of people are going to agree with me on this. I truly don't think it was like that bad of a series from G2. There was a lot of good from that series. Did KCP get the better of them? Absolutely. And there were times where G2 didn't look that great. But overall, I don't think it was the worst series in the world from G2. I just don't think they adapted to what the Pioneers were starting to throw at them late into the series.
Now, the one big question mark is, sure, we're in a Swiss right now, so you're allowed these losses. They just can't happen when it comes to a playoff bracket. We've already seen that once with G2 when they played the Peeps and they lost with a pretty big upset there. So they can't let it happen when it matters most. But for now, you take these losses and you learn.
There it is, the roster of KCP making it into next week. Let's take a look at the standings now that we have a couple teams through and a couple teams gone. I was honestly really hoping Austin would perform really well here, but they're out. But of course, we do have the Peeps and KCP making through, Gibbs.
Yeah, pretty surprising though. Still, like, we forget that this was the flight roster from last season that came in dead last, that auto demoted. So huge shout out to Beast Mode for joining this team and making this team even better. Now they look great, but the Peeps, Jorby was right. I hate to say it. He was right. They got the 3-0, but it was in game 5 versus the Zookeepers. So they're playing super good today. So I really hope we get to see them later on throughout today.
Well, I'm kind of curious, Carly, do you think there's any other underdogs that may make it through here that you have your eye on?
Yeah, I was gonna mention, I don't really know if they're an underdog because they've been, I feel like, severely underperforming, but it is Xset. Because they've been performing pretty poorly in the grid. They've been performing here pretty poorly at regionals. This is the first time, I'm pretty sure, that they've been sitting at 2-1, if not one of the few times. And they have a good chance. Well, I don't know. It's going to be tough against Space Station, but they have another chance if they drop this series against Space Station.
Speaking of that matchup, let's take a look at all our next round matchups. We head into round number 4, where we start to qualify some more teams. Remember, we do have another stream over on twitch.tv/eLeagueTV, or below the twitch.tv/Rocket League stream. Click that squad button and you can watch both. That's what I'm doing. Get your rewards wherever you can. But over there, we have G2 versus Zookeepers and United versus Flashpoint. And on this stream, we will have, as Corelli said, Xset versus SSG and Rogue versus Version 1. I just want to talk about that Rogue one first real quick here, Gibbs. These are two teams that we're kind of like having in that middle ground here. Now I'm kind of curious one's qualifying now through, and the other one's gonna have to try again here, but Version 1 maybe doing a bit better than that 12th place prediction. Well, I guess you have to go through here to get that, but
yeah, you still have to make it through. And the 2-1 phase is, I think, one of the most nerve-wracking because we're like, all right, you have 2 chances left. But if you lose that series and you go down 2-2, and we've seen so many 2-2 series with upset wins, no one wants to be in that last round. So it's so important to get the win now. So Rogue and Version 1, that's a big one because both those teams are inconsistent enough that I think if they fall, that 2-2 round could get pretty sketchy.
Let's talk about the one coming up here. Corelli, Xset versus SSG is going to be our first matchup here for round number 4 on this stream. And Xset has a tall order ahead of them. You talked about this team. I feel like you're keeping your eye on them just because T. Corell is on there now.
Yeah.
It's T. Corelli.
Yeah, I get that a lot. People think that I'm him, and it's true. I just want to come on stream and confirm it is me. It's
perfect.
both. I'm both
He's
the
got his
player
controller in his hand right now.
and the caster. No, but yeah, it is a tall order here for Xset. T. Corell has come on, and honestly, Xset have looked much better with their sub here in T. Corell. And this is a roster, when I look at the players, especially with Alpha Cap and J-Pow, I expected this team to do really well. Don't forget, this was the Stromboli roster, seasons ago. So this is a team I expected to do better than what they're performing. I still think that they've been underperforming throughout the grid. I mean, they haven't even placed higher than 5th, and a lot of their placements have been in the 10, 16 range. So it hasn't been very good. They went 1-3 the last regional. So for Xset, this is their best chance so far. It really is their best result so far if they can jump over this space station team, which is going to be very tough.
Well, SSG is destroyable. They are beatable. You can take them down. We've seen it over the past couple days now. We saw it in the grid. We've seen it now here today in regional number 2 for North America. So what do you guys think in Twitch chat? Let's get to our Verizon fan vote right now with the hashtag SSG and hashtag Xset. Do you think Xset is going to be able to upset SSG? And is SSG going to fall again? Or will they qualify? Gibbs, what's your prediction here?
Right.
Like, you're pointing down. Let's get your graphic up. Xset or SSG?
All right, Twitch chat, you got to help me out here. Hashtag Xset. I want to see some numbers from them. I'm not going to pick them, but I'm going to think that they're going to get up to 35% at the very least, which is pretty good versus Space Station.
Okay.
So we need to see some of those votes in Twitch chat because I've been pretty close so far. So I feel like I'm getting way too powerful because I'm controlling this hive mind, but I love it. I'm picking Space Station, though. I'm picking Space Station because they haven't looked perfect, but they're still Space Station. So I think they will take down Xset here and advance, even though it's been a shaky day for them. But Space Station is that good that it won't matter.
Okay, so he's going with Space Station, but he thinks a 35% chance here from Twitch chat. He's hoping. Okay, Corelli, how do you feel about this?
Well, I feel like Gibbs had one of the worst lead ups to a prediction I've ever heard in my entire life. But I'll just come out and say that I think Space Station is probably going to come out and win here at 3-1. If Space Station hadn't lost the games that they have already, I'd probably say 3-0. I like this Xset team. I want them to be good. I'm a big fan of the players on this team. I've mentioned it many times on stream that I like this team. However, again, it's very tough to bet against Space Station, even with the losses that they've had. It's very tough for me to vote against this Space Station squad. And with a team that hasn't been doing so hot, even with T. Corell coming on, who has improved the team just a little bit, I still feel like Space Station's going to come out and close out their day-to-day.
Yeah, this is a really tough one. I mean, I witnessed firsthand. I do the casting in the grid for the Pittsburgh Knights, and they faced off against Xset in their first match in the upper of their group, and Xset brought them to Game 5 and took them down. This T. Corell, I think, is starting to do some work for them. At the same time, watching that, I think they need a little bit more time with that roster. I think they're still going to continually get better results than they were before, but I think SSG is going to be the team to take this one. You can't bet against the recent history right now. SSG's consistency has just been above and beyond anyone else's. Even if they're losing a series or two here and there, especially in Swiss, it doesn't matter as much. So SSG for me, for sure. But Xset, I expect to get a lot of good experience out of this matchup. And I'm curious if Gibbs mind control, are we able to get those?
Did it work?
Those predictions out there? No, you have no control over them anymore. No,
I've lost all my power. I
The
feel
deal-
so upset.
Gibbs, the deal was 2 matches, and then Twitch chat is free. It's over. So just deal with it. Corelli, before we get into this match here, talk to me if there's anything right now that we're going to see Xset try to do to shut down SSG. What's it going to look like on the field?
I mean, it doesn't really matter who they play against. It's any team going against Space Station. You've got to shut down any aerial play inside your own box because you know that someone like Typical is going to come flying through and finish it. That's the finisher for Space Station. You can prevent that, you earn yourself a lot of space.
Well, I like how this one finished because Gibbs had no control. Let us know what you guys think about this next matchup on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS X. The question right now is Xset going to be able to continue the success against the monsters of SSG? Well, we'll find out now in the Verizon Skybox.
Corelli thinks the key to winning this match is creating a lot of space. Unfortunately for Xset Achieves, they're going up against the space station, so this match is already over, right?
Well, that's what we all thought earlier, and then KC Pioneers came in and threw a big old wrench into that. So is it over? Not just yet. We haven't even begun. But it is going to be an uphill battle. Xset are looking much better, admittedly, with T. Corel. And people have shown Space Station can, in fact, bleed today. So we'll see if they can find a way to work some magic around the pressure Arsenal is going to be putting on off the ball.
That's T. Corel and Alpha Kep. History of playing together with mixed results, but simply any level of experience can help deliver here. And yes, T. Corel does seem to be a better fit for this roster as of today. But so far, only one really meaningful result. This would really kind of cement T. Corel on this roster if they were able to beat Space Station here. We've got Xset in the blue, Space Station in the orange. A pass across the field. Reynolds takes the shot through. Two defenders, makes them dance. Space Station's on the board.
Well, we said Xset wanted a little bit of space, but Space Station's the one that ends up with it. T. Corel knows he can't really commit to that challenge. He just kind of goes forward to get him to show his hand, and Reynolds says, here it is. Big crossfield pass and blasted into the left side. Unsavable from Space Station.
On following kickoff, Space Station will immediately gain control. Now Sypical looking to pick up control as Arsenal bullies the goalies. Back across to the corner. Reynolds now to follow. Up against J-Pow and Alpha Kep. Into the side. J-Pow on the wall will pinch it and send it long ways into Space Station territory. Sypical over one. Carrying it behind. T. Corel off the wall. Up in front of the goal. Here comes teammates to score, but Arsenal not able to make contact. J-Pow just barely taps it around him. Alpha Kep get in front of the box. T. Corel just sends a long one from midfield. Sypical has the save.
And really nice job from Space Station while on their own half. We talked about it during the pre-show. They're real good at taking space. They do not let other teams play the way they want to play. They say, we're bringing the ball down, we're going to trap it, do whatever we need, and look at Arsenal pushing T. Corel back, and that just buys so much more time for Space Station to get set in the midfield here and keep possession.
They have been pushing this one harsh. There's Arsenal through one. Corel to loft. Reynolds with the response onto the backboard, uncontested right now, but also no one there to shoot from the midfield. A demolition on the Alpha Kep in goal. Keep this siege going. Reynolds now up, looking for the pass into the midfield. T. Corel bounces it down, but nobody from Space Station was willing to take the shot. The shooter had already fallen back, assuming the defensive touch would be a little bit stronger. Now J-Pow bouncing it. Now following it as T. Corel underneath him. Sypical's able to cover him up, follows him all the way. Despite all that pressure from Space Station, still only got that first goal. Now Alpha Kep out of his own corner. Wins the 50-50, chases it down for a second one. Sypical bounces it over him, and then Bogo sticks it past another. All up to T. Corel on that back line. Gets it through one, now through two, and back to midfield, and stops it neutrally. And now we'll get to take a shot. T. Corel, the shot itself not that great in the rotation. Rotating back was going to deal with it pretty much no matter what, but still 3 strong touches from the newcomer.
Yeah, that really was a fantastic job from T. Corel to fight for possession there on that midfield line. It was always going to be a tough ask. Here's a chance for Alpha Kep. T. Corel sets it up another time, and this time around, he's got a little bit of help coming off the backboard here. The bump on Sypical slows him down, doesn't have the easiest read in the world. Alpha Kep camped out on the other side, and the pressure gets there from Xset.
And they make the opportunity count. Both teams get the necessary bumps, but not be able to put the ball in the back of the net. Xset gets that goal in and ties up the game. And here comes Space Station. Arsenal was messing with the goalies. T. Corel able to disengage from that fight. Get the ball to the corner. Now Arsenal onto the back wall. Reynolds lurking in front of the goal. J-Pow puts it high. Arsenal to follow it up. Looks for the pass. Reynolds thinks about it. 2 defenders up for it. Now it's just J-Pow on the ground for Xset. He's up for the touch. Gets it underneath one. Can T. Corel collapse on this? Arsenal will hold on to control and slow it down. Give his teammates time to get back behind him. Keep their defense strong. Now Alpha Kep back into the corner. Sends it to the upper 90s. Sypical's got it away, and Reynolds will follow.
Always amazing to see the composure of players in that third rotation slot when they get put in the 1-on-1 or 2-on-1 breakaways. Sypical handling that one very well. And look, Reynolds again making sure to get that soft touch. Hang on to the ball, even if it doesn't turn into much. Just make sure you buy a little extra time for the people behind you.
J-Pal up, Sypical up to block, gets the save, and now T-Corell in to try and keep the pressure on. Actually rotates out, leaves it for Alpha Kip, who gets bumped off the ball. Now across the goal. It'll fly to the other corner. 1 minute remaining to tie game between the challengers, Xset, and the Titans of Space Station. Arsenal now through the air, 50 seconds remaining. He traps this one. T-Corell follows him wheel to wheel. Over to the corner, back in front of the goal. Both Space Station shooters far back. Xset will take the midfield. Now Reynolds into the front. T-Corell pushes it high midfield. Sypical through the air will push it towards the goal, but that touch won't be able to be followed up on at all.
Yeah, Sypical going for a flip reset there. Just missed it. Got on the outside wheels and ended up having to just dump the ball off, and not the cleanest touch off his backboard either. Needs a good follow through, and Space Station might be under pressure here for the last few seconds.
They're kind of tangled up on their back wall. A miss from T-Corell needed from Space Station. They'll breathe a sigh of relief that pressure stops for just a moment, but here comes Xset again. Sypical now through the air with 4 seconds left in regulation. Tie game, and we'll see overtime most likely. T-Corell tries to keep it up. Can't do it. Game number 1 already into extra time.
And Corelli says that Xset needs space. Well, they've earned a little bit of it. They're doing a real nice job keeping pace with Space Station here in game 1, and a little bit of a double commit on defense. Alpha kept putting pressure on the net. And again, that ball control on their own half. Quality from Space Station, but does it translate into offensive power? We've yet to see it.
Nice blocks in the midfield. Space Station starting to control this. Sypical. Important touch over T-Corell. Looks for the bumps on Alpha Kep. And now just looking for a setup, but Alpha Kep able to cover him up. Reynolds back flipping into this one, trying to get in the way of J-Pal, but can't. Out to Alpha Kep, the outfield pass. And we'll see Xset take game number 1.
Xset sneak one through. Reynolds a little too tight, tries to get the half flip landing, but has a little bit too much momentum, carries past the ball. J-Pow puts it right on Alpha Kep's nose, and that is it for game 1. Xset, I wouldn't even say they stole it. I think they straight up earned that one. That was a pretty good game from Space Station. They only allowed 5 shots for one of the teams that absolutely can blow anyone out of the water at any given moment. That's a big win for Xset and a strong start.
Yeah, and Alpha kept there, 2 goals on 3 shots. To me, the difference maker here was the midfield and how often Space Station, I felt like, was giving it up. They were just allowing Xset to take the midfield for free, which if you will talk about space, that is where that is the area of the field we are talking about. If you control the midfield, you have so much more territory to move around, to give yourself room for that little second touch you need to slightly correct the first one that wasn't quite as good. You get so much extra boost. It's definitely the area of the field that you need to control the most. So Xset there, I feel like there were the moments where they were earning it with the 50-50s, but also a number of moments where Space Station was giving it. I'm going to be keeping my eye on Space Station's midfield rotations here in game 2.
Yeah, you're definitely looking for them to be able to put pressure on that back line on Xset when they get the ball over on that offensive third. That will allow people in the midfield a little bit more time to rotate back through, maybe have that mid boost spawn 1 or 2 more times, and see if they can control that midfield a little bit more. Because you're absolutely right. Xset wasn't having to work too hard to get things out of their own half. And how about starting off game 2 with a bang? Arsenal tries to get cute. Alpha Kep says bye-bye. J-Pow with a touch off the ceiling. That's spicy.
Yeah, bumps him off the ball. And I think even after he got bumped off the ball, Reynolds in goal was like, nah, they don't have this. But he did. J-Pow off the ceiling. Way to start it off with a bang here in game 2. Nice chip from Reynolds over to Sypical. He's going to look to give it back to Reynolds, but the ball slightly in front of the teammate, not going to be able to get up for the shot. Now Alpha kept trying to get out of his half. An excellent dunk. That pushes it all the way to the Space Station corner.
Yeah, if you're making challenges like that, you'll be hard-pressed to be kept in your own half any day. Arsenal loses command here as well, so Xset starting to warm up a little bit here, and a little bit of dump and chase here from Space Station.
And that winning game 1, I think, is real trouble here for Space Station. Xset winning game 1 is trouble for Space Station. As they get in front, they get a second goal in. The energy and morale on this team. Xset came into this being like, okay, we need to play clean. But then after winning game 1, I feel the fangs are going to come out. There's the snarl in their play right now. They know they can win this series.
Especially with that shot from J-Pow. I mean, Arsenal had every option covered except for the delayed touch to the back post, or I should say the near post. So J-Pal, real nice job reading what was given to him on the defensive line, and even with a couple Space Station defenders in his face, still able to get it through. Does he turn in the one-on-one with no boost? Gives a little shimmy shake out to T. Carell.
T. Carell looks for the backflip shot. Now Alpha kept pushing back onto his own third. Here comes Space Station. The first scoring opportunities we've seen from them. Alpha kept with a solid clear. Arsenal to pick it up and try to stall it out in the midfield. Bates and J-Pal. T. Carell now has to play defense. Misses on the wall. Reynolds and Arsenal bump into each other, and T. Carell will clear it from midfield. Here comes Alpha Kep. And man, Space Station just collapses on themselves.
I think that was actually more the worst play from T. Carell. You get a big bump from teammates like that. Arsenal gets it back and turns it into a goal. Oh, that's a disaster, because you're right. Space Station absolutely botched their offensive push, but T. Carell just cleared the ball away with no intention and gave it right back, and immediately they turn it into a goal. That's brutal.
When your name's Arsenal, you got a lot of weapons. He's definitely got plenty of double taps in that vault of his. 3:20 on the clock, and Space Station on the board. Still trailing, though, by 1. Space Station an easy favorite at the start of the day, showing signs of weakness in every match we've seen. Dropping game 1 here to underdogs Xset, the latest in that story, and now game 2 trailing here. They finally got on the board with a nice play. Can they start to build on that momentum and cut down these kids that maybe got a little bit too big for their britches? Now off to the side. Arsenal gonna follow along with this one. Alpha not with the best of touches. Just typical. J-Pal moved out, but gets back in time for the save. Reynolds now advancing. 1 demolition. Tried to find 2. Reynolds looks for the pass out, but actually gets it way behind. This is an own goal? Arsenal gets there in time. It looks like it was actually wide. That would have been the longest range own goal I've ever seen at the RLCS.
More crazy challenges, though, from Xset coming out of that blue half. Arsenal consistently trying to go for these air dribbles, turn them into flip resets. It ping-pongs around, and Sipical is just able to sneak that one into the goal line. You need a second look at this to see how that happened.
Oh, this is a sweater right here. Alpha kept bounces it off of 3 different parts of the woodwork, and it does eventually roll in, though. And a tie game. Space Station brings it back. You know, they'll take it. Kills some of the momentum Xset was building, and a win here in game 2 definitely helped level the playing field. But I still feel like Chiefs winning that game number 1 gives Xset a level of confidence that Space Station never wants their opponents to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a massive game 1 win, and really outclassing Space Station in that first game. But here in game 2, letting a few weird ones sneak through the woodwork there. And they really do have to rally here, because it's so easy to let Space Station get back in it, and then they blow you out. And just like that, all that momentum's gone.
Reynolds through 1. J-Pal up for the block. Off the side, Alpha Kep will rotate into goal. Sipical doesn't get a solid touch. He doesn't control the ball, and J-Pal is able to blast it over his hood. Now Arsenal, a chip over 1. A flip to try and bamboozle Alpha Kep. He just rotates out and goes to goal, and T. Carell comes in to collapse on him. Now over in front of the box. Nobody there to shoot, though. J-Pal now up after Reynolds' touch was just too easily read. Arsenal out to Sipical as they try to transition this one off, but it's going to take 3 touches just to get it to midfield. Blocked by T. Carell, and now a touch past Alpha Kep. An important win. J-Pal able to cover it up, though. Alpha Kep off the ceiling. 25 boost onto the backboard. Doesn't have a second touch. J-Pal's up for it. Reynolds gets the save, and off to Arsenal in the corner. Calm, cool, and collected. Space Station's defense wasn't scared at all.
Yeah, and the only way that shot goes in for J-Pow is if he's able to really put some power on it. They definitely knew that the hole was on that side, and they said if you want to score it, you're going to have to smash that ball. Had to focus too much on placement. Couldn't think about hitting it square, and a breakaway for Space Station. Tipped off the bar, follow through for Arsenal. Top right corner, J-Pow there.
Some quality shooting, J-Pow on defense. Has been wonders for Xset. Off to the corner, 30 seconds remaining. We played overtime in game number 1. Game number 2 might be the same story. Typical now. Into the corner. T-Crowd cleans it out. J-Pow to follow this one. He's getting hounded from the side. Just takes a shot upper 90. Arsenal gets the block. T-Crowd's up for it. It's going to be a tight angle, and Reynolds gets there first. But here comes Alpha Cap underneath one. Arsenal out of the corner, pushing it in front of his own boxes. J-Pow home. He's looking for it. Goes underneath. Now T-Crowd just takes the shot. J-Pow looks for the goalie, but Reynolds gets it away. The clock has expired. Here comes Space Station with one last attempt. Up to Arsenal, back across the field. T-Crowd should be able to kill this one in his own corner. We'll go to overtime in game 2.
Here's a big chance here for Space Station to level the playing field. I like the control they have on their own half, but getting past that midfield line, all these air dribble attempts from Arsenal, Sypical, Reynolds, they really just haven't had the bite that we're used to seeing. That setup potential doesn't really feel there for Space Station on offense right now. And we'll see if that comes back to haunt him. Reynolds is going to buy him a few extra moments, and Alpha Cap doesn't have a lot of options here.
Yeah, that was an important demolition. The goalies were whiffing from Space Station. Here comes T-Corral with a soft shot. Reynolds gets it away. Can he hold on to this ball? He's able to get the demolition. That's almost as good. Now back down onto Sypical's hood. Tries to flick J-Pow. He pre-jumps him. Gets in the way. Now Arsenal. Down onto the backboard. Sypical calls off Reynolds. Follows it out of his own half. 3 touches. Here's Arsenal up against J-Pow. J-Pow gives him space. Gets second touch cleanly. Reynolds now onto the backboard. T-Corral up out of goal. One left in net. J-Pow will get it past Sypical. No! Gets dunked out of his mind. Space Station ties the series.
Now, here's the funny thing about being the defender here. You know they're sitting on this. J-Pow knows that Space Station is up there. He just doesn't know exactly where, and that's why he jumps early in case they're right on top of that ball off the backboard. Unfortunately, that early jump means he's coming back down to earth pretty quick, and Sypical playing a little bit further back, able to time the challenge, get on top of it, and drive it straight through him. Nice positioning from Sypical. Space Station Gaming able to squeak out a win despite not particularly playing what I think is their best offense.
No, I feel like that's been a little bit of the story from Space Station all day. Just not a little bit not their best offense there. And Space Station timed up here in game 2. Big important win when it comes to momentum. Xset is a team that you know has hopes and dreams. They have dreamed of being in this spot right now. You give them 2 wins in a row, and I don't know what happens. I feel it becomes so dangerous. So Space Station able to curb the tide of enthusiasm, but still Xset believes. Xset believes they can win this one, and they were close in 2 games, overtime, both games so far, Chiefs.
And I really, Alpha kept so close, but I really do think Xset played a quality game 2 there again. Just had that one awkward goal in the middle that Sypical was able to score that ping-ponged around the bar. And they know that without that one, they had Space Station beat. They're out shooting him still.
Here comes Sypical onto an open net. They finally catch the defense with their pants down. That's Space Station with the first goal.
And Arsenal goes for another air dribble, this time able to squeeze it off the backboard, but J-Pow just doesn't quite have the angle or the positioning to really have the easiest approach. Gets out in front, it falls down into the middle, and no one is able to pick it up, and Space Station score an easy one to kick off game 3.
There's Sypical through the air looking for the pass to Arsenal. No, Arsenal called off as he saw T-Corral already up. Sypical needs to rotate out. Arsenal getting hounded from behind. Gets airborne just in time before T-Corral got the demolition. Now back down front of the box. Here's J-Pow versus Reynolds. Nice challenge. Reynolds neutralizes the threat. Arsenal now pretty through the air underneath. What?
Oh, you're kidding.
No! Here's Reynolds to maybe chip it in. No, Alpha Kev couldn't quite do it. That was nuts from Arsenal.
I mean, I didn't certainly think he was going to have a goal-scoring opportunity, but you bring that one all the way down, and who knows what happens when he gets to the floor as he pings it off his own corner, and Sypical has to bail him out. And Space Station in a real tough spot here, dripped into the middle, but J-Pow expecting that ball to go backwards towards him instead of just drop straight down. And Xset going to have to find another opportunity.
Reynolds and Arsenal right on top of each other. Arsenal looks for the dunk off the ceiling. And over to the side, there's Sypical up, and a shot on target. Doesn't need a second touch for that one. That's 2 goals for Space Station.
A little bit surprised to see this one squeak through. Thought J-Pow, J-Pow wasn't on the wall. Okay. From the initial perspective, I thought J-Pow was already set on that backboard, so I was surprised to see that one get by him with that pass down to Sypical, but he had to get up there and get his wheels before he could jump off, and that's a real tough break for Xset. You really thought that they were going to have that one covered and keep this close, but 2-goal deficit. Not quite 3, but Space Station really starting to get a firm grasp on this blue half of the pitch.
Space Station just bulldozed all their goalies, but Reynolds was not able to find a way to curb it around the corner and in for a 3rd goal. 3 minutes left on the clock, and game 2 has kind of been, or game 3 here has kind of been all Space Station.
They
with
are
some
controlling
strong
that
goals.
midfield boost.
Yeah, the midfield we pointed out after game number 1, the area that was really going to define the field. So far, it still has. Xset controlling games 1 and 2, and now Space Station here in game 3. Steve Carell up against Typical. A shot, and man, I feel like this like spread out double commit is why this goes in.
Yeah, surprise here for Sipical on the goal line. He's
Reynolds.
thinking Reynolds has that one, and then it's over his head. Quick reactions, but not quite fast enough. Skims off the top, off the bar and in. You can't really fault Sipical for that one. He just thought his teammate had the ball.
No, I feel like it definitely I'm not going to say Reynolds shouldn't have gone for it, but it was the reason why the goal goes in eventually. Here comes Arsenal into the corner. Lofted over. Reynolds up for it. And a back pass over the top of his teammate again. Reynolds just maybe slightly not on the same page as his other teammates at the moment. Here's Alpha Kep with a flick pass 1. Reynolds out of goal, gets it away, and Arsenal will get a demolition onto a 3rd man. That'll relieve a little bit of pressure here, but J-Pal's putting it on by himself. Now Arsenal up, beat by T. Carell off the respawn. Nobody home in goal. Can he get it in front of the box? He sure can, but nobody's there to take the shot, and Reynolds gets the clear away. 1:59 on the clock. Still a 1-goal lead for Space Station as they're looking for match point.
Arsenal right there trying to get aggressive out of the corner. Tipped it off that left-hand side and immediately just forgot all about the ball and just went for the demos. Reynolds keeps it himself. Thought he was trying to lay that one up for Arsenal, but it turns out they just want to deny some corner boost and see if they can set something up with a couple of steals.
Oh, what a read. Typical, able to follow that. And now here's Arsenal looking for a soft touch out in front of the box. There's Reynolds up against J-Pal. Just takes the shot. J-Pal had first touch and took advantage of it. Now Reynolds lofting. Arsenal on the edge. Flicks over 1. Arsenal to follow. Looking for a pass. Possibly has options here, and the defense knows it. They'll follow this ball out. Now T. Carell picks up control into the corner. Typical going to take this one off the backboard. Now Alpha Kep up in the air all by himself. Think he got the flip reset out of it, but the defense holds on. Arsenal's not able to get there in time, and a tie game at 1 minute left. Xset's alive.
Advantage of position. Xset. Alpha Kep makes a big challenge. Arsenal knows he's got to get this one, but it is not easy. It is directly above his head, and if he does not get the right read, he is doomed. And indeed, T. Carell drops the hammer.
Alpha Kep sends another one to the corner right off of kickoff. And oh dear, Space Station players bumping into each other. Arsenal's alone. Luckily, Reynolds is able to break up the infield pass. Here's Typical looking for that lead back. Leaves it for Arsenal. Back pass to Reynolds. Up to the corner. Typical bails. Reynolds to follow. Beats 1 defender. Now Arsenal up against Alpha Kep. Through him. Now T. Carell back out the field. Typical hightailing it back to defense as T. Carell comes. T. Carell leading the charge so often here for Xset as he just dumps the ball in front of the box. Reynolds picks it up. Beats it past J-Pal. Looks for the play on Alpha Kep, but no. He's got the read on him, but now out of boost. This is an awkward position for Xset. J-Pal pass to 1, now to follow it to the goal. They try to tag team it in the air. Arsenal gets himself a savior medal. 13 seconds left. Achieves 3rd overtime incoming. I'm feeling it already unless they finish it off right here. Oh, Alpha Kep says, nah, come on, man. We only got to play when the clock's going up.
Hang on, not done yet. Does Space Station let it fall? They can't. J-Pal's putting the pressure on, and Reynolds doesn't let it go either.
Ooh. That's spicy. T. Carell puts it in that. I feel like T. Carell's been the one to kill it all 3 games.
Well, now indeed the clock will count up. And we'll see if Space Station Gaming continues to hold on to that midfield presence. Typical. Missed the demo, and everything I think is going to slow down here after that hard burst off the start.
Yeah, everyone's all right. Just hold. Everyone, hold on for a second, okay? Just chill out. Here comes Reynolds. Flicks past T. Carell onto the backboard. Let's bump on 1. Alpha Kep able to neutralize it, but here comes Typical in to try and win the game. Off to the edge and gets it through. That's 2 games in a row for Space Station. They're on match point.
Typical's just waiting here to see what happens. Oh, the ball's straight. Oh, they can't actually get it. I'll just shoot it to the far post. Sick. He just took whatever was in front of him. He said, "Oh, well, that's a stalemate. Oh, that's behind him off the wall. Nice. I'll just win the game." Typical, calm, cool, collected.
This turn of Monopoly just kept getting better.
It really did.
You landed on my boardwalk, and then I got the community chest, and it gave me $200. And hell yeah, now we're on match point. Let's go. The space station here. Typical. Look at that. 3 goals, getting himself the hat trick. Arsenal getting himself the savior medal. And Space Station really did start off so strong there. That first goal and then a second one as well. Xset here, they did put up the 2 to get us to overtime. And I mean, name how many teams can you say have gotten SSG to overtime every game they've played? Not many, but Xset making them work for these wins right now. Momentum very neutral right now.
Not many is right, but Space Station Gaming, I really started to felt that they got to sink their teeth into that Xset defense a little bit more. Arsenal having a lot more success with the air dribbles once he's in that offensive third. I still think going across the midfield line, Space Station Gaming's a little iffy, but if they're able to really get set, that's when they get dangerous. They start commanding that midfield, taking away all the boost, stealing away some corners, getting that pressure on the goalie, and that's when they really shine.
Well, Space Station, it's been a bit of a rough week, but the definition of good teams in Rocket League is how do they play when they're having bad weeks? Do they still manage to find the wins? And so far, they've only dropped 1 series on the day. This win would end the rough week for them and send them through to tomorrow, or to next week, rather. Typical now. Off the edge. Follow this one. Oh my goodness, that one was nearly good. Arsenal to try and block it. Does Reynolds see a shot? No, he's got 2 defenders up. They double commit onto the wall, but they get all of the ball, so double commit won't matter. It'll actually turn into positioning for them. It's typical over 1. Alpha kept soft touch. He'll need a second. And he gets it. Reynolds now through 1. Looks for a soft pass. J-Pow clears it up to Alpha Kep. Picks this one up in the corner. Dribbles past 1. Looks for the goalie. Typical gets airborne in time, and Reynolds will find the clear straight downtown. Arsenal with a lot of space. Reynolds on the edge. Goes for the pass. Intercepted by Alpha Kep. Scoreless game. This has been the slowest start we've seen yet in the series.
And Xset, on a couple of these early chances here in Game 4, they look almost surprised that it beat some defenders on Space Station because they're in position. If they really committed, they'd be there for the shot, but they're just like, wait, that actually got through. And then it's too late at that point.
Arsenal across midfield. Cuts it back in, and Typical picks up control. Now Reynolds trying to bait somebody into midfield. But Xset, extremely smart. Positioning working out. The positioning, the thing that maybe was struggling the most in game number 1 now, over to the edge. There's Reynolds. Oh my goodness, the pinch, and T-Carell says, cool, let's clear it on that.
Yeah, that first touch got away from Reynolds. Got a little too much of it, and then definitely got too much of it once he got up against that wall, but not the easiest counterattack opportunity for Space Station Gaming, but they know they could have improved that one.
Typical versus T-Carell. Now J-Pal up for it just in time. Reynolds gets to the ball. That was a threatening opportunity. Now Alpha Kep trying to push it across his half. Arsenal up to Typical. Soft drop down, but just not quite on target. It was going to need a third touch to go in. There was nobody in the neighborhood. Now Alpha Kep past 1. J-Pal looking for bumps. Gets the demolition. Reynolds able to close the gap. Now Arsenal. So look for the pass. No, he just goes for the air carry himself here. Little flick over J-Pal, but loses control to Alpha Kep. Now back right into that corner where it started.
I am convinced that if you see Arsenal with the ball, just assume he's not going to actually pass it. He's just going to try and air dribble it, fake you, flip reset, you score a goal. It's what he's done the entire series, and this time it actually works.
This just feels like Season 8 world champs playing up against, what was it, 3 Sins?
I don't remember, but yeah.
I forget. It was one of the teams. You just got to style on him. And it was like, he just in free play. Sometimes Arsenal just makes up new stuff on the fly, and the entire Xset team sitting still for a moment. We'll get a pause, and we'll see. We'll find out what's going on with them and reset. Luckily, that was right there on a kickoff, so hopefully it's an easy game to reconvene as soon as they know why. But yes, Xset here. Then what has been definitely the most defensive game. The most we talked about at the start of the series, Achieves, that they needed space. Space is going to be the kind of defining feature of this game, the defining mechanic in this game. And the place where space is most easily earned and most there's a different word I'm looking for here, but it's the midfield. The midfield's what matters. And this has been the most hotly contested midfield game so far of the series.
Yeah, I think after game one, Space Station not really having quite as much ability to stick with the ball, losing a lot of those challenges. Game two, Xset having real good long clears coming out of their own half. And now here in games 3 and 4, things are really starting to tighten up. You're getting a lot more neutral challenges, some stalemates that kick out to the right or don't go very far away from its initial spot. And that's making it tougher and tougher for Xset to spread the field out. And that's making it easier for Space Station to really start having that off-ball pressure because they're not having to constantly fall back and reposition. But Xset's still playing incredibly well. The only reason it's 1-0 right now is because Arsenal scored an absolute banger of a goal.
Yeah.
So this is still well within Xset's grasp.
Yeah, no. It's like we've seen Xset block plenty of passing attempts in the midfield. They are getting their interceptions on, that they are able to match pace. And when you have a defensive series like that, oftentimes the defining factors are, it's one of two things. It's either which team actually makes a mistake and the field backflip man or something like that, or which player is able to just completely clutch up and score a highlight reel level goal. So Arsenal there, the defining feature of this match so far, and the only reason we're not tied up, I kind of felt like there was a chance we were going to be going like to overtime 0-0, because that's just what's been happening in this series. Is just we went to overtime 1-1, 2-2, 2-2. Like 0-0 makes sense in game 4. Then let's go to game 5. This has been an exciting series.
Yeah, and I am really enjoying Xset, considering that I thought they were going to have a much better North American Regional 1. They really tanked it, so it's good to see them battle back here. Currently sitting at 2-1 in the Swiss round, so they have a chance here. But as we say, Space Station Gaming, no easy task. But right now, they certainly seem up to it. But who knows what happens if they don't come up with a win here.
We'll get back in the game. There was just a quick latency check there. Everything as normal, starting where the game left off. J-Pow over Alpha Cap will take a shot. Typical gets a block. T-Corral in, up against Arsenal, kills it. Here comes Typical to take over control. He's got Reynolds on the far side. Can he connect with him? See, lofts it. Alpha Cap again to break up the passes. Reynolds now through the air, back into the midfield. What would have been a great pass had anybody been home. And now Arsenal to follow this one. Beats one player. J-Pow up to break up the play. And now to try and take over. No, Reynolds covers up two players. Now 1v1, and he's got him, and just dead to rights. 2-0 for Space Station.
Yeah, Alpha Cap got jammed here. He thought he was going to be able to get that one, expecting his two teammates to come out with a stronger challenge against the one Space Station guy. It pings straight off the ceiling, and to make it worse, it's over his shoulder as he's caught moving forward.
It was the rare double-double commit of Xset there. Two players commit, and then neither one gets called off. They both go for it again. And yeah, leave one player completely alone. They actually pinched that up for Reynolds, and now 1 minute left. We said that the thing that defines these games, is this another one? A third goal? Looks like it. Arsenal should get that one through. The thing that defines these games, personal performance or team mistakes. Team mistakes showing up here for Xset at the end.
What was that challenge from Arsenal? Dismount, turn the car over, and backflip stuff the dude? What?
Oh.
I mean, it makes sense. He got the big part of the car down to where it was going to meet on the challenge. I mean, that's just some intense understanding of how to move the car.
When Arsenal's comfortable, he just goes into free play mode, dude. It's super dumb.
Yeah, that's exactly why you do those, where you just chase the ball constantly in free play, because then you make big stuffs like that, and you get free goals for it.
I was like, wait, I remember doing this one time. I'm going to try it again. I honestly was still thinking about the previous goal and didn't actually see his challenge. I have to see that on the replay. But 20 seconds left, down by 3, Space Station. They made us think maybe something was wrong there in game number 1, but again, the thing that defines good teams in North America, can you still win series when you're not having your best of days? And Space Station will have no problem. 7 seconds left, not going to happen. Xset's going to have to look to a different series if they want to qualify for next week. Space Station finally going to make it through, and hey, they'll get one for the road.
One for the road just to make the scoreline look a little more convincing. Alpha Cap doesn't really have a big touch there, but J-Pow, I think he a little bit surprised to see Typical come there. I think he thought he would just have an easy tap down and couldn't quite dive across, but like you said, Space Station Gaming, slow start to this series, I think, but they found their groove. Arsenal started to have a little bit more effectiveness with all those air dribbles later on in the series. But in general, I thought Xset definitely played up to par here. Space Station just showing the experience is what got them to win. I feel like Xset had a lot of good chances while pressing on offense, but they just weren't really ready to fully commit to some of those chances, and that kind of left goals on the table, I think, for them.
Yeah, I don't know. I loved Arsenal lighting up here in this game. Like there was some fun moments here from Arsenal. Was he the player that hit the hat trick in the last game too?
I wish I could tell you.
Oh,
off the top of my head.
I thought the Tome of Legend would be in front of you, but
no,
for some
the
other
Tome
time.
of Legend is currently full. I need a new one.
Gotta get a new tome, folks. Always make sure you got a new tome. All right, chat, that is the conclusion of this series. We got quite a few more, though, coming up later. Teams set to qualify. You won't want to miss it. This is RLCS X.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Feel my arms holding on so tight just when you need it most. Feel the freedom of being careless, just being in love. Everything will be alright. Through the darkness, through the night, no fear anymore. No fear anymore.
Space Station able to stave off the upset by Xset there. That was a 4-game series. Some fun stuff. I'm Wavepunk, joined here by Achieves, and we're going to be heading into Rogue versus version 1 here in a second. But Space Station, yeah, the Achieves, we talked about a little bit before the break. The definition of a strong team, a dynasty-level team here in North America is how do you play on your off days?
Yeah, and today, definitely a bit of an awkward start for Space Station. Lost to Kansas City Pioneers, and a tight win versus Xset. It says 3-1 on the scorecard, but it was not an easy one, and you are absolutely right. The best teams win on their off days. Today was an off day, and Space Station still go through comfortably, going 11-5. So well done to Space Station. Xset, I am curious to see what your next match has in store for everybody.
Yeah, how did you feel about T. Carell on this roster? He was the big change for Xset moving into this week.
You know, I like T. Carell. It felt like he got put in a couple of really tough spots defensively, but overall, I think he had a good approach to the game, and I think it was the right move overall. I think Xset's rotation has really settled down, and I don't know what it was exactly, because I don't know what the communication or the atmosphere, the team dynamic is like for those guys, but overall, he seemed to slot in fairly well.
For sure. And with the results they were able to pull off, I mean, a 3-1 with 3 overtimes against Space Station is definitely something you can look at and be like, yo, I'm proud about that this week. And the thing that's good for Xset is that is the warm-up games of all warm-up games here in North America right now. As they move into their next match, I think they'll be a little bit like, oh, this is easier. We can do this. And as long as especially if they continue to have such a strong midfield performance, they can challenge the best teams in the world, because every team can make mistakes in their own back third. And I would like to see Xset go up against some of those teams. So, yeah.
And of course, now we look ahead to version 1 and Rogue, and this is going to be an interesting one as well. Both of them have acquired a win over 8-Bit Esports today, but overall, version 1 having probably the stronger strength of schedule with a 3-2 loss versus G2, and then a 3-1 win versus United. And overall, version 1, you know, I dig it. They've been a little hit or miss so far in the North American regionals, but today I thought they looked real good versus G2.
I mean, that's the thing about version 1, right? This is Gimmick and Torment. This is the remnants of the old Cloud9 dynasty that was at one point one of the most indisputable, excellent teams in all of Rocket League, and then just had a catastrophic collapse after they won the World Championship. And so to be like, oh, this team starts to look strong again. I'm like, I don't know. I've been here before. I've been bamboozled by these young men previously. For me, the thing I'm always excited about, though, is AXB, a player that I have loved watching come into his own over the past few seasons. And this is the stride I've been hoping version 1 would hit eventually. So we'll see how things go with them moving into this match. A good win here and getting themselves into the next week would be definitely something that could really help shake some of that monkey off their back of field, being like, when is version 1 actually going to be ready for launch, you know?
Yeah, and I think you'll see version 1 really come into their own as soon as you see Torment and AXB really nail down who wants to be doing what when it comes to defensive rotation and keeping the offensive cycle going. Because a lot of what we praised AXB for when he was on Space Station in his last season there was the defense, leveled up a lot, and it unleashed Typical to be a bit more aggressive. And I think since that has happened, you run into Torment, who's been a consistently strong defender for as long as we've seen him in the RLCS. That's really where there's a little bit of jive needing to be figured out between those two. But I think once they nail that, version 1 is going to be right back up there and be a strong contender on any given day. While you say that, though, on the other side of things, I mean, Rogue has been the consistently, you love them, and then you're sad to see them lose because you want to see them do so well. And I think this is, again, another roster where Rogue can absolutely be a top team if they just get the consistency. And so far today, they definitely seem like they have it. But, you know, that's always how it goes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely been better. And one thing I love about this matchup is we have two fan favorites, two teams that have players and organizations that the Rocket League community is rallied around. I want to see the results of our Verizon fan vote. Let's actually get that started and see how chat's feeling about this matchup, because we've got two crazy teams. I believe it's hashtag SSG, hashtag V1. Let us know who you think is going to win here. RGE, SSG just played. Yeah. Verizon, Rogue, you want to talk about legendary players. You want to talk about like the golden boy of Rocket League, right? It's Kronovi. He's still here 10 seasons later. This guy won season 1, 10 seasons later, still competing. Like, yeah, these are fans. This guy's got some fans.
And he's looking like a boss, to be honest. Yeah. I think Kronovi is playing his best couple of seasons here. And I think a lot of the reps that RLCS X offers really has continued him to develop those mechanics. I mean, just watching him in the warm-up lobby, dude's hitting some nutty shots. So hopefully Kronovi is able to have a couple opportunities to get on offense and set things up. But you're obviously looking at Turinturo and wow, I cannot think of
First Killer
of number. Thank you, First Killer, to be the real breadwinners on offense for Rogue, of course. But that being said, I am excited to see Rogue, because if you get version 1 that's still looking a little scrappy and not as locked in as they were in that G2 match, this is a game that Rogue could easily walk away with.
I mean, this is locked in, like 50-50, split straight down the middle. You talk about two fan favorites going up against each other. Both their fans are here. This is the sort of match I want us to have, like physical spaces for watching normal league play style of matches, right? You'd have one half of the stadium just covered in blue, the other half of the stadium covered in purple, roaring with their fan yells. Like this is the fan vote. Like, and the votes are still going too. Like, people really do want their team to win this one. This is going to be a lot of fun.
And they should. This is going to be a good match regardless. It's two teams on the rebound, right? And it's two teams with a bunch of potential. It's just who realizes it today, because whoever wins here gets a nice comfy spot in stage 2, and the team that loses is going to have to rally, as they'll be sitting at 2-2 in the Swiss stage. So a lot to go on here just to alleviate some of that round 5 stress.
And it becomes scary. It becomes scary going into those 2-2 matches. It's funny because like this format with the Swiss does relieve a lot of pressure off the players, which is a beautiful thing, because it means that the teams will play at their best. They're not worried about like losing here is not important. We can go again. We'll have some more matches after this. You get to 2-2. And then the pressure's back on. We get some slow Rocket League. So this is the last match we get before these teams have to really hunker down and play safe Rocket League, which is why I like this match, because we're going to get a fan favorite game with them just pulling out all the stops. Go for it. You got another life after this.
And we shall see if Gimmick is able to have another solid showing. He looked pretty good in the G2 series, but as they mentioned on the pre-show, Gimmick is the key for version 1. If he's having a good day, version 1's a tough team to stop. So enough from us. We've said our bit. Let's go ahead, get into it.
Fan votes split straight down the middle as we get into Rogue versus version 1. Kronovi up. And now Gimmick able to respond quickly. Turinturo trying to turn this in. AXB and Torment. Now tag team this one back across midfield line. Now Turinturo to follow. And AXB, no! Oh, dear! Oh, that's not how you want to start it.
I went to his camera. As soon as he mishit that ball, he just swiveled around and stared at it. It was like, you gotta be joking. Just didn't quite hold power slide long enough. Let go of the button, turned it a little shallow, and then dink, right in the corner.
Man. That's okay. He'll bounce back. Be just fine. Version 1 now. Looking to see if they can equalize. There's AXB to try and tie it. No, First Killer gets in the way. And now Torment off to the edge. It's Kronovi. To the side, Gimmick in his own corner. 2 players in midfield, all 3 starting to advance forward. Kronovi, the long clear off his backboard. First Killer to chase it. Ooh. Kronovi back down and in. AXB. The attempt. Gimmick up onto the backboard. Back in front. Here's Torment. Just pushes onto the backboard again. Now Kronovi with the pinch off the wall. And Kronovi's clears strong here in the beginning of game 1.
And both teams really willing to go up there and battle for it. Turinturo going for the center of the net. Gets a little too far under it. Pings it off the bar, but so far this has been you got to get up there and get the ball if you want to come down with it, because everybody's racing for him in the air so far.
Cool, and that one will be a goal. Kronovi puts in another one off the pinch from the edge. 2-0 now for Rogue.
Well, they win the race here. AXB trying to bump or demo Turinturo off the ball, but still able to get a hard shot off that ramp and kick it straight back into the middle. Kronovi in position, and a well-struck ball for a 2-0 lead. And looking for version 1 to really get something started here, but with a touch like that, it's tough, and a nice diving stop coming out of the corner.
So far, this has been a very pinball sort of game. Sort of feels like Rogue has just been the benefactor of some RNG, the ball happening to end up in the back of the Verizon 1 goal. I mean, hey, there's a team to sponsor for them. It's this one. As here comes AXB. Kronovi gets up. Here's Torment with the follow-up. Puts it to the far side. No! Gets interrupted by turn throw from behind. What a stop there. As V1 gets up to take the shots, Rogue's able to respond with the defense. Now first killer over to the edge. Gimmick takes it away from him. Kronovi with the attempt in the corner. AXB, soft touch. Use that dominance into the dribble in the midfield. Turn looking for goalies. Gimmick gets a bit hounded. We see Torment turned around, still gets up and makes the stop. Gimmick, he pushes AXB out of the way to take the ball control there. Now here comes Torment looking for the goal. Kronovi gets the stop. First kill against the block from AXB. Rogue's defense insane right now. And do they get the counter attack? No, Torment gets up in the way. Follow-up goal from Turnturo, and it's in. 3-0 Rogue.
Well, version 1 make it back to stop the counterattack, but they don't have enough time to really set up for this strike from Turnturo. Earlier hit it off the bar, this time around made sure to get it under it, and with power. Deflection, but not enough, and you know, you gotta say it. Version 1, I respect their willingness to absolutely commit for a chance on offense. I mean, they got pulled out of position, they stopped the first one. The second one gets them home, but version 1 looking like they don't want to leave anything on the table. If there's a chance they could have a goal-scoring opportunity, it looks like they're going for it.
I mean, when the first 2 goals go in that way, I feel like you have to get some offensive mojo going to get back out of your own head. AXB's been trying. He's had so many good looks at the net, but the defensive Rogue stopped him every time. And you know it's going to start to get into the back of his mind. Here's AXB again. This one through 2, but first killer there. The back flip will clear it. Now Kronovi up. AXB out of boost. Kronovi onto the backboard. Torment's up to try and get in the way and does so just in time. Turnturo not able to make the shot. Now here he comes up with another follow-up. Torment to carry it high. Dribbles it over 1. Looking for AXB here to connect. The demolition on the Gimmick leaves nobody at home. Turnturo, AXB about to get bumped out of the net. Kronovi the pass back to Turnturo, and Gimmick able to find a clear. Long way down the field. First killer will guide it off to safety. With a minute left, down by 3, Rogue looking set to take game number 1.
That got real awkward, though, for everybody, but you're absolutely right. I think this 3-goal lead just got a little bit too far out of hand too early, and never really feeling like version 1, outside of just some long shots from the midfield, have really been able to set up, start passing to each other, stuff a few challenges past that midfield line. Overall, this one has just been all Rogue.
Cross to the edge. 36 seconds left. Can V1 get on the board? They've had so many good attempts, but just any goal at this point, I think, would help even out the momentum of this series. Back in front there, first killer gets it away. And AXB will leave it for Torment, who did not expect to have the ball left for him. This one will create some confusion. A demolition on AXB leaves it open, and Torment gets it away, though. The defense will hold just barely for version 1. 10 seconds left. The game decided a little bit ago, and AXB's, no, they're going to be broken. Oh, this poor man.
Gimmick and AXB call each other off. Gimmick wheels in to take that ball while AXB is coming up to blast it. And AXB sees Gimmick turn on it, so AXB turns off, and then Gimmick goes, oh, you have me already, I'll let you have it. Then no one gets it, and then AXB gets saddled with another own goal.
If I'm AXB, I'm taking this, I'm like not gonna play these last 5 seconds. I'm just gonna sit there and like breathe, maybe get up, do some jumping jacks. I don't know, like anything other than try to just keep doing what I've been doing, because that, oh man, it's been a long time since I've seen 2 own goals from a player in one series.
I mean, the first one, definitely AXB's fault. The second one, he's just trying to save the ball and see if he can get behind it. You don't really count it as an own goal. It's just fun to
But it wasn't in. I don't think it was in. Like, and
maybe. We'll see on the replay. Hang on. Let's find out.
And that's
Here's the
thing.
first one. That one's his fault, no doubt.
Yeah.
And then another nice couple of passing plays where Rogue really showing the chemistry. Some good chances, but again, like you said, that Rogue defense absolutely stalwart. This was a great play from version 1 to make it back in time, and we don't get to see the last one.
Oh.
Dang it. Okay, that's fine.
We'll
That's
go look
fine.
later. Either way, the question is not whether it was actually in or not. The question is, how does AXB feel about it? How much is
He
that
doesn't
in
care.
his... yeah, I hope not. I sure hope not. But I don't know. Like, I feel like that can get to you. That really can get to you, especially when you set the tone and you didn't redeem yourself at any point. There were so many moments he tried to score, and I feel like he's going to be a little bit of dead weight until he finally gets a goal in this series.
I guarantee he's more annoyed that Gimmick and him got crossed up on communication and that let a goal in more than the fact that he touched it. I guarantee that's more irritating.
I agree with that. That does not help. Well, there's Torment. Now from Gimmick. Onto the back wall, looking for a double tap here. Turnturo breaks it up. Here's AXB to redeem himself. The block comes through. First killer now back away. Torment to try and turn on this, but gets a little bit caught. First killer gives him the change up, and now looking for the pass out to Turnturo. Gimmick gets the block in. It's still a little bit dangerous, but AXB will extend it to midfield, and that should get them away for just a moment. Kronovi now trying to push it in by himself. Torment out to Gimmick. And there's AXB on the edge. Now Turnturo. Lofted, first killer up against AXB. One block.
And this is a big game.
Back out. Ooh. Turnturo gets it away.
This will be a big game for version 1. They understand that game 1 they were not acting as a cohesive unit, and here in game 2 they need to. Kronovi trying to turn it in off the bounce from the side wall, and oh so close. But every now and again, the game does you a favor, and it bounces out.
Both teams doing a good job blocking the breakaways at the last possible moment. Still scoreless here in game number 2. Kronovi to turn on one, gets demolished after the clear. Now Gimmick to try and gain control, gets it around one player. First killer will collapse on him. Now onto the backboard, AXB back out to Gimmick. Kronovi with a stop. See Gimmick try to take this one behind Turnturo. Now Torment up to challenge Kronovi, but Kronovi gets all of it. AXB has to fall back into his corner, and he'll pick up his own boost. And now look for clears here, but solid positioning from Rogue. They have all of the decent clearing lanes blocked. And now Torment back to midfield here. There's Turnturo to push it in once more. Rogue, despite it being a 0-0 game, feeling like they're controlling this drive. Controlling the midfield.
Yeah, they've definitely got the presence in the midfield and oh so close to a goal there, but that's, I think, the real first good quality goal scoring opportunity. And we'll see if Rogue can start to get a little bit more space to work with and find those passing lanes instead of just pounding the ball off the corner or off the backboard, and seeing if they can just win the race to the ball.
Gimmick versus first killer in the air. First killer will get it all. Now push into the corner, gets a bump on AXB, but AXB got the boost. Defense should hold on just fine. This one dangerous. AXB gets it away. Now Turnturo looking for a pass out. All three players. Version 1 over on the side. First killer puts it high. Gimmick soft touch to the net. First killer over the top of him. AXB is able to reach it. The ball will stall in the midfield. Torment demolished on the back line. Gimmick and AXB will have to hold on while he respawns. Turnturo blocks one. Gimmick with a miss. Two players. Everybody driving around the ball. Turnturo will get the save.
Ooh, Gimmick is diving real hard at a lot of stuff. And if he doesn't start connecting with some of those second touches, he's going to start hanging his teammates out to dry, because eventually they're going to have to commit for something that looks like it's going to bear fruit. And that could put a lot of pressure on that back line from version 1 if he doesn't start coming up with those second touches, because Rogue will absolutely break away. We've seen it happen in this series already.
Kronovi with a few good blocks. AXB with a flip. Maybe he knew he had lost the challenge, just wanted to get out of the way. 107 on the clock. First killer with maybe the best opportunity yet, but AXB will break it up and now get the clear downfield. Turnturo knocks it high. There's Torment out to Gimmick. Shot good. First kill has got the save. AXB's got to fall back and play defense. Here comes the rest of Rogue. Over the top of one, but Turntoro's already there on the clear block. Torment and Gimmick double commit on the back wall. They get a solid touch out of it and reground themselves, but still haphazard. Torment's got to get this one away, and he's got no boost to work with. Now Turnturo looking at the ball. He takes the fake out of Gimmick and then leaves the ball. Rogue doesn't take advantage of the challenge. And 30 seconds left, we're still scoreless.
Wow. I don't know if Rogue were intentionally trying to pinch that, but they just let that one roll. and almost turned it into a beautiful shot. First Killer wants a banger and off the wheels and off the wall. But Rogue definitely in the driver's seat, but that doesn't matter. If they make it to overtime, who knows what happens then.
Torment blocked by Kronovi. 6 seconds left. AXB trying to just gain ball control. It's just having to do a J turn. Can't make it happen. Into overtime in game number 2. And AXB has... You go ahead.
Oh, I just think that version 1 have only had one real quality goal scoring chance here. And they definitely need a few more. Kronovi tip up for Turinturo off the wall. First Killer's too far.
Torment manages to somehow actually touch that ball after completely missing it. And now Kronovi through 1. AXB in on the challenge. He's got Gimmick in the midfield. Thinks about the pass. Actually decides to hold on to it. Turinturo kind of gets caught in the midfield, but AXB does lose control in the process. Now Torment back down. First Killer into the box. Double commit on defense. Kronovi up for it, but the rest of the team behind him now. So he'll try to push this forward on the flip reset. There's a shot. Gimmick with a block. AXB to pick it up and dribble it. Flicks it over Kronovi. Here's First Killer onto the backboard. 45 boost left to work with. Up for the shot and good. That's Rogue to take 2 games in a row.
This one puts them in a bad spot. They almost get that monster flick clear, but again, we saw it in the last series. Gimmick with the ball directly above his head has to get the perfect read, and it's just advantage position First Killer, and he will turn in the only goal, and Rogue will go up 2-0 in this series. Version 1 still looking to find that cohesive unit that they need to be. They want to take down Rogue here. Rogue just looking like the stronger team.
Yeah, no, all of version 1 struggling a bit in that game there. I do want to point out AXB still has not scored a goal. He was on top of the scoreboard here by 5 points over AXB. But and to me, it was like the other way to kind of like break a little bit of a like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm the reason things lost, is to have a very, very slow game where you're not letting any goals in. You're not seeing them continue to score. That doesn't continue to like cement this bad feeling. But you do have to win that game, and losing it here in overtime, I don't think is going to help. I do worry version 1 is a little bit in their heads. They are professional players. That is their goal, to not be that, like strength is important, but yeah, I don't know. This has been, Rogue looks really good right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. Rogue is definitely sitting there in command in the midfield. I mean, they barely let version 1 get out of their own half, and when they did, it was for a very brief amount of time. Only one quality scoring chance for version 1 in that game, I felt like, and the only reason it didn't go in is because the pass was just a little bit behind, and that can show you the difference in millimeters, centimeters, it doesn't matter. However you want to measure it. If it's not perfect, then you're going to lose a lot of power. And version 1 going to be kicking themselves that they let their one chance go to waste.
And now tasked with reverse sweeping. Rogue with 3 opportunities to win it here, but Gimmick finally, version 1 gets on the board after 10 minutes of not scoring.
Wow,
a nice infield pass.
He just went for that. I mean, Gimmick could have easily rotated out. In fact, conventional wisdom tells you he probably should, because he was well out of the play and that ball kicked straight back across. He should, in theory, have a teammate waiting there that will go and challenge that, but Gimmick's mindset is, well, I've got him beat, and it doesn't matter because Rogue are so close to getting it back in, and they just throw 3 balls off the bar.
Man, they had 2 really decent looks, and both of them hit the crossbar. Then the third one was just a last dash attempt. But here they come again, more pressure. Rogue, after getting a wonderful assault, have to try. They're left with no goals for their name. Turinturo sends one on target. AXB gets the block, but here's the follow-up. First kill off the ceiling, off the backboard now. Here's Kronovi, just wide again. Rogue cannot get a ball between the posts.
Turinturo actually did everything right there. Or First Killer, whoever it was, one of the two, keeping that ball up, going for that double tap off the backboard is absolutely the right play. Do not try and score that yourself. Hit it off the wall, give your teammate the best look at it, and Kronovi unfortunately put that one high as well.
Rogue with an offensive double commit. Kronovi will pick up control as nobody from version 1 had moved out. Our First Killer off of 1. Give it the touch. First Killer right back in. Ping-ponging it back and forth. AXB now out to the edge, and Torment will stretch it into the blue finally. But turned right back in by Turinturo. We'll see AXB back on defense. Up against First Killer. There's High, Gimmick versus Kronovi in the air. Gimmick gets it out, and now AXB, a soft touch to push it back to Torment. But version 1 having to spend so much time slowing this ball down just so they can gain control. It's just a matter of time. No!
Oh.
Torment makes the save again. Oh my goodness. Rogue has been knocking on the door for 2 minutes straight now and still no goals. Gimmick looking for the double tap, couldn't fit it in.
Wow. I mean, you can't blame Gimmick for not scoring that. That's a tough shot for anyone to nail. First Killer hits him with the changeup, got in front of it, gives it the little kiss with the wheels, and we'll see you later, Gimmick. What are you gonna do? Nothing.
That's my favorite goal of the day by a long shot. That is so cool.
Ooh.
What the amount of control it takes to touch a ball and make sure it maintains all of its current like vector information. It continues to move forward, but just slower, not to like actually push it the other direction. Such a fine little touch. Oh, that was brilliant. First Killer ties this game in style, and now they're going to continue knocking on this door, continue to try and pound it down. Can't get a nice look there. Ball moving just a little bit too fast, but tie game as we cross halftime.
Well, here's the first time the version 1 had space to break out of their own half, and let's see what they make of it.
First Killer on the half flip. And a block from Kronovi. First Killer now up against Torment. Torment doesn't get a good touch on it. Here's AXB up against Kronovi. Gets it over the top of the veteran, and Turinturo will try to turn on this one. First Killer with the kill. And now, across two, left it for Kronovi. Shoots far post, and it's in. Rogue looking hot. That'll take the lead back.
Talk about picking a spot. First Killer just set it up there, and Kronovi went and got it. And in the perfect place, too. I mean, version 1 really aren't out of position. That's just a ball placed properly in the goal. They can't get back to it.
1:51 on the clock. Version 1 scored a single goal so far in this series, and it's in this game. They'll need another if they want to keep this one going. First Killer looking for Turinturo. Soft touch out of boost, though. The rest of the defense a little bit caught off guard here. Gimmick trying to push that one in front of the box. Here's a shot from version 1. First Killer through 1. Now Torment off the ceiling. Pass across. Gimmick not there. AXB trying to make an attempt, but gets tangled up with Gimmick. And now all three players from Rogue right on top of each other. But First Killer off the ceiling. Nice use of the flip. Kronovi for First Killer. Turinturo with a little bit of space here. Gimmick's on top of him. Torment now to push it into the corner. Turinturo's going to miss. Kronovi the next one to challenge. He'll miss as well in front of the box, and Gimmick puts it in. A tie game in the final minute.
Surprising to see this one work its way through. I mean, this ball's traveling for ages. It looks like Kronovi's got a pretty good read. It just can't stick with it on that hard bounce out of the corner. Gets away from the wall a little bit, and just like that, it's out of reach. And of course, Gimmick's going to be right there to just try and jam that home. They need to be.
Just like that, they're still alive. They are still in this version 1, looking to force game 4. Here comes AXB, still looking for his first goal. It's Torment over the top of 1. Kronovi, the back. Gimmick with a stop. AXB with a loft into the chase. First Killer to break it up. 34 seconds left in regulation. Already had one overtime, won by Rogue. Back over to the edge. Kronovi, so much power across the field. AXB trying to pick it up. Now Kronovi just leaves space for First Killer. 12 seconds left in regulation. First Killer beats 1 into the box, looking for the soft touch. Dunks Torment a little bit, but nobody from his team able to make use of it. Now Kronovi and Turinturo trying to tag team this one through. AXB's got the block. Clock gonna expire. First Killer will put it into the ground. We'll go to overtime in game 3.
All right, well, we've seen this before, and as usual, Rogue dominating the shot column. Version 1 with a few choice chances here, though, and actually managing to put them in between the goalposts. And they find one more, but right now, if I had to pick, I think Rogue has this one. It's just a matter of how fast does it happen.
AXB across. Gimmick with a long play down. Kronovi up for the block, and he'll get it off to his corner. Turn now. Looking for a second touch over AXB. No, AXB's got him beat. Now first killer long down the field. Turns up for it on the counterattack onto the backboard. Couldn't sneak it between the posts, and Gimmick and Torment both up for it. Just trying to defend whatever they can. Kronovi versus Torment. Kronovi can't reach it. Now Torment over the top of two. Turnturo alone in his box will get the clear away. Will push through by AXB. Torment demolished in enemy territory, though. I'll remove possible shooter here in overtime. It also kind of helps clean up the rotation. AXB through one. Now out. Kronovi versus Gimmick. Puts the ball behind him. Gimmick traps it, flicks it to the corner.
Kronovi had to get real creative with that catch there. Went for the quick flick. Didn't quite square it up. And Rogue regained possession. First killer making the defense work. What is this?
No, watch him go up. He's like, okay, we pop it once, and now let's, how do we get the slip reset? That's over here. Yep, there it is. All right, shoot, bam. What are you talking about? That's insane.
The power of the first touch. First killer demonstrating precision, car control, and the ability to command the ball at will. That catch in the air absolutely sets that all up. And the beautiful follow through with a flip reset into the top right corner. That is a well-deserved solo goal for you, First Killer, and a excellent mark to end the series on.
First Killer might be the best player in America. Both those goals. I'm bamboozled right now. Like, that was like... I don't know, like he had so that is the whole like don't give players space, right? He's playing against Gimmick. Gimmick defined the like don't give me space, I'll score on you in crazy ways you've never seen before style of play. And then First Kill is like, oh, you've gave me so much space, cool. I'm gonna somehow go and catch a flip reset after touching the ball already one time in the air. These guys are masters of physics. That was absolutely immaculate.
It's not like they gave First Killer space. He created his own space. First Killer's playing at the top of the box to catch the rebound off the backboard. I mean, he's that far back because he needs to be. and then he just works with what he's given.
Yeah, I like that he's like on that final goal. He's like, where are they not? Oh, up there? Cool. I'm going to go put the ball up there so I can get a shot that I need. You know, like, my goodness. What a play. What a game. What a series there. Rogue absolutely obliterate version 1. Version 1 scored 2 goals to this would have been 7. 2 to 7 goals there. 7 deuce. Never what you want to see if you're a version 1 fan. Chat, we've got quite a few more games left to go, though, so we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more RLCS X action.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this. A great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gibbs and Cheese. We got to break down Rogue versus version 1. Rogue in style.
I'm worried. I am very, very worried for Rogue fans out there because Rogue looked good. And I don't know if that's a good thing.
Worried for the heartbreak?
Anymore. Yeah, I'm waiting for the heartbreak to come. It's not going to come this weekend. First killer. What a performance. That game 3, the feather touch, and then the flip reset to end it. That's what you want to see as a Rogue fan. They were dominant throughout, though, with possession. This is a great look for Rogue going forward. They finished 3-1. We'll get a pretty decent seed for next weekend. So hopefully they can right the wrongs of last time and they make the bracket stage.
And that was some spicy stuff from Rogue. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I went into that match initially thinking, look, it's AXB and Torment who need to work it out. It's not that at all. It's gimmick. I was watching that, casting that whole game, and it was just like, how does gimmick cut into rotation so often to try and cut a play off? And then it throws off the person behind him who's coming in for, in theory, the better touch, and then nobody goes for it, and then it all goes downhill. And I'm just like, wait, how is this still a problem? This is 2/3 of Cloud9 who's used to that. I know AXB's new, but like, he also played on Space Station. They did a lot of the same stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm like, how is this even a problem?
That's true. It's I guess it just comes down to expectation, communication, and sometimes if you start to think a little bit too much, that maybe that happens. But I guess that's for them to figure out. For me, I want to ask some questions here on Rogue quickly again with that performance. You know, obviously there's been some ups and downs. Is it relying on First Killer because he popped off this game and then they looked good?
No, reliant? No, absolutely not. Is First Killer amazing? Certainly. But no, I think Kronovi and Turinturo absolutely pulled their weight. I mean, every team at the top level has had a game where one player just absolutely pops off. I mean, you could pick any team out there. Like, there's games where Freaky pops off over in Europe, or K-Dop dominates a game, or Justin just 1v3s everybody. It happens from time to time. Today was First Killer's day.
Well, now with 4 rounds down and only 1 round to go, only 3 spots remain with 6 teams. Let's take a look at the standings right now, see who's made it through. Of course, it's the Peeps, KCP, Rogue, SSG, and G2. Gibbs, SSG took a little bit longer of a route to get there, but they do make it through.
It was a weird day for North America because we thought coming into this weekend, it's more of like just don't mess up days, right? For days 1 and day 2. It's not like Europe where there's a lot of big upsets, but we saw some here. We saw Space Station. We saw G2. Both of them looks a little bit shaky at times, but they do pull through with 3-1s. And that is the difference between those two teams and Rogue, where Rogue, they finished 3-1 and fans are like happy and excited. But like for G2 and Space Station fans are like, why didn't we 3-0?
One extra game.
Yeah, why didn't we 3-0? This is unacceptable. Like, I'm going to go on another rant, like with Scrub Killer, except it'll be about G2 and Space Station. But no, that's not something we expect. But Kansas City Pioneers and the Peeps, this is a great showing for both of them. The Peeps did this last time. They went 3-0 through the first weekend, so they do it again here. They're the real deal.
Well, let's take a look at our next matchups here and give some talk to those as well. We only have 3 left, as we said, 6 teams with 3 spots to get through. So math checks out here. We do still have the E-League stream going on over at twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. You're going to catch Zookeepers versus Continuum over there. And then we have the other 2 matches, version 1 versus Plot Twist and Xset versus United. Let's talk about this version 1 Plot Twist one real quick while we got the chance here. This is interesting because, again, I forget who it was, Gibbs, that had, I think, version 1 going through 3 and 2. But on the other side here, Plot Twist this is, I think for them, an important matchup, an important win for them, because I haven't seen the best results from them throughout the grid in the past year.
Yeah, Plot Twist was one of those teams in the offseason. They were making some moves and that they were making some noise. And then when it came to the grid and Regional 1, they kept just barely missing out. And that'll happen for maybe a week or 2, and you could be like, all right, they'll pick it up. But it's been happening now for 2 months almost. So at this point, I don't have as much faith in them as I used to. While version 1, like, I still think they're a talented team. Maybe inconsistent, but they're still talented enough to make day 2s.
I'm with Gibbs. Toss it.
Cool, perfect. Then let's talk about the next matchup here. Let's talk about Xset versus United. This is going to be the first match we're watching to end off Group A of our Stage 1 here for the second North American Regional. Xset, this is a team that's recently made a move. They brought T. Corral on instead of Alres here, and they seemingly started to do a lot better, whereas United has not had the best placings, and I'm pretty sure they got a thumbs down in our pre-show too on where they're going to go. So yeah, for you, Achieves, this matchup, I feel might be in favor of Xset, but they still have to prove what they're going to do with T-Crow.
Yeah, this is a very interesting one. I actually liked Xset in the match I watched them play and casted with Wavepunk. I thought they played very well, but at the same time, watching E United play earlier, I thought Hoxer is having another big day. He seems to consistently be able to nail any dribble that he gets. But I think this one absolutely comes down to who's the better team. And right now, I think I have to go with Xset.
Okay, well, let's check the Verizon fan vote and see what chat's going to say before I put ours on paper. Maybe they'll sway you guys. Hashtag EU and hashtag Xset to get your votes in. We've had some pretty lopsided ones today, Gibbs. We know your power is gone now, so I feel like maybe we could have a pretty even one here. Gibbs looks unhappy about his power being gone, but you do have
my power's gone.
You have the power over your own decision here, Gibbs. You're going to get your prediction out there, Xset or EU United.
Top 16 is very important. You will make major qualification. Both these teams barely missed out on top 16 in Regional 1. So it is desperation time for both these teams to make it to top 16 to catch up in the points. I think United has it. Like, I think they've been the better team overall throughout these weeks. And I think they just barely sneak by probably in a game 5.
Okay, Chiefs. Who do you feel?
I'm going Xset. I liked their match versus Space Station Gaming. I thought they looked like a phenomenal team. They kept it tight all the way, just a little bit outclassed. And I think that Xset has the ability to keep up much better with E United, and I think they'll take it.
I am on the Xset train right now. I feel like United, honestly, has been question mark after question mark. I like what I've seen out of Xset. I watched them again, of course, in the grid against Pittsburgh Knights before, and what I saw out of them was a good refresh to exactly what they needed. I think T-Corral, if he's given momentum, can really start to carry that team to victory. So for me, it's Xset over at United. I'm curious if chat agrees with us. They do not at all. I thought this would maybe be close right now. United 67%. Maybe it's that brand name. They've been around. They got that experience, but Xset's going to try it right now. Let us know your thoughts on our thoughts on Twitter at RLCS, hashtag RLCSX. But now we find who gets to qualify, whether it's Xset or United, over in the Verizon Skybox.
Thank you, Lee. Turtle, We've got one before us right now. The desk and Twitch chat not really getting along. I want to get your thoughts.
I'm gonna have to go with Twitch chat on this one. I think that Twitch chat has the upper hand in the guess. I think E United, although Xset with the new pickup T Corel are looking good, I think E United, because of Hoxer's performance today and those dribbles, I agree with the Chiefs. I think that's what it's going to be the difference here in this matchup, James.
Well, we will find out. Twitch chat rarely leads anyone astray.
That's right. Never been wrong before.
I don't know about that. One to Mike. It's a quick one to Hoxer. That didn't take long. 15 seconds. E United already on the board.
Yes, sir. Look at this pass from the midfield, or excuse me, from the corner. Sorry, the dunk. That's what I was trying to say with one to Mike. He completely read his opponent. Easy little pass out. And Hoxer, the player I wanted to see pop off because of how well he was doing earlier. Although they lost in that matchup against Space Station, I thought it was a good showing from E United, and that they're still in, the competition. A lot of people are starting to count them out. I think E United, once they start figuring things out a little bit, they have the mechanical skill, the raw potential. They just got to start working together as a team.
They're getting some good practice right now, that's for sure. One to Mike, putting that right in front of T Corel. Now on the other end, one to Mike. Shot, save from Alpha Cap. T Corel will be able to clean this up off the goal line. Hoxer pops it up to himself. Great speed from T Corel. Huge clear. One to Mike will put it to the corner to Ajax. Ajax, a light touch upfield. Hoxer getting beat to the ball. One to Mike will send it across. Ajax tries to set it up for one to Mike, but T Corel is already there. T Corel tries to go for the dribble. Kicks out to Alpha Cap. Ooh. Ajax stretched to that save.
And that's the number one thing I want to see at T Corel is his involvement and confidence. As the new pickup, the new player on the team, he has got to be pushing himself forward without hesitation. A lot of times you'll see a team pick up a new player. He's a little bit scared or timid, and they end up backing off on a lot of challenges, and that could be the kryptonite in that team's defense and offense. But it's good to see T Corel confident. Every challenge he goes for, he's got the speed, he's got the pace, and there's absolutely no hesitation.
Ajax misses that one. T Corel will poke this upfield. Hoxer tries to slow it down, but it's right back to T Corel. One to Mike. First touch got away from him, but he did get his own boost, but he's demoed. This could be a chance.
Flip
Double
reset.
tap ball. It's bounced in. J-Pow.
I was talking about raw mechanics on E United, but look at this play, the demo, and then the bump from Alpha Cap. But you also got to pay attention to the shot from J-Pow. Normally, a play like that is all credit to the bumps and the demos, but J-Pow got the flip reset, still managed to wrap around and use it against the ball.
Yeah, and that flip reset was just beautiful. Flip reset on the first touch, then able to get just enough on it to finish that play off. Now rebound out, save on the goal line from J-Pow, counterattack slowed down by one to Mike. He's gonna go for net. Ajax could redirect this. Looks like he got credit for the touch, but didn't really do much on it. T Corel in his own corner will have some space around one to Mike. Will go off the backboard now on the ceiling. The net's open. T Corel gets his shot saved. Rebound to Alpha Cap. He'll clean that one up. Hoxer did everything he could to keep that ball out of net, but that demo, the double tap, it was too much.
Yeah, and that is perfect timing on the execution. Both of these goals here for Xset, if you're trying to implement a demo, you should be taking notes from Xset right now. You get a demo, perfectly timed for whenever the striker has that finishing hit on the ball. And there's also a third man waiting in position to clean up. Xset looking so well organized.
T Corel air dribbling.
Oh, rule one in the corner.
Off the ceiling. Yeah, we got J-Pow and Ajax locked up in the corner off screen.
But J-Pow broke it. I'm a little bit disappointed. We get an rule one. I believe it was last weekend, James.
That was K-Dop, I believe.
Yeah. The 2v2 situation. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen again.
Can't remember who it was with, but I do remember K-Dop was a part of it. This one will bounce off the ceiling. T Corel, light touch off the backboard. One to Mike, hits Hoxer on the outlet pass. Ajax will have a shot. The shot overpowers J-Pow. And the 1-2-3 response from E United.
Wow, both these teams showing up here in game one. We've gotten some fantastic goals. Everybody getting involved here on the side of E United. And we've seen team goal after team goal. And I'm all here for it. That was such a good play. E United, we just saw Xset be super spaced out, always in position, but E United respond with a well-timed pass all the way across the field using that space, and we're tied up.
That was a great response, and now the ball kicks out to Ajax. Goes for a flick. Alpha Kep will easily save this. Pressure relieved with a clear there. Alpha Kep will put it off the ceiling. J-Pow up. Backboard pass. It's out to T. Carell, and that shot will be right at Ajax. J-Pow. It's double tap broken up by Wondamike, who also messed up Ajax. Chaos. Now, in E United's half, the drop down. T. Carell, the finish. What a play from Xset. They did not give up on this one.
Yeah, this pressure, so lethal on the side of Xset. I'm still confused. I was looking at E United's defense that whole time, and they were just all over the place. They couldn't get organized and push up for a solid 50. It seemed like everybody wanted to go to the net instead of to the ball and find a challenge. We even saw Wondamike in those final seconds. Ooh, oh my goodness, this is what is happening? Now we're on offense through back-to-back goals.
This kickoff goal. Hoxer barely missed that shot. Fortunately for him, Wondamike was there to clean up. But when you were talking about the previous goal as well, Turtle, it all started when Wondamike came off the ceiling and got that second touch that threw the defense into a misrotation. Now passing play from Xset. This one's coming off the ceiling. J-Pow. Wondamike low on boost. He'll have to stay as Hoxer passes up to Ajax. Drop back down to Hoxer. Hoxer off the backboard. Wondamike streaking in. He's going to play possession. Got the corner boost steal as well. Ajax can't get the double tap off the corner. Alpha Kep stopped by Hoxer. It's good pressure gearing up from E United. Have another chance. This pass might find its way in. It does. Wondamike with the dunk on the goal line. And E United take the lead with seconds left on the clock.
Oh, and that was a crazy play for Ajax to bang that one on the net. I thought the clear was too obvious and they just given away possession. But with the follow-up from E United, it was a smart idea to get the dunk. Final few seconds, they take the lead, and now Xset are trailing, but they could do it here.
Oh, the bump in the air, the miss. Oh, the bump had it. It cleared the path. But it wasn't enough. Nothing coming in, but Wondamike, he'll be getting a lot of credit from that one. 2 goals for him. The dunk on the goal line with 4 seconds left. E United, you know, that it was back and forth that entire game, Turtle. It seemed like Xset had the advantage, and sometimes E United would pull it back. They would get these counterattack plays quite nicely. So it's still tough to tell who was the better team on the field, even though E United was the one who got the dub.
I want to see this last second goal, though. We're seeing a lot of good passing plays out of E United, and I'm still kind of caught off guard from the final moments where the defense from Xset just slipped. We'll see it again, where that ball got boomed all the way forward, and it was just a nice little follow-up on the dunk. That was the last-ditch effort from E United. Somehow it worked. I didn't expect a little simple hit like that just to slot in and Xset to make a mistake, and now we've got E United in favor. How do you even, like you said, tell who's better, because the gap is so close between these two teams, James?
We'll see if United can keep it up. They had some very good team passing plays as a response.
But those demos from Xset, those were clean.
Xset was threatening quite a few times, and they had some very good passing plays. United, though, some good counterattack plays of their own. So we'll see how game 2 pans out. Wondamike will retain control himself, gets another tap. This one will go up the wall. T. Carell might get bumped here. He does.
Bump.
The drop down from Ajax, and now Wondamike will turn. Lobs it up towards the backboard. Low boost now for Xset. They're trying to get some. Alpha Kep does have some if it can bounce to him. Takes over. Alpha Kep now to the corner. Hoxer poking it around. Alpha Kep. Now pass up to Wondamike. We'll see what he does with it. He completely misses. Now United on defense. Ajax clearing right down the heart of the field, giving Xset a chance.
Carell.
Double tap from T. Carell. Hello, top corner delivery. T. Carell's got a ball for you.
You're the new player on the roster, and you hit this double tap off the backboard. That's a pretty one. And they go up first now in game number 2. If you remember in game 1, it was United who scored first. Maybe this is Xset's time to get back in the series. And that is a huge confidence booster for T. Carell.
That was high speed, and it all started with that miss hit from Wonder Mike, or the misread from Wonder Mike, which gave up possession in the midfield, leading to that pressure.
I mean, I have mixed feelings right now about Wonder Mike because I've been seeing his patience on the offensive side of the field. I feel like he's helping maintain and control the pressure as that one was missed from J-Pow. The follow-up shot still off the crossbar. We can't get another goal from Xset. Accuracy not there. And United barely managed to get out of this.
Huge 50 win. It's going to bounce out to J-Pow. First touch control. Wonder Mike does well to get that 50 and the clear downfield. Wonder Mike trying to make up for that play earlier.
Here we
Pass
go.
down.
Oh.
And Ajax on the goal line. Wonder Mike and Ajax. That more than makes up for it, Turtle.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was saying earlier. I have mixed feelings about how Wonder Mike's been playing on the offense. He looks so good. He's helping control the pace. He's hitting those passes, always the most aggressive. And sometimes we'll see him actually control the ball and let his teammates go grab boost. But on the defensive side, a couple of mistakes, he's going to make up for it with that great pass, staying above the net. I love the positioning and the confidence out of Wonder Mike to just stay forward with that hit.
I think that's another chance for Wonder Mike, and he puts in another goal. Wonder Mike, brilliant response from him.
Yeah.
Cleaning this one up. Ajax got the catch, got the 50. And on the goal line, Xset continues to struggle with those challenges.
Yeah, and that's all thanks to Ajax in the midfield. That was really good decision-making for him to keep it low, especially with the Batmobile. You can get and wrap around the ball so easily with how big of a surface area you have to go for those 50s. Ajax, I think he's recently swapped to the Batmobile. I don't know how long he's actually been on it, but ever since he's swapped, he has been playing phenomenally.
And as you were talking about him, he wave dashed into that demo. Wonder Mike, the clear goes right out to T. Carell in a stretching save from Wonder Mike. And he gets a piece of it there. It's popped up in front of net. Now down to Alpha Kep. Backward pass. Ajax can't read it in time. T. Carell scores another one for Xset.
And now he's the highlight player. The new guy on the roster comes out with the most speed on the field. Look at how fast up he was to get to that ball, to react. And now they're tied up. Xset, all thanks to T. Carell. We saw the double tap earlier. That was impressive. And now here, using his speed yet again.
50 from Alpha Kep. Leak out to J-Pow. Backboard pass. Open net. T. Carell. Hat trick. And Xset take the lead.
Somebody here was going for boost. I don't know who it was. It was Wonder Mike instantly turned to rotation. Ajax tried to go. But do you even blame Ajax in that situation? Because he just went for the 50. I guess he could have reacted. Probably had confidence in Wonder Mike getting some piece of the ball there. But instead, whiffed. And now Xset, they're leading in a game that I thought United were going to trailblaze.
United got out to that good start, taking the lead. Now find themselves behind. Hoxer, the flick, can't get over J-Pow. Wonder Mike goes for the 50, now up again. Gets another piece of the ball. Hoxer will lob it quickly up. Now on the other end, J-Pow is going to bounce it off the sidewall before Wonder Mike hits it back to the corner. Perhaps this is United beginning their attack. But Alpha Kep gets it down. Now J-Pow delaying the play, and Hoxer battles through. He was getting harassed, but managed to gain his footing.
Oh, the pressure's still on, though. T. Carell fitting in nicely in that rotation. We did see a couple of bump attempts for Xset. That's what worked in game 1. And now it's just been the speed. T. Carell with a hat trick. End shots to Xset versus United 7.
There we see a passing play from Ajax and Hoxer. Hoxer has been a little quiet, and Wonder Mike almost got that tying goal. Hoxer getting bumped out of the way now. Ball cleared out to United's half. One to Mike, trying to go for the solo play, shut down at the midfield. Ajax going to take it up the wall. Took that mid boost as well. Off the ceiling, going for the shot. It's a 50 out. And One to Mike is going to turn, gets another challenge, but J-Pow forcing this ball through. Ajax gets one win. 50 off the corner. It's out to Hoxer, who has One to Mike in the middle. The pass was cut off. Now Ajax turning. Hoxer shooting opportunity. That one blocked. One to Mike gets 50. Big dunk from J-Pow. And now a shot opportunity. Save from Hoxer. This will keep one last chance alive for United.
Oh, it's still up.
And the miss there. Xset respond in game 2. Another close one, but Xset really setting the bar high with that win.
Yeah, and big shout out to T. Corral. That was huge from him. All 3 goals with him just taking that strike. And we saw the double tap, which is what I'm really impressed with, was the speed that he came in to get the angle. That's so difficult, especially as a player with this high-level Rocket League. It's nearly impossible to find that small window of time to get this double tap. Look at how fast he came in to approach it too. So huge respect to T. Corral showing up. And you mentioned earlier, Hoxer. We talked about him. It's like I want to see more from him, but he's getting bumped all the time. I don't know if Xset are trying to target this man out, but he has been getting bumped non-stop throughout the series.
And it's tough to do anything. There was one play where we saw him recover from that bump and make the defensive stop, but Xset, they were rabid. They were not giving any space to United on the defensive end. We saw One to Mike make a mistake or two here and there that made it tough for United, but I feel like One to Mike's making up for it on the offensive end. Xset, led by T. Corral as the striker, is looking ferocious. Hoxer didn't get much on that ball. J-Pow will retreat back. This one bounces off the corner, leaves it for T. Corral. Now J-Pow coming in for support. A win from Ajax on the 50. T. Corral gets some help. Used up some boost, though. This could be a chance. Hoxer going for the 50, but can't make it work. Demo on T. Corral from One to Mike. One to Mike all over the place on these challenges.
They're keeping the pressure, too. United. I mean, they're maintaining that possession in the other half, but then all of a sudden these counterattacks will catch them off guard. It was so fast. All it takes is one attempt, one opportunity for Xset. And they sink it in with T. Corral taking the strike.
You know, he's got the top corner on speed dial. Hoxer can't even believe it.
He's the new pickup, and he's doing all the work for his boys.
T. Corral. I don't know how anyone mistakes him for Corelli.
I have a theory. I was just about to say, what if somehow, some way, that is Corelli secretly playing a double tap? Maybe Corelli's the coach, something to do with him. I don't know. We can't be giving Corelli all the credit here because T. Corral, look at this double tap again. One to Mike can't make the read, and it's super easy for T. Corral.
You put that if you put that on target, One to Mike's going to save it. T. Corral knows he's got to get the double tap, and he blasted that one through. T. Corral having an insane series. See if he can keep it up. And J-Pow as well. Give him credit. His demos have been very frustrating for E United to deal with. You can see it. You know, Hoxer getting bumped. J-Pow has been a huge part of that. Being that player that's upfield, getting demos, throwing the rotations off, and then giving T. Corral the space to make these aerial plays.
Well, it definitely doesn't feel like E United have no pressure or offense. They are there pushing the ball forward, using each other. Some solid passes we've seen, even a couple of great team pass plays to get a couple of goals. But at the end of the day, they're a little bit disorganized on the defense, and that's because of the demos that we just saw, even here recently, from Xset. They're getting thrown off a lot, and they can't recover.
They're going to have to now as T. Corral leads the counterattack. Hoxer, see a big commit Ajax will need to get to it. He misses.
Oh, no.
Wide open net. J-Pow.
J-Pow.
It was a weak shot. Hoxer probably would have got back in time anyway. Alpha Cap. First touch. The powerful flick. It's going to rebound out to T. Carell. Weak shot towards net. Low boost from Hoxer. He's got nothing in the tank. Ajax with a full 100, but he's out of position. The shot from T. Carell. He's been hitting the top left corner. Why not hit the top right corner? Let's make it a set.
Oh, look at that touch from J-Pow. You can't set it up any better for your new striker, T. Carell. And Ajax, too. A lot of blame given to him for his positioning. He didn't even see the ball, or excuse me, the player in the midfield. He was just watching the ball the whole time. In that instance, you got to know who's in your goal or who's trying to attack you, and it's J-Pow now. He doesn't get a demo, he just slots it in. What is happening? United.
And you see Alpha Cap jumping here. He freezes Ajax. Ajax jumps so late. I don't even think he saw J-Pow. There was no hope on that one. J-Pow winning that by a mile. Xset. This is swirly territory.
It's weird because United are almost just giving up this space, and they're not taking into account where the other team wants to position. They're just kind of focused on the ball instead of where that pass is going to come out from.
T. Carell back-to-back hat tricks as well. You don't really see that too often.
Yeah, that's rare.
Alpha Cap, big clear. J-Pow, redirect.
Oh my goodness.
5-0. Xset. They are killing it in game 3.
We got to pay attention to these flips. Look at how well executed that first flip was from J-Pow to get into position directly under the ball, maintain his speed, and beat out the defender. First, we're talking about T. Carell. Now it's J-Pow stepping up to the plate, showing that everybody on Xset knows how to shoot.
J-Pow doing a lot of the work in the trenches. Even got
go
demoed himself.
Honestly.
Why not? Oh, almost gets a hat trick himself. J-Pow racing to it. Good block. Hoxer going for a clear. T. Carell is there, but Hoxer got a follow-up touch. Now Alpha kept back to its own corner. Infield pass. The shot wide. United finally getting some time on the offensive end. Only one shot registered for them so far in this game.
Yeah. You just got to look for the next matchup. I mean, 5-0. Try to build something here to go on with the series, but you're looking forward to getting this one over with, James.
It has not been a game to write home about for E United. T. Carell, that shot had it been on target, would have been in. No one was left for United. Now shot coming in, a save from T. Carell.
I thought that would be it
for
one. I mean, how frustrating can it be whenever the guy who's getting a hat trick is also saving your one attempt on net?
T. Carell wants to keep that score sheet clean. And game 3, absolutely a demolition of a game for Xset. They ran right through E United and now are one game away from moving on to the next stage.
I mean, just look at the shot differential. I mean, we've got 10 shots to E United's 3. That is quite surprising, especially with how the first game went and the passes from E United. Again, I don't feel like I'm disappointed at all in the offense from E United. They have maintained some solid pressure. The shots haven't been too threatening, but they're just keeping that ball in the other zone. And whenever it gets thrown to the other side, they're not ready for the counterattack. It seems like they're just giving up all this space for Xset to do whatever they want with it. T. Carell, he's making use of it. And look at this midfield space too. Ajax, where are you positioning? He just doesn't realize that there's somebody waiting and lurking in the midfield.
Yeah, you know, T. Carell hit 3 out of 4 corners there, Turtle. He had top left, bottom left, top right. You know, he was one more away from winning the challenge. And
around the world, but in Rocket League.
Yeah, T. Carell continues to impress, but now is the moment where Xset really needs to step up when they're one game away. E United fighting to stay alive.
Yeah. It's going to be the most difficult task, too. With a new roster, closing out games can be incredibly frustrating. No matter how well you perform in the first 2 games that you win, it doesn't matter. Once you get into that match point, it's a whole different mindset.
United, good start from them. We didn't see much offense time for them last game. Already they're getting good pressure, but J-Pow hammered that one downfield and a miss from Ajax. Now he gets demoed. But 50 will send this all the way back to Xset's corner. J-Pow is going to pre-flip to this and go for the 50. Gets bumped downfield as well. Out of the play for a while. Alpha Cap won that big enough to buy some time. T. Carell slowing it down. One to Mike with the challenge. Shot opportunity for Hoxer. Barely missed. Rebound from Ajax, and he will smash that one through. And that is the response you look for if you're United.
Oh, yeah. Huge power hit from Hoxer. He got up so fast the ball and was all the way above it to smash it off the crossbar. Even if that hit the backboard, it would have given a chance for someone on Xset to react a little bit faster. But with the speed and the positioning of where he hit it, nobody from Xset was ready. They get the first goal, but then J-Pow, of course, with how this series has gone on, of course they get a goal to respond right away.
They were waiting for that shot, too. Ajax, he was pretty far out of net. I don't know if he was giving proper respect to J-Pow on that.
That's what I'm saying. It's confusing. I'm watching E United, and I'm impressed. They look so good on offense. They have so many passes back and forth. Things are looking very smooth. You know, there's no communication errors. Then on defense, you get Ajax or somebody so spaced out, and they're letting Xset take a shot on net.
That one, tough for E United. They work hard to get that goal and then give one up right off kickoff. Double commit from Xset. Maybe that's a chance for United. Hoxer throwing it up. Now off the backboard. Shot opportunity for Ajax. T. Carell will get the save and now the rebound. Hoxer has one to Mike upfield. J-Pow cuts it off. Alpha Cap open net. Easy goal. E United, that pass play a bit too telegraphed.
Yeah. And that's the difference between both these teams. J-Pow is actually predicting where that pass is going to be, putting himself in the passing lane to intercept it. E United haven't done that at what feels like one time this entire series. Ajax, again, last man back, doesn't expect it. It's a wide open net thanks to the cutoff from J-Pow.
Oh, rebound
take
now.
the lead. It's that easy for this man.
T. Carell. These double taps, it's routine for him. Right in front of net, forget the shot. I'm going for the double tap.
But Ajax has got to be mad too. Again, Ajax is back on defense. I don't want to solo out the guy, but he's having a frustrating day, or at least a series right now, where he's been left alone on defense. And sometimes it's not even his fault, but the fact that he has a chance to get the save, it's got to tilt you, James.
I mean, it's always tilting when you think there might be a shot coming in, and instead, T. Carell belts a double tap from anywhere. He's still going. What training packs he's using, because I don't think he's missed one.
He's so consistent. And that's how effective the double taps can be, because you keep the ball so close to yourself. Instead of forcing a goalkeeper to go up and meet you with the challenge, you're actually banging off the backboard. Nice little setup for yourself. You can spike it down. So many different options of where to go with the ball rather than just one simple shot. But Ajax, okay, I was calling him out. Here he is on offense. I haven't had any complaints about anybody on E United when they're on the offensive half. It's just about when they get put on defense.
And traffic as well. Ajax hunting that one down. Scrappy goal for E United, but they're still in it. Just one goal behind.
Yeah.
But we have less than half the game to go. Flip reset from Hoxer. The shot saved from T. Carell. Ajax backward pass. One to Mike, caught flat-footed. Alpha Kemp in the corner. This one bouncing up off the ceiling. One to Mike. Good speed. Now down to Hoxer. Backboard opportunity. J-Pow, tough read, but he makes it. Ajax was ready to shoot that one in.
J-Pow is a beast. That read was nearly impossible. I didn't think it was going to get a touch. And now another hard one. T. Carell gets the save. A beast on offense and defense.
That was a double commit as well. It was such a difficult read. T. Carell and Alpha Kemp both knew they were going to go for it.
How are you not frustrated if you're E United right now? Your
That was a
backboard
poor
is getting abused. You can't score off a double commit. Everything is just getting thrown down the drain on your defense.
Oh, and then Hoxer.
No.
That back pass miscommunicated. The overcommit. Scrambling on the goal line. Hoxer has nothing in the tank. Ajax has 5.
Oh, the bump though.
United made it out of that situation. That was almost disastrous. In the fake, Ajax got 2 defenders. Faking out
again?
everyone. Rebound out. And Xset seem like they've recovered. Still stuck in their own half. Ajax, the fakes, almost did it. They almost did it for United.
41 seconds left. Barely any time left on the clock. E United need to get 1 here, or else it's over for them. They can't proceed. Almost here, a flip reset from T. Carell. We've seen him do some crazy stuff this entire series now as they're still on match point, looking to make it into the next stage.
This is crunch time. E United have to do it here. Ajax got a piece of that 50. Hoxer is going to lob it back to his own corner. J-Pow, corner pass. Ajax up.
Nice save.
Saves that shot. But time wasting away. J-Pow, another pass. Ajax can't get much of a clear. This one's going to find the net. Alpha Cap ending all hope for E United.
And this is the story of the whole series, where Ajax is forced in an awkward spot on the defense. He can't make a solid hit or clear. And somebody from Xset, usually it's been T. Carell, this time Alpha Cap is there to punish. There's no way E United can get back in this series. Xset take it. Huge performance from them as they move on.
Even game 1 seemed like Xset might have had the edge.
Yeah.
E United hung in there, but then we saw some games get out of hand for Xset. And what a performance from them. T. Carell especially. T. Carell, I thought, played phenomenally. He's making a name for himself, Turtle.
Corelli's spirit. You know, if Corelli was to go pro, it's all T. Carell. Thanks to Corelli. I'm just kidding.
I love Corelli. I love Corelli.
Yeah.
I look at T. Carell and Corelli, he's a 2K gamer, right? But
2K gamer.
But T. Carell is that next level. He is
exactly.
That next level.
And he's a beast. How many double taps did he make? I don't even. Was it 3 or 4 off the backboard
Didn't seem
alone?
like he missed.
And solid striking overall. Then on defense, he was getting the saves whenever there were double commits from his own teammates, always having their back. E United, I say it, they had solid offense. We were just waiting to see their defense get organized, and we never saw it that entire series.
And even J-Pow, great physical play from him. But the bumps, the demos, everything from him, and even some goals here and there. J-Pow, phenomenal series. Alpha kept making things work as well. Solid all-around play. But T. Carell, really
a beast,
a standout performance. So Xset will be moving on to the next stage, and E United's journey will end here. And fortunately, Turtle, the broadcast is not over yet. We still have one more series left to play, but it's going to be coming up after the break.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Into the night, the city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak.
welcome back from the break. We just witnessed Xset and T. Carell specifically put on a show. Turtle, we were talking about his double taps, his shooting being on point. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, and he doesn't miss. And I love the startup, two with J-Pow. To come into the series with that flip reset play, that was nutty. And then here's the double tap we all were just really left shocked with was T. Carell. Every single double tap, he wasn't missing. A beast in that series alone. But it was also his teammates supporting him. E-United, I'm not too disappointed with their series, unfortunately. I remember Jorby, even in the pre-show, was trash-talking them a little bit. You know, not necessarily trash-talk. He just didn't have any hope in them, okay? He thought E-United, they were kind of falling off a little bit. And unfortunately, it seems like they still haven't figured out that defense that they're really struggling with.
Yeah, we saw a few moments where they just didn't have the rotations. The demos from J-Pow certainly part of that, but then also you saw Wonder Mike going for it a bit too much, perhaps, or the communication not being there. I don't know what was going on for United, but it was surely a problem with the rotation.
Yeah, it was tough, but we got to move on from that. We've got version 1 and plot twist now, another elimination match, or who's going to move on to the next stage. It's going to be crazy. Version 1, we did see them earlier against Rogue. They got swept. I was a little bit surprised by that. I thought they'd be putting up some better numbers against Rogue, but unfortunately, we didn't get a close series, and Rogue absolutely destroyed them, it felt like.
Well, Rogue is one of those teams, hot and cold.
Yeah, exactly.
And when they're hot, they are hot. So looking hot today, version 1. We'll see what version of them shows up now. Plot twist. A team that's got talent as well. We've seen Sosa put on a scoring show like we just saw T. Carell do before. Taroko and Mektos also very mechanical players. The double tap missed from Torment. He had this set up perfectly.
We need to hit up T. Carell. We need the tips, the notes of how to hit those every time.
T. Carell gonna send Torment a Steam message.
Just like
you need help, I got you.
Spreadsheet of tips and tactics.
Here's some training packs.
Yeah.
And that would be learning from the best. T. Carell. Double taps for something, but now see if version 1 can figure things out. Torment backward pass to AXB. Double tap, chance for him, and that shot too far down, too weak. Gimmick, backward pass. Torment and AXB bumping each other.
A little bit confused. I think for version 1 though, James, I don't know if you agree with this. I'm always just looking for the striker. I think once version 1 can have somebody step up as that solidified striker, that's when we'll see them start to pop off. Until then, they're kind of just floating around here near the middle of the pack.
And which player do you think is going to be that striker that develops?
I mean, for me, it just has to be Gimmick. With his playstyle and the way he rotates around the ball, he has to be that striker who steps up. We just haven't seen it yet. And we know he's capable of it.
And we've seen a lot of it from AXB. AXB,
oh yeah,
formerly on Space Station. AXB has been very good as he gets a flick there. Now rebound out for Gimmick. Shot opportunity for Torment. Backward bounce. AXB too slow to it. And now Torment will be getting bumped around. Last back. Version 1 has had multiple chances to score early on. Can't find that finishing touch.
Just make sure you're keeping the pressure on, though. That's not a good clear from Torment. It's too easily read from Sosa, who I'm always looking at on the side of plot twist to be the striker. We talked about always having somebody to step up. Usually it's Sosa on plot twist. He starts out strong here in game 1.
Well, time flipped as well. The ball was coming at him hard. Had to time that flip perfect to get the height on that. Good shot from Sosa. Ball bouncing over Gimmick. Sosa floats this one. Was off target. Torment gets dunked, however. Bouncing off the corner.
It didn't even look like Gimmick was worried about that play at all. He's just, this is fine. No big deal.
Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. Oh, and he gets the bump, though. Okay, making up for it. I mean, not really making up for much. He was just super patient. Not used to seeing that. And Sosa, again, to clear it out. So good plays so far from Plot Twist. Just making sure they read that clear. In version 1, they've had the pressure. We just haven't seen the shot.
AXB gets the ball at the midfield. He's going to go for a demo on Taroko, but Taroko jumped early. Gimmick back pass. Double commit again from version 1. Sosa shot. That double commit comes back to bite version 1.
What? This was a weird play. Torment was turning on the ball, and then AXB just came out of nowhere and cleared it to his own half. That was very awkward. I'm not even sure if maybe AXB thought Torment was an enemy or something to try and get it away from him. But that just gave away all the possession and cut off the rotation. Now plot twist, that's almost a free goal given to them.
Yeah, that was definitely a miscommunication. Torment diving in. Oh, that's a good skip pass. Torment can't get there in time. AXB, the speed. Ball floating up. Mektos first to it. Plot twist, Speedy. Sosa challenging AXB there. Torment poking it around 1, but Taroko will get a long clear up to Mektos. Mektos getting beat by Gimmick. Gimmick opting for that midfield boost. Sosa will challenge. Now Taroko will challenge. Ball kicks back to Gimmick. Puts it up. AXB gets a bump, leaving space for Gimmick. Gimmick first touch, gets it around the defender, and Gimmick will put in the first goal for version 1.
Pay attention to the defender. It's Sosa wrapping around on the other side of the pitch, trying to get in position. He's a little bit too far left. Gimmick, it was almost a fake to just tap it once. Lots of times we'll see players in that situation, if you're on the offensive side of the ball, control it and try to go the opposite direction. Gimmick just goes one way, and it throws Sosa completely off.
And credit to AXB for getting that bump, immediately recognizing the chance.
Yeah.
Hit that bump clean.
And now you're frustrated, though. You gave away 1 goal. It would be tied up now if you hadn't had that double commit earlier.
Taroko's 50 kills the ball. Sosa backward pass. AXB can't get there in time. And version 1 has to pay for it. Mektos hammers that one in.
40 seconds left. Sosa, he gets that hit up, and then he bumps Gimmick. I don't know if Gimmick would have had a save on the play. He might have had a chance. But nonetheless, it's still good hustle from Sosa to go for that extra play. Plot twist now. Up by 2 goals, 38 seconds left, version 1. I don't think it's possible. They've had some good offense, but not the striking we want to see.
Got to score 1 now for version 1. Bounce pass, broken up. Mektos, will he go for the double? Doesn't matter, AXB had the backboard defended. Hard shot, now hard clear from Torment. Mektos, fine to play boom ball. AXB beat to the ball by Taroko, now Sosa up. And with that, plot twist, convincing game 1 victory.
And these guys are playing surprisingly well. I mean, I've always been a fan of plot twist, but they are comfortable on the pitch going up against a lot of experienced players. And I think there's 2 things out of plot twist playstyle that I really love. It's the challenges, which incorporates a lot of solid rotations, and also the speed. On defense, they are beating version 1 to the clear almost every single time. Even the final moments there, if you go back and look at it, you can see they got that final clear off of great speed from a player of plot twist who just completely outpaced version 1. And on the other half, they're always winning challenges in the midfield and keeping the pressure on. I haven't even seen them lose a 50 for what feels like ages against version 1, and they've kept the pressure on.
And a lot of misplays as well. And you wonder if the pressure is resulting in a lot of those misplays.
It's true.
We saw some double commits, the miscommunication with AXB hitting it back. AXB narrowly missing that ball there.
Yeah.
So version 1 not looking as clean as we've seen them in the past, and plot twist with their speed punishing every mistake that version 1 makes.
Yeah, well, it's teams like plot twist who have the speed, who are the kryptonite of anybody who's having some mechanical errors. You know, you see version 1 go up in the air and they get 1 or 2 misses and you think, oh, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. But with how fast plot twists are coming in, they're going to counterattack in the blink of an eye. And you can't be making those mechanical errors off the backboard or even in the midfield with double commits.
Gimmick will stay with this. Blocked by Taroko. Torment getting harassed as well. Gimmick's flick. Causing some problems. AXB dribbling it up and sending it to the other corner for plot twist. Mektos will let it bounce, now beating Torment to that one. AXB clearing it back. The plot twist corner to where Taroko's waiting. Taroko right to Gimmick. Gimmick backward pass. Sosa didn't get the save. The shot crossbar down from AXB. Excellent pressure from version 1.
Oh, I love Gimmick here in the corner. He just kept it close off that first touch, and then was able to outpace the other defender. A lot of times we won't see that against plot twist where somebody's has better speed, but it's Gimmick in the corner being annoying. That's what we always see from Gimmick too. I think back to that LAN performance, I believe in season 6, where Cloud9 took it. Gimmick, every time it goes in the corner, he makes a play out of a 50 or just simply beating the other opponent in a 1v1 and opening up space for his teammate. He does it again here for version 1. That's the slot I want to see it fit into. And Sosa from the midfield. This almost feels like the last series with how far out this shot was taken from.
Sosa pinging that one 83 miles an hour. That was a scorcher. And Mektos, Taroko playing support for Sosa's striking. It's working out. Sosa going for the double, misses. Gimmick will get the mid boost and the hit off the ceiling. AXB 50 kicks it off to the side. A race between Torment and Sosa. Torment comes out on top, now up above the plot twist net, floating around. AXB, the challenge at the midfield. Mektos wrapping around it, floats it over Torment. Gimmick will have to turn. Gimmick dodging the demo for Mektos. Corner pass, Taroko airborne. The shot blocked by AXB, now down to Gimmick. Gimmick has Torment on his left. Floating ball. Taroko. Got some confusion on the players' side right now. Looks like one team calling for a pause.
A little bit of an awkward play, but we'll take it though. I mean, I think these players are trying to get everything situated. Might be some internet issues. Usually that's the issue with a lot of these players coming in. Sometimes your internet's just disconnecting left and right. We're gonna get a pause and let them figure that out. But this game alone, it got kind of slow paced. I don't know what it was at the end here. And it just seemed like both teams were comfortable with playing that boomer ball, James, and just hitting it back and forth.
Yeah, and this game has been a lot closer. Version 1 cleaning up their rotations, looking a lot speedier.
No more mistakes.
Yeah, no, a lot less mistakes. Torment also on that play completely faked out the defender when he took that shot, or when he was faking that shot, and that was what allowed it to bounce out to AXB to get that goal. So this has been a much different game from version 1, looking to be hanging with it. So we'll get right back into game as soon as we can. Players having some internet issues, so we'll get that resolved and get back into game as soon as possible.
But I do think my perspective, though, on version 1, sorry to cut you off. I was just thinking about Gimmick being in the corners and going for the shots. You know how earlier, James, I had mentioned the fact that I thought somebody from version 1 needs to step up and be the striker, and I thought it was Gimmick. I feel like I'm completely wrong in that idea or that perspective, because with how Gimmick is working the corners here, at least in this matchup, it feels like that is the style that version 1 should be going for and leaning to, because Torment, he comes in as that third man striker, or AXB, who we know is a beast when it comes down to him having that final shot. He always seems to sink the ball in. So maybe Gimmick, he is the key factor in the corners and winning those 50s, James.
Yeah, and he has been doing exactly that in this game. We saw him being that kindling that started the fire for version 1 out in the corner, allowing AXB to get that rebound goal. So Gimmick, good speed from him. We even saw him very calm and collected off that one ball that bounced off the corner earlier. He's one of those players that doesn't seem to let any pressure affect him.
Yeah, I mean, even thinking back to the comms for season 6, or anytime you saw the previous roster of Cloud9 on LAN, they were still quiet. It seemed like they had no emotions whatsoever, just robots trying to figure out how to play Rocket League. And most of the time it worked out for them. So maybe the same kind of atmosphere. I'd love to get a taste of what the comms are like in version 1 and see how they're handling things up here as they fight against Plot Twist, where they seem to be pretty comfortable.
Well, Turtle, we're going to go to a quick break while we get these player issues resolved. And so we'll have the continuation of game 2 when we come back. player connection issues have been resolved. Thank you for your patience. We're going to get right into game 2 at 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. It's tied up 1-1. Turtle, break down what's happened so far in this game.
Oh man, it has been a close series. In the beginning, Plot Twist, so dominant with the speed, the possession, and also all of the shooting on the side of Plot Twist. That's just been a lot more superior, than version 1, who has been trying to figure out their defense. A couple of awkward mistakes we talked about earlier, uncharacteristic from them. We'll see AXB maybe cutting rotation, cutting his teammates off, and it kind of breaks down everything that the defense has to offer. So slowly, version 1 have managed to get out of here, and then the first goal even, it was Gimmick in the corner. And I talked about it earlier before we took the break. That's, I think, what's going to work out the best for version 1 is throwing Gimmick in the corner, trying to win 50s. He is a beast when it comes to the 50s. Version 1 also got Fireburner to coach them, so of course they're never going to lose a challenge. But does it even matter when the demos are on the field and you're taken out?
Big demo, Taroko hunting Torment down. Mekdos double tap off the ground. And just like that, Plot Twist take the lead. Off kickoff, Mekdos, if he got that on target, that would have been a goal. Rebound out to Taroko. AXB and Torment go for it. Torment gets demoed again. Respawns on the right side, however. Will hit AXB off the corner. AXB stealing pass attempt.
Where was the follow-up, though? You see how much time there was from AXB's hit for Torment to come follow through? And that let the defense of Plot Twist find somebody to get the challenge and find contact on the ball when if you had gone right away and had the same speed that Plot Twist has been approaching their offense with, you would have gotten a goal or at least a better shot on net.
Seeing version 1 struggle a bit. Sosa was the last back. Defended that easily. AXB, hard hit off the sidewall, and again, you can see the space. Such a huge gap in the rotations and in the midfield. Version 1 struggling.
Mektos, that would have been a highlight play. We saw him pop that ball up, then hover to the ceiling to get his reset. Would have been juicy, of course, but still only only leading by 1 as version 1, like you said. There is a lot of space. It seems like everybody just wants to rotate to the net. Taroko now bumping Torment. They're the only ones who are physical. We don't see any of that reciprocated from version 1.
Torment has been getting bullied as well. It's pretty much every time it's been him. Back pass. That shot couldn't find the mark, but it was another double commit that left version 1 vulnerable. Gimmick, can he get another touch here? Double tap pass. The side flip Torment. How does that happen? He hit the crossbar and the post, and it didn't go in.
Oh no, that is the worst way to miss a shot. Double crossbar hits. Now version 1, the final seconds, they have to get something here. Keep the ball up. This could be a Gimmick to double tap. He doesn't have the follow-up. Still, maybe AXB, no, Sosa's there for the clear. This one's probably going to drop, and of course, the bump comes out on the field. Plot Twist now go up again.
Wow, that was an exciting ending. Version 1 seemed to have the game-tying opportunity. Torment narrowly missing.
That's what I was talking about with the striker. Version 1, I love this roster. I love all 3 of these players. I think they're phenomenal in their own regards. It's just like all of them kind of want to just play defense at the same time instead of pushing somebody forward. Gimmick will throw himself into the corner for a couple of chances, and it works out. And then now, Torment, we need him to step up for striking. Unfortunately, he hits the crossbar and the post. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got everybody stepping up, and more specifically, Sosa being a beast.
Sosa continues to score, and you see that on the replay. Almost
That's the worst.
Point blank, hitting the crossbar in the post. That has got to feel miserable.
Yeah.
Version 1 looking to bounce back. Plot Twist appear to have this under control. Sosa, the 50. Now ball in the middle, double commit. AXB will have an opportunity. That was a good hit. Now opening up a chance. Rebound to Gimmick. Gimmick scores it. Gimmick, his shooting started all that pressure. And it kept going, forcing mistake after mistake from Plot Twist.
That's what we need. AXB, it wasn't the prettiest shot, but as long as he made a goalkeeper or two jump at the ball and not get the best clear, that's all he needed to do. Gimmick will come in for an easier hit. We've been waiting for that. That's revenge. I'm sure Torment is pretty happy they can go up early in this game after that frustrating miss in the previous one.
Version 1. Perhaps this is the start of the comeback. Got a long way to go. Still in the first minute. However, Version 1 have the lead. Can they hold on? Torment dodging out of the way of bumps. And now AXB backwards, going for a pass. Gimmick with that 50 will miss. Now ball kicks out to Vectos. Open net. No one home.
What? What happened to the third? Torment was the third man.
AXB was getting bodied. AXB was getting bodied in Plot Twist's net. He couldn't get back.
I was trying to pay attention to everybody on Plot Twist and seeing how they're moving up the field, and then Version 1, we're just throwing two players at the ball, Torment's last back, and he doesn't take it, patiently. Instead, he just tries to force that 50. Maybe give some time for Version 1 to get back on defense, but he loses it. And now a free net for Plot Twist. This is so uncharacteristic of them. We don't expect it. AXB, though, will go up again with this shot. And it's not Gimmick to clean up. It's just AXB nailing it in the corner.
Gimmick and Torment both not making contact, allowing that ball to bounce out to AXB. And that was a precision strike. Version 1 keeping their head above water. Chip shot. Save to the side from Torment. A fantastic save.
Yeah.
Now he's got some space. The pass to Gimmick. The delayed shot. Quality hit. Sosa driving by that. Gimmick with the 50 win. This one's going to roll up the wall. Torment going to want to pass this down. Has AXB in support, but AXB had to retreat. Plot Twist was expecting that pass to come through.
Yeah, look at the defensive rotations. Even though it did slip up a bit earlier with Torment, Version 1 starting to clean it up a bit. You don't see too many whiffs or awkward touches. It was just that one break in rotation from Torment, but since then, things have been a lot cleaner. They're giving each other space, but what I like is they're being aggressive. Torment is super aggro right now as the third man, waiting to keep this ball in the other side and make sure he keeps pressure like they're turning in and cutting a rotation. That's what Version 1 needs.
Torment has been leading the charge on a few of these plays. Good 50 from AXB. Mektos will 50 again. This one shoots across the middle, right to Gimmick. Gimmick the shot. Taroko will be back. Torment. Ball goes around him. AXB in his own corner. Gonna keep it close. 50 will kick it off the ceiling. Gimmick clearing it downfield. Version 1's defense holding strong. One more goal might be nice. The way Plot Twist have been playing. Backward pass. Taroko's up. The shot down. Saved on the goal line. Rebound to the Vectos. Saved again. Rebound. AXB struggling to get this to the corner. He does. Infield pass. Mektos, the shot will be wide. Version 1 running on fumes, but still keeping the ball out of their net.
That's how explosive Plot Twist are. And here's another one into the midfield. Who passed this one? Was it Taroko in the corner who followed up as the third man back? Look at this hit across. That's insane. To wrap around the ball. Oh, yes. That was so nice.
What a pass that was, Turtle. That was a scorcher right to Sosa. And Taroko on the kickoff.
Are you
Version
kidding?
1 falling apart pretty quickly.
I was talking about Plot Twist being explosive, but this is on another level. 2 goals in 10 seconds? That was unreal. What a play. That shot seems to be unbeatable, and now Plot Twist are leading this game against Version 1, who have cleaned up their act, but it wasn't enough.
Bank pass from Gimmick will give time to AXB. Floating pass. Torment too slow to the ball. Gimmick will tap it and has to bail. AXB boost at the midfield, but Mekdos hard clear over. Taroko cutting off that play. Backboard read. Read by AXB. Sosa will pop it. Gets demoed. Shot opportunity saved by Torment. We're under a minute left to go. Version 1, if they want to stay alive in the tournament, will have to find an answer.
The bump.
Demo. Gimmick. Going for the clear. Taroko shot overpowers AXB. Too much pace on it. AXB couldn't keep it out.
Wow, look at that bump from Mekdos. It's so much easier and predictable as a player to just go for a 50, but instead you go under the ball, take out the goalkeeper, waste a lot of time, let the ball float in front of the net, plot twist. That's how you go up by 2 goals. It's that speed we talked about and also the physical plays. So much better than version 1 in this series alone, where nobody seems to have stepped up. We saw Gimmick, maybe a few glimpses in the corners where he'd get those 50s. AXB has been stepping up his shooting in this game, but not all 3 of them at the same time.
Something's missing. Something is missing for version 1. Plot twist. In control the whole series. Even when they were behind, you felt like they would bring it back, and they did it indeed. And Plot Twist will be moving on to the next stage. Version 1 have been eliminated.
And that is the last thing I expected going into this game, especially as we hit that halfway mark. Version 1 were up by 1 goal, had a lot of the pressure, most of the control of the game, but then the speed of Plot Twist that we mentioned so much during this series came into effect, and all it took was 2 wins in the midfield and then on offense with that crazy shot from Plot Twist. And it's those counterattacks too from Plot Twist. Whenever they're coming back on defense, transitioning onto offense, it only took them like 1 or 2 chances to put one in. Meanwhile, version 1, when they had all the pressure, all that time, they couldn't get anything to prove for it.
And it was just raw speed from Plot Twist. Sosa, you expect him to shoot well. He did shoot well in this series. And then the flip reset plays, I believe it was Taroko, that flip reset was incredible from him. And so Plot Twist, they do it 3-0 over version 1, making it look routine. We'll see them in the next stage. Turtle, let's hand it back off to the desk.
Thank you, James Bott. Yeah, what a series here. Let's talk about that.
Here, Leaf.
Oh no, it's muted.
Everyone else you can hear Leaf.
Everyone else
can hear, but we can't. So we're just gonna cut him off.
That's
We're just gonna cut him off. Plot twist.
Try again.
All right, okay,
go ahead, Leaf. Go ahead.
Thank you, James. What a great match. Let's talk about that match with Gibbs and Cheese. Now you guys can talk. Go ahead.
Plot twist. They finally do it. I felt like for 2 months straight, they're always that team just looking in, watching all these teams have fun on day 2s of tournaments, and they kept choking. But not today, Chiefs. Not today. A 3-0 statement versus version 1.
Yeah, big bounce back, because you're absolutely right. They got bounced out of Group A in Regional 1, 2-3, and now here a nice qualification this time around to make it to Stage 2, and you are absolutely right. Stunning fashion. The speed out of the midfield Turtle was bringing up, they knocked it out of the park. I really was expecting a lot more out of version 1, but what are you going to do? Plot was popped off.
Yeah, no, this was a day. We went into this day knowing that some of the teams that we would maybe expect wouldn't be able to make it. We talked about how many of the teams, 10 of these teams were grid teams, only 8 can make it through. Someone had to be left behind. And it came down to some of these teams we expected or were hoping in previous grid weeks or regional to perform, not performing. Now they're performing. That was a confusing sentence, but it made sense in my head. Either way, this is a great result for some of these teams, especially Xset. Let's take a look at the standings down, just see the teams that made it through. With teams like Xset and Plot Twist, they needed these results.
And it's so important because the teams that are looking outside, some of those finished top 16 last time, version 1. And of course, the Phoenix and I didn't want to be right, Leaf. This is one of the times I didn't want to be right, but they didn't look too good. So for that top 16 for the major, a lot of teams are going to be really close in points. So it's going to matter how far will you go now through Regional 2 once you make it. But look at teams like Continuum. Back-to-back regionals now, making it top 16. No one really talked about them last regional. No one talked about them this time as well. But they continue to deliver these results.
That's a good point, Achieves. Maybe we should stop. There's certain teams are like, if we don't talk about them on the desk here, they're happy because they can kind of just sneak on by. There's no pressure. These results are definitely starting to look a little bit different. Version 1, we're hoping, or at least they were hoping to make it through. I know JamesBot was super ecstatic for JBot. Unfortunately, they don't make it through. Any other like crazy surprises, even though we knew that, some teams weren't going to make it through?
So I think the biggest surprise for me was not the fact that Kansas City Pioneers made it through, but how they made it through, dominating 3-0. I was 1 week too early for picking KC Pioneers, apparently, because they popped off today. So that, I think, is my biggest surprise.
You're pulling the Gibbs strat. You're just right on a delay. Right?
Thank you.
Exactly. There you go.
Well, of course, that was only 16 teams that we saw today, whittled down to 8. We still need 8 more to go to next week to stage 2. So tomorrow we have our Group B, where we see 16 more teams start to fight it out, Gibbs.
Yeah, so we talked about today where it was a lot of grid teams in this. So near that 8-9 range, it was going to be the group of death. Well, now we flipped the page, and the top 5 from this group all made it to the playoff bracket last time. So now this group's a little bit more top heavy. Who's going to come out 3-0 is going to be a little bit more difficult compared to today, where we thought it was going to be easy, but it obviously wasn't. So make sure you check out the action tomorrow because it's anyone's game.
Yeah, that's the thing, Achieves, especially with a top heavy one like this. It means that, those extra 3 spots to make it in might be up for some grabs for some upsets here.
But of course, there's teams that, you might expect to make it again. Like 72 PC had a really good day one. Jamal Jabari also able to sneak through last time as well. So it's really who shows up on the day again, because that is the thing about the Swiss format and these 3 regional setups that we have for RLCS X. It is absolutely a marathon, and it is tough. Even for the teams at the top, as we have seen through both regions now, to be consistent enough to always make day 2.
Well, that is Group B going tomorrow. Of course, it starts at the same time, 2 o'clock for kickoff, 1:30 Eastern for the pre-show, where you can join Gibbs and I, where we try to have a conversation, make it sound like we're smart in the morning, but talk about the matches. But right now, I get some final thoughts here for you guys. Gibbs, lead us out here for day number 1 for Regional 2.
Very short final words. Long day, confusing day for North America. We expected to know what was going to happen, but now North America, they're starting to deliver on some teams looking weaker, some looking stronger. So I just want to see what happens next.
And Cheese, how was it for you? Sorry, I keep jumping in there, but
no, you're good. I knew it was coming. I was anticipating this time. I think for me, heading into day 2, I just want to see good Rocket League again, because today was a refreshing breath of air of, yes, North America does have the upset potential like Europe, and I'm looking forward to some more of that tomorrow.
Well, we're going to see if Group B can do what Group A did and give us some exciting Rocket League. I'm sure they will. But we just want to say thank you, everyone, for joining us today on both the streams, the E-League stream and this one. But more exciting Rocket League coming your way tomorrow on behalf of Achieves, Gibbs, and myself. We'll see you then.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.